custom Maserati. Got the whole team behind me. And they going kamikaze, man. It feels like someone shot me. Hope the fire doesn't blind me.
Like the New York City bright lights. Anything can happen when the time's right. Sipping on Jameson, feeling alright.
Cause we just want it all right now. Where's the bottle? Pour it up right now. Light it up right now. Not worried about the fall right now. Cause we just want it all right now. We just want it all right now. We just want it all right now. We just want it. We. Cause we just want it all right now. Where's the bottle? Pour it up right now. Light it up right now. Not worried about the fall right now. Cause we just want it all right now. We just want it all right now. We just want it all right now. We just want it. We just want it all right now.
She knows how to party. Little mama from the Bay. She from the east side of Oakland, and now she live down in LA.
What's going on, Calamity crew, gamer guys and gals? Once again, walk the block, come to hang out. Calamity's Corner. What's going on, Shogun? Welcome to the stream, dude. Let me see here. My camera's looking all wonky. So today we are doing a. I'm actually going to be co-streaming a Twitch event. Twitch proclaimed me to be an official co-streamer for this workshop that they're doing today. It's the hosting and interview workshop. So I'm gonna co-host it here on my channel. I'll also be watching it with you guys live. If you guys have any questions during the Q&A section, shoot me a DM or a private message, and I'll shoot an email to the programming manager. They're setting up right now. They haven't gone live. Well, they've gone live, but they haven't turned the cams on yet. So appreciate you guys coming to hang out. I'm hyped. I'm hyped for this. So appreciate Twitch. Thanks to Twitch for letting me co-stream this event. Freaking pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. So whenever they do go live, I will switch to their feed, and we will be watching that with them. So basically, they're going to be teaching you different skills and techniques when it comes to hosting, like you being on air, doing live on-air interviews and stuff like that. Basically, if you want to work on your chops, your showmanship, your interviewing skills, being comfortable in front of a camera, talking to people, interviewing, hosting shows and whatnot. So this is pretty much, I think this is their first time doing this workshop. So it's kind of like them testing their feet in the water, but they had a huge response from the community, people wanting to enter, because it was a contest really. You submit stuff, you go out actually to LA or Cali, and then you be part of the experience live. So they didn't have a whole lot of open spots, and so the people that didn't get a chance to really get to go there live, but had awesome submission videos or whatnot, they got to become an official co-streamer, like myself. So whenever they do go live, like I said, I will be switching to their feed. This is Twitch Studios. Well, not actually Twitch Studios, but it's Twitch themselves. Twitch and Twitch Studios is kind of like two different departments. But this will actually be Twitch. So before they do officially get underway, I will go ahead and get those bonus points out for that early notification squad. Bam. Them early bonus points. So yeah, I'm hyped for this. This is something. It's gonna be new to me, but it'll be fun. We're gonna learn lots of stuff. So it's gonna go from 12:30 Eastern time, because I'm on the East Coast. 12:30 to 5:30. If you're on the West Coast, it's 9:30 to 2:30. So just keep in mind, I will be here with you guys and gals live. Have any questions or whatnot, if you have any questions or whatever, I'm going to switch the game to the actual host and interview workshop, which is technically what it needs to be. So last time I hung out with you guys was the official 12-hour anniversary. Well, not anniversary. Anniversary would be next month. The sub goal milestone stream, 12 hours we did on Monday, which was super awesome. Had great support and feedback on that. So basically this will be like a Twitch panel. So for any guys that may be wanting to get into streaming and maybe aren't that comfortable in front of a camera, or you're looking to do some type of on-air work, I think this will help and behoove a lot of you people, a lot of you guys and gals. So this will be like a 5-hour panel. So yeah, if anybody has any questions or whatnot that you'd like to ask the Twitch representative during the Q&A section, just let me know. Whether it's a whisper, DM on Discord, or actually probably Discord's not the best. I would say shoot me a message, either probably Twitter or on whisper on here. Whisper me on Twitch. So I hope you guys have been having an awesome week. Hump day. Hump day. So what I probably will do is I'm gonna go ahead and switch to their feed. They should be starting up pretty soon. We're just a little bit past the bottom of the hour here. So hope you guys enjoy. Let's check it out.
only you can shower. To smell unique. To smell confident. To smell amazing. You got something. Smell like the best you with Axe You Body Wash.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Marcus. Thanks for asking.
Anna. I was gonna get there. Hold on. Yeah. Are you doing good?
I was just including myself in your asking.
Welcome. I feel like there's a million things I want to say right off the bat, but just want to say thank you for coming. This means a lot to us. There's a lot of reasons why. One of the things that we really try hard on is to give more opportunities, to educate, to see the amazing talent and the amazing people that are on Twitch prosper and get more opportunities and take what they've already done with their own communities or in their own content and really take it to the next level. There were a lot of people that applied and we were surprised. I mean, we weren't surprised after the fact because we're really happy and we expected that people were really trying to go out there and seek out education and ways to better themselves or just to, like, you know, surround themselves with people who are also interested in the same things. And I think the response was not only overwhelming, but you know, the quality of folks and people that came through was just, to us, outstanding. So I think you represent a phenomenal group of people on Twitch that are not only out to sort of do what they're doing on Twitch, but to be thinking about how they can do that better, how they can benefit the other causes that they're passionate about, how you know, they can get involved with other folks, with other people. So again, I just want to say thank you. This is a special for us because we've been working hard towards this, and even today we're like, there's a million things we could do better, and we'll continue to improve on that. But your feedback will be incredibly important. So, you know, one thing I do want to say is that as our pilot program, that's going to be really important to us, and even to the folks that might be tuned in today or co-streaming. But we're here for you. So a lot of questions, and we've got plenty to go over today. We're going to start off with a little welcome, and then we'll start our first seminar. We'll go over the schedule as well. And I just said a lot of word dumps. So if there's anything you want to add to that, please do.
I would, but it's in the outline of our presentation
Then
that we could start right now.
We'll do that right now. Starting with some housekeeping.
You want this one? Here. Tradesies until this one works.
Starting with some housekeeping. Yeah. Anna?
Sure. I would. I think. There we go. Awesome. I believe that.
Can you not read that?
Slide? No.
It's actually up.
Oh, right
Yeah,
there. No,
yeah.
I can't read that.
I didn't realize how small
Okay,
it
hold
was
on.
from this seat.
We're going to troubleshoot this.
It's pretty tiny.
This is the first lesson.
See it right here.
Rolling with the punches.
That's right. I'll just say to get started.
Oh, it's right there.
Yeah, it says
no problem.
Welcome to the Twitch Studios Development Program host and interview workshop. Yeah.
Awesome. So first we want to give you guys a sense of where you are, what you're looking at if you're tuning in on stream, what the heck you've stumbled into. Right now, here at Twitch HQ, we are on the 6th floor. It's the original floor where Twitch originally moved into this building. We've since moved into 3 different floors, but this area is kind of going to be our home all day. So you guys own this area. Make yourselves comfortable. There probably will be people from Twitch coming in and out. Feel free to say hi to them, but this is your space. Make yourselves absolutely at home. And there's lots of food and drinks, which you should avail yourselves of as much as possible. Eat and drink everything you possibly can. Also, this is Twitch HQ. There may be things here that you see that are still top secret. So remember, you signed an NDA when you came in. Please try not to take pictures of anyone's screens or anything like that. And just remember that you will probably be exposed to some privileged things while you're here. We, as I mentioned, like to feed you and give you drinks. So we will have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but also feel free to take snacks and let us know if there's anything you want in particular that we don't have available. Also, please feel free to ask questions. We'll go over this a little bit more later, but something that's really important that I wanted to press on you guys is that we are here for an open dialogue. We are so ready to answer any of your questions, but we do want to facilitate the fact that this is a learning environment. We want you to be free to ask questions without feeling like you might be judged. So we know that the fact that the stream is here might be something that deters you from asking questions. We will have times that will be off stream for questions. We also have our Twitch Studios ambassadors here who are amazing resources, and if you want to ask them questions during the panels, we will introduce them very, very soon in more detail, but you can ask them questions that they can answer probably even better than we can. So I'm jumping ahead again, but let's move on.
That's perfect.
We also wanted to give you a sense of why we decided to do this workshop. Marcus touched on it a little bit, but something Marcus and I feel very passionately about is that hosting and interviewing is a very particular set of skills. It's something that is unique from simply being a Let's Play broadcaster. It's unique from doing acting. It's unique from other kinds of performing. It's a very particular set of things that people learn to do and learn to do well. And I think that sometimes that's misunderstood. Sometimes people think that being a host or interviewer is simply coming up and chatting, but there's a lot more science to it. There's a lot more technique to it. That's something that we feel very passionately about. We know that you guys do too, so we wanted to spend this day focused specifically on that niche job of being a host and interviewer and the skills that are behind that. We also wanted to emphasize that Marcus and I are by no means perfect hosts and interviewers. Our Twitch Studios ambassadors aren't. There probably aren't any perfect hosts and interviewers in the entire world.
Nope.
And we are just as excited to learn from you guys as we hope that you are to come here and learn from us. We are going to be looking for feedback and working with you. And everything we say, that as far as anything instructional that we say, is with the caveat of in our experience, from our best knowledge, and we hope that you will help give us feedback on our own work as well. We're looking to learn from you just as much, and we don't want to give the impression that we're here being experts. This is simply because we care about this, we know you care about this, and we want to work together to be better.
So who are we? I want to talk a little bit just about Twitch Studios. And Emmett is the CEO of Twitch. I'm sure you've heard him speak at TwitchCon or maybe post a blog or tweet or something, even stream. But Emmett once said to me that you can only make content that doesn't compete with our broadcasters, right? Like, it didn't make sense to have a studio where on Tuesday when the newest game released, like, we would play it, right? Because that's what Twitch broadcasters do, right? And that was kind of the philosophy behind things like Twitch Weekly. And even today, I think that if you look at a lot of the projects that, Twitch Studios works on, you'll see sort of that philosophy baked into there. We love to be able to enhance everything that we do. We want to do it with the broadcaster. Everything that we put on, we want to think about the audience as well. And so this is something that we've always kind of kept close to our hearts, also because, Emmett's our boss. That's important too. But, our guiding principles in general are to inspire, to elevate, and to stretch. We want people to be thinking about different ways of doing content or using the platform in a different way. We want to, elevate or amplify broadcasters by having a whole show dedicated to like talking about who you should be watching and what's going on the platform. And stretch is, also important. I know, Anna, like, how do you define stretch as it relates to our guiding principles at Twitch Studio?
Stretch is about just thinking, if we are the in-house broadcaster of Twitch, for example, how are we using the platform? Can we use it in the best way that kind of stretches its limits and inspires its improvement?
So I guess through sort of accident and also hard work, we sort of became a voice for the company. you know, we, in my opinion, became a link between the creators and Twitch, and we early on cared a lot about transparency and being really upfront, not only with our audiences but also with our broadcasters. And I think that you know, especially as a platform that is a video platform, like I personally feel like broadcasters don't trust us, Twitch, if we aren't using our platform in the same way that it was built to be used. And we tried to really sort of make that impression early on. We'd like to think we did a good job, but it's a lot of thanks to the creators and a lot of the broadcasters that we work with all the time. And, you know, one of our values is talent development through content development. Which is something that is, I mean, if you just think about it, you know, talent development is kind of like what we're doing here. But we also feel like giving someone the opportunity to host or to speak on a panel or to, you know, speak at TwitchCon, that is a talent development through also like creating content. And you guys know, on Twitch, we create sort of a different type of media. We create a media that connects with people and a media that builds community. And so that's really important for us, too. And we just kind of wanted to talk a little bit about why we're here and what we do and what our goals are. Because a lot of our goals will always have, like, how are we benefiting partners as the first goal? Like, how are we improving what we can do for them, whether that is education or that is amplification, et cetera. So that's also one of the reasons why we really wanted to do this workshop for quite a long time, and we're happy that you're all here today. So all of this happened, and somehow we got everyone to agree that we would become this little entity, and that is Twitch Studios. So a little bit just about myself and Anna. I'm DJ Wheat. I've been working for Twitch for 5 years. It'll be 6 in September. Really excited about that. I've been hosting esports and gaming stuff for years. I've done talk shows to the point where I feel like I can go to sleep and there's a little talk show that just happens automatically in my brain every night. And of course, Anna, who joined 2 years ago, but I've had the pleasure of working with for several years. Anna, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. In relation to this, I've done esports and gaming hosting for about 8 years, but I think I've been doing hosting type things almost my entire life. My educational background is in communication science, specifically speech communication. And after being involved in pageantry of all things, I actually, for a brief while, had my own business in consulting around speech communication, public speaking, and interviewing. So this is something that I've been doing as a job for a long time, something I feel really passionately about.
So I want to introduce you to a few of the other people that you're going to be seeing today. All of these people you should feel free to walk up to and ask any questions or engage in conversations. Those folks are Adam Contini, our video production manager. He's going to be giving a little workshop on like studio gear, production, common words, etc. And then also we want to give a shout out to our 2 associate producers who both started here in 2017, but we haven't been able to pull off this year without them. Nadja and James. James back here on production and Nadja over there. Thank you so much. And then the rest of our Twitch studios, and this was actually from our holiday party where everyone, it was Batman themed, and we were there's like only one group of Batman villains, and that's the Court of Owls. So we love this picture. It's creepy as hell, but want to give a shout out to all of the folks behind Twitch Studios and all the work they do, whether it be producing or whether it be planning or whether it be graphics and motion or editing. Everyone plays a key role, and there's several individuals back in the production room right now running the stream, and you'll be working with later on today during our offline workshops directly in the studio, so shout out to all of them. Also want to introduce our business experts that will be on the business panel. We've got Andrew Tomlinson, who is a part of CSA. Some of you might actually have worked with them in the past. There's a few whoops for CSA. Aurelian, Aaron Wayne, who you guys have probably all worked with at some way, shape, or form. And then also we're happy to be introducing the world to Squan. Some of you might actually have worked with Squan, Stephanie Kwan, before. She works on our sales team. We adore her. She's great, and you'll love her too. And last but not least,
In fact, probably the most important.
And probably our most important, our Twitch Studios ambassadors. longtime friends as well as that's what you get when you get asked for a Zeke. See, can't blame us. Rachel Kirko, who has been a longtime gaming host, gaming commentator, and esports commentator. Kelly Link, who went from being a developer to also being a host and a content creator as well. And Zeke, who you all know, is a full-time live streamer. And he's a 3-time PJ Salt loser, too. Every chance I can get, Zeke. Every chance.
These guys are also going to be here throughout the day introducing themselves and telling you a little bit about their experience, but they are kind of our best examples of the kind of hosts that we like to hire here at Twitch and the kind of hosts that we feel like we like to emulate and learn from. So please use them as a resource throughout the day, and I'm excited to learn from them too.
So as we kind of clean up here, who are you? Anna, you want to take this one?
Yeah, all of you who are here sitting here with us live are people who submitted auditions. What we were looking for in those auditions were a few things. People that I believe there are some points if you could advance for me there. Yeah. People that we hoped we could offer something to, whether that means that we saw opportunities for you to grow or that we saw places where you were specifically looking for help that we can give, so we looked for that. We also believed that you could add to this training, that you by being here could help each other. So there are a lot of you that we saw skills in that we were like, you know what, we would like to learn that. We would like other people here to have that resource, so we wanted to bring you. We also thought all of you, this was a really important thing to us. We wanted to know that you could give us good feedback. And we really want to emphasize this here. We have never done this before. We have never done a training like this before. We've never done a training, period. And so we hope that you will kind of, first of all, give us some forbearance, give us the benefit of the doubt, and then second of all, write down all of the feedback that you can possibly think of and give that to us at the end, because we want to learn how to make this better, and we have high expectations for ourselves, but know that we are not going to meet the expectations of what we hope we could someday be. And that goes for people out there on the stream as well. We hope that you guys will be giving us lots of feedback and giving us the benefit of the doubt as well. We also we're looking for people who kind of come from all different types of backgrounds. We look for people who were involved in esports, people who were creative streamers, people who wanted to host in many, many different kinds of settings. And so we were looking for people with a variety of experiences, and you guys who are here certainly represent that. And I also want to give a huge shout out to our official co-streamers who are streaming right now. Those are also people who submitted auditions, and for one reason or another, we weren't able to bring them out, but we were so impressed by them and so excited about what they could offer that we asked them to share with their communities. So they're out there co-streaming with us and adding their commentary to our workshop as well.
So really quickly, kind of go over the schedule. We're going to have our first seminar in just a moment. Hosting, moving on after that, we'll be doing interviewing. And then we will be doing a separate online chat Q&A while you're eating lunch and replenishing in the middle of the day. Then we're going to do a seminar on getting hired, which will have our business experts as well as Rachel will be joining that one. And then we will be doing a production overview with Adam, and that's the stream schedule for the most part. Obviously, folks here in attendance will be doing some other workshops this afternoon and also working directly in the studio. I think you guys will really enjoy that as well.
Yeah, I wanted to give some insight into kind of the cadence of the day, because what you're looking at right now is, like Marcus said, our stream schedule. Those are the things that we're kind of going to be just info dumping as much as we can, getting as many kind of questions answered as we possibly can to build a foundation. And then the afternoon is our time to practice, and we're going to get offline here at Twitch HQ. We're going to work together, and that's going to be led mostly by our Twitch Studios ambassadors. They're going to be leading workshops and getting time for us to literally put this into action, because we really firmly believe that practice is the best way and the only way to get better at interviewing and hosting. So if you're watching, if you're co-streaming, after we go dark, we hope that you will continue to practice, maybe make an interview for your reel, maybe work with your community to have discussions around these questions as well.
And now kind of the goals for the day before we go into our first seminar, you know, what we'd like you to walk away with. The first one, ideas of what you can do to improve your hosting. So like one thing we definitely want to put out there is that there might be information this afternoon and even this morning that you're familiar with or you have some insight to. And a lot of today is going to be, I think, about awareness, right? Because one of the most important ways for everyone to improve is to be aware of what you can improve on, and maybe think about things in ways that you have never done that before. So we'll be going through that, and you know, again, like, you might understand or be like, I've done this. That totally makes sense. I get it. I've seen this before. But if there is something maybe you're familiar with, think a little bit about how it relates to kind of everything that we talk about today. And good practice with helpful peers. Also, one of the reasons why we wanted to have a little bit larger group, I think. We also wanted to have our ambassadors who have a lot of not only industry experience, but experience with us at Twitch on our stages doing other things as well, which many of you actually do have in one way, shape, or form. Anna, you want to?
Yeah, and we wanted to make sure that you all had a chance to meet and offer each other support. I've found working in this particular role, it's really important to me to have people that I can lean on and ask for feedback from, and that I can ask for support, because they're the only people that really understand the pressures of hosting. And so we want to build those connections with you guys. So we really hope that you guys will find like-minded people here that you can kind of reach out to for support and ideas. We also are going to give you some practical things to take home. It's really important to us that you guys have something tangible that will help your hosting and interviewing endeavors. So we're going to be taking headshots in the studio. If you guys want to use those, we'll send them home with you. And then we also are going to be taking some video footage during our practice session. To give you a little bit more insight into that, we've written kind of a short script that's similar to a Twitch Weekly. We'll have groups of 3 of you going into the studio to do a mock show, and we will record that, and then we'll send that home with you so that you can use it for your reel if you like it. We also want to have you guys really connected with us here at Twitch Studios. We want you, basically we just want to communicate what Marcus said, which is that we very passionately want to be open and transparent and available to you, not only you here in the room, but you guys who are watching at home. Marcus and I, it should be no secret that we wear our heart on our sleeve, and that we know we are not perfect, we make mistakes, but we want to let you know that we care and that we are here to talk.
And last but not least, I think we said it, but one more time, this is our pilot workshop, so we also be hoping to learn from you. You know, you are here to educate us just as much as hopefully we will to bring some things to light and educate for you guys. So keep that in mind. And then really quickly, some other info. We are live. Feel free to ask any questions at any time, but don't feel like you have to. As Anna mentioned, we'll have an offline Q&A. Online viewers, we're going to have that very specific lunch Q&A. So if you have those questions, write them down, and then we'll be taking those in chat and via Twitter as well. You can use hashtags Twitch Studios. And last but not least, any questions before we get started with our first seminar? Perfect.
That's awesome. That's good.
Perfect.
So what we're probably going to be doing is we have things planned for each hour on the hour from now on out. We're going to try to give you kind of some brief few-minute breaks. If you want to get up, use the restroom, grab some food, please feel comfortable doing that. And then we'll be back.
Yep, in just about 3 minutes, we'll get started with our first seminar. We'll try to give you a little bit more time between the second one, but that should also let me fix my problem here because I'm blind. But again, thank you. Good morning. We're really excited to kick this off. A big thank you to everyone who's participating and to you guys. And we'll be back with the hosting workshop right after this.
Yay!
So that was a good brief overview right there of what you can expect with this workshop. A lot of stuff that we're going to be learning. It's going to be pretty fun. Gotta admit. Just appreciate all the tweets and the retweets out there and the shout outs on Twitter. So like I said, we are the official co-stream for the hosting and interview workshop. It's going to be a freaking awesome time today. Going to be learning lots of new skills. And and all that good stuff to use in front of the camera, different jobs. So hopefully you guys are able to take something away from this. I think there's a wealth of information here that Twitch is kindly enough to share and bestow upon its community. Just freaking awesome. So we're just getting underway. So that was pretty much the welcome panel right there. So pretty shortly soon here we'll be getting actually into the seminar. As you see the schedule right here, the seminar will focus primarily on hosting, then we'll go into the interview part. Then there'll also be a chat Q&A. That's where you guys can submit your questions. They will answer them live. You can DM me, or you can, well, probably the best way is whisper me here on Twitch, since I'm already up on Twitch, because I don't really have immediate access to the Discord. If you private message me through Discord, because I don't check Discord that often and I don't get notifications. So the best part would actually, you could probably do Twitter as well. Twitter and whisper me if you have questions that you want to ask them on the panel. But thanks for all the hosts as well. Got a lot of host action going on. So appreciate you guys and gals hanging out. I will be here with you all pretty much the whole time. I may have to step away for a minute here and there, but I will be here for the most part. So if you have any questions or whatnot, feel free to ask. So let's just sit back and just get ready for this knowledge. Prepare to have your mind blown.
All right, it's time for our first seminar here of the Talent Workshop. Welcome back. I am DJ Wheat, joined by Anna, and we also have, where's our, they can't, we lost the projector here. I don't know. Oh, right. What's going on? No, it's not that, Anna. It's actually the projector. There's a slide there. It says Twitch Studios, says hosting foundations with our names, and we'll just take this opportunity actually to introduce our new panelists that we've added. Kelly Link, hello.
Hello. Oh, thank you. Hi. God, I wasn't expecting that. I've been hosting for about 5 years now. I actually started as a Twitch streamer and built my name up that way, and got noticed by a dev and decided to stop Twitch streaming there and start streaming on their channel, where I hosted their esports events, their charity streams, their patch notes. And now I work as a freelancer and I host for various gaming events. I'm a Twitch ambassador, so I've done E3 and PAX, and I've done stuff for Rocket League, Clash Royale, and even the fighting game scene. So I'm a variety esports gaming general host, I would say. And later on today, I actually have, I think, the last segment of the workshop. And for me, it's actually something that I've been working for myself. And it's just prep for the day that you get there, or even like weeks before you get there. It's prep for any event, esports, general gaming, hour-long segments, 15-minute segments, and it's a checklist. And I am more than happy to give you guys that checklist if it would be beneficial to you all. But that's hours down. Let's focus on this.
And we'll kind of like touch on some of that stuff, but Kelly's going to go crazy in depth. We got to see her document this morning, and it's pretty good. So
And Kelly's prep is amazing. I'm always like, I emulate Kelly's prep, so I'm excited for her to teach us about that.
So let's kick things off, and first off, talk a little bit about what is a host. And we kind of think that there's sort of 4 things that go into what is a host and how we like to think about being a host. But to be honest, this is a lot of like what you think it is. We just kind of want to share the way that we look at it, and kind of how we base a lot of what we're going to talk about today. But obviously the first one being skill, right? A performing artist that has a particular set of skills which revolve around like showcasing and motivating others. And I think that's pretty straightforward. Maybe the first time you've ever hosted, you kind of find out just how much skill something needs, right? A lot of times we look at things and go, that's got to be super easy. And then you're in the spot and it's like, wow, there is skill involved here, right? And it's also one of the reasons why I think each and every one of you is here, because we definitely identify and see that skill, and we want to improve. We always are wanting to improve. My favorite, passion. The highest form of communicating your passion and amplifying the passion of others. For me, this is why I'm here, because I just got passionate about video games. And I was like, hey, I need to figure out a way to let this out. Otherwise, I am literally going to internalize it all and explode. And that's when I started hosting a podcast called Epileptic Gaming. And like, it was pretty much the domino effect that led from one thing to another. And it wasn't like I started that and said, I'm going to be a host of a podcast. I was more trying to say, how can I just find an avenue for this passion, right? How can I just get it out? Kelly, I feel like in terms of where hosts rank, you and me are like definitely on the same as terms of the passion.
And I want to clarify that hype and passion aren't the same thing. You can have passion and be very calm. For me, even games, I am terrible at Rocket League. But as soon as I stepped foot into that venue and saw how much that Psionics and the players who've been playing this game for a long time, and Super Rocket League Car, whatever the initial game was a lot of the players, this was their opportunity to finally be in like the limelight and to finally like feel appreciated. That's where my passion came from. I care about what they care about. It's not really ever how good do I look, it's how amazing can I make this event look.
Exactly. Third, obvious one, communication, right? Making a high-level, difficult conversation look super easy. And I think that's also relating back to skill, why people go, oh, that looks super easy. All they're doing is talking up there. But there is a science, there's an art to how you do that talking, and that'll be some of the things we talk about. And then another thing that we care a lot about at Twitch Studios, and that is sort of like the storytelling aspect and the translation aspect of it. You are a guide through this journey of a narrative, right? Especially in hosting and specifically in interviewing, which we'll talk about later. You are basically telling a story. And yeah, you want to anything to talk about it?
I think this is where I kind of start to geek out about hosting as someone who's really interested in kind of the science of hosting, because this list is kind of a duh list, right? If you ask someone, hey, what's a host? They probably can tell you what a host is, but what Marcus and I felt really passionately about and what we got excited about as we went through this list is unpacking each of those pieces and thinking about them scientifically. And the idea of being a translator, the idea of thinking about when I'm hosting, I'm not just talking and filling time. I'm specifically translating the thoughts and feelings of a director or the thoughts and feelings of a player or someone that I'm interviewing, and I'm bringing them in the most positive light or the most interesting light to an audience. I think that's where I really start to get excited.
Yeah. So, 4 points to think about. Let's talk a little bit about sort of asking yourself some questions to be thinking about hosting. And I think, again, we're not asking you to necessarily answer out loud, but to reflect. And I think that we'll kind of talk a little bit about it. But I'm just going to throw these out here, and then we'll talk just a tad bit about them. But what about you makes you want to host, right? As I mentioned, for me is passion. That was sort of what got me into it, and that's what continues to drive me. I want to ask you guys, what do you think, Kelly?
I feel like obviously I'm a nerd and like a geek and a gamer, and I just play obsessively all the time. But to be able to communicate my thoughts and to be able to show other people appreciation of why they should care about it too, even if it's a game you don't like, it's developers that have put effort into that game, and I just want to share that with everyone. Even if it's not my game, I want to share what they feel about it.
The sharing, I think, is what does it for me. I love shared experiences and community and helping people understand each other. And so the most fulfilling parts of being a host are those moments where we can all look back on something that we all experienced together. And a host has kind of the privilege of being the one who creates a lot of those shared moments.
Right. What are your passions? Is it gaming? Is it building community? Is it bringing people together? Is it nerding out and helping someone get their message across? There's like no wrong answer to this, but thinking about that might help you better yourself as a host. What passions do you enjoy elevating in others? That's also. There's a lot behind this one, right? Because I might not be, so for example, I'm looking over here at Jack, and I might not be the most passionate individual about pinball, but I would really enjoy elevating that passion out of Jack about pinball because I know how passionate he is. And so in some cases, I think it's just, for me, I love to be able to bring that out in other people.
There's a buck hunt competition, right? And I was offered to do it, and I was like, I wouldn't want to do that, but I heard it's one of the most amazing fun events ever.
It is.
It doesn't matter if you care about the game because there's other people that care about it, and you should just care that they care.
Right, exactly. And then finally, what kind of stories do you like to tell? Maybe it's you like to reveal the backstory of an individual that you're talking to, maybe a big accomplishment that they've just had, or maybe it is about the development of the story of a game, or anything really.
I like this point because it brings me a lot of peace, actually. Being a host, one of my mantras is you just can't be everyone's cup of tea. You cannot be the host everyone wants. You can only be the host that you are, and you can be the best host that you possibly can be. But what kind of stories do you like to tell is the key for me. When I think of what kind of host am I want to tell stories that have meaning. I want to tell stories that have community around them, and that helps guide me in how to develop myself as a host. And I think that's what I hope we start honing in on is who are you specifically as a host, and what kind of stories do you want to tell?
And I was going to say, in esports in particular, there's a lot of the times where you're not going to be anywhere near as good as the pro players and the casters and the analysts, and you most likely will not be able to add a lot of information that the players already don't know.
Right.
So build on that story. You can, especially the whole, if it's esports,
point.
the season, especially what happened the season before, who's the underdog, who's the team that's been dominating. There's so many obvious things that you can work with instead of trying to go into the meta of the game.
Right. Great point. What about the hosts you admire most? So, thinking about this is actually really important because a lot of times if there's someone that we enjoy or someone who we really like, we might emulate them a little bit, or we might respect the fact that we answer those questions that we asked earlier in the same way that this individual would or other hosts would. What are their skills? Why do you, what skills of theirs do you admire? And how do they make you feel, right? Does this person make you laugh? Do they make you feel welcome and open and warm? Do they make you feel intense? Like these are all things that come into play. And what do they inspire in their viewers? Another question I think that we can all relate back to ourselves. And finally, like, how do they seem to consider themselves? In terms of the way they present themselves, both on screen and off screen, and how do they consider themselves when working with other guests or other hosts, etc. So does everyone know who that is in the picture? Chris Hardwick. I had this moment when my wife and I were talking about Chris Hardwick because he's someone I really admire. And, when we were looking up, we were like, where did Chris Hardwick get his start? And for the life of us, we couldn't figure it out. And then it was like, oh my God, singled out from 1991. And, to me, Chris Hardwick, and again, someone I really admire because is someone who shares the same thing as I do. Like they're just passionate, right? This guy's done game shows, he's done talk shows, he's done variety shows, and you can just tell he just loves what he's doing. And I feel that same way. I also love Chris Hardwick because when you watch him, he is absolutely not perfect, and that's okay. And I think that is really important, and it's important to me because we're all human. We make mistakes, and the audiences we deal with, they're totally cool with those mistakes. They'll laugh along with us. They'll celebrate with us, And so I just, again, someone I really admire, but I want to ask you guys, who's on your list of who you admire?
This is a personal preference, but I really love working with and watching Sean Charles. I think he brings a level of charm and intensity that isn't this loud hype. I have nothing against loud hype. If it's the fighting game community, I want yipes on it, right? But if it's something that's a bit more casual, we did a Clash Royale event together. His quirkiness and his charm is really what tied the show in together. He didn't try and overdo it.
Accent, but now that you mention it, no, you're absolutely right. Anna, what about you?
It's kind of a gimme, but I have always really admired Ryan Seacrest for the reasons I know, right? It's so predictable. But the reasons for that are I have heard over and over how he's one of the hardest working people you ever meet, and I admire that. I think that in order to be a good host, you've got to hustle and you've got to work really hard, and I admire that. And then also, he seems to be able to make anyone he talks to feel comfortable, and that's one of my biggest goals as a host, is that anyone I talk to feels warm, friendly, open, and able to express themselves in a way that maybe they couldn't without my help.
And I mean, to that point, that is something we'll not only talk about, but something that I think is incredibly important, right? Like, the best thing you could possibly do if you're doing an interview or hosting is hope that someone would want to do that again with you, right? You made them feel comfortable, accepted. They want to come back, and in reference to Twitch Studios work or the stuff we do at events, the best feeling in the world is when a dev comes in that you had on the stage a year ago and they remember your name and they're excited to be there and they're already in that comfort zone because you and the rest of the team and hosts that worked the previous event put them there. That feels really great. So next we want to talk a little bit about sort of tools to think about as a host. Right? These are things that, again, some of these are practical things to practice and think about, and others are sort of the science or the art behind hosting. And we're going to start off with motivation. So why do you want to do this? Right? And again, these are sort of self-reflecting things. Is it because you're passionate, you want to do, you just want to be involved in the area where you're most passionate with? Is it because you want to connect more with people? It's something that you should definitely think about it. Maybe it's because you want to make fat bank. I don't know, right? But every single motivation that you might have is going to be important if you also are thinking about how you want to improve.
It's really important to link with hosting the why and the how. There are some jobs that you can just learn how and you can do it and it doesn't matter why. It could matter less, but with hosting, you have to know why you want to do it for myriad reasons. One of the most important being that in order to continue doing it, in order to not get burnt out, in order to improve and get better, you have to have that guiding light of, I know why I'm doing this and that's why it's fulfilling for me.
Helping people understand each other, mention that one, or share certain ideas, maybe create excitement or meaning or that hype in a community. to do something that you're naturally good at, because there are also those people who are just like, you know, why aren't you hosting? Like, you're really amazing at this.
And that's a good enough reason. Just,
yeah,
I'm good at it, so I do it.
Exactly. And maybe to establish a long-term career in entertainment, or from another perspective, just to establish, especially when you think about the world of Twitch and the world of online media and digital media, is to be thinking about, like, what could you be doing now and everything that you're already doing to prepare yourself for even further, right? As this landscape continues to evolve and change, you know, I definitely see a world where, you know, more companies want to hire people to build live content, to build their communities. More companies want to have community managers that can speak to broadcasters, streamers, and content creators in a different way. I think that many of you who are seeking out these skills are kind of already putting a foot forward that gives you an advantage over a lot of other individuals, and that is definitely something to think about.
I just want to make it a point, too, that if you do want to do this, let it be known. Contact people. Send them reels. Show them that you want to do it. A lot of the time, a lot of people will be like, man, I wish I could do this. And then that's all it goes to. Like,
Yep.
make an effort. Show that you want to do it. Send, like, anyone that you can contact, send them a reel.
So I'm going to just take a guess that everyone in this room is motivated. And if you also are probably watching, you're motivated. So congratulations, like, you've taken the first step and you've kind of grasped the first tool. Let's talk a little bit about Mind. And again, a lot of this stuff might seem really basic, like, okay, yeah, this is all common sense, guys. Why are you talking about it? But again, thinking about this and reflecting on it is really important. So first and foremost, confidence is crucial. It is so apparent up there, you know, when you aren't confident, or maybe when your guest is not 100% confident. And that is something that's up to you as a host to not only be like projecting this confidence, but also be giving your guest or your other co-hosts the same confidence. And trust me, like, if you bring that confidence, it will rub off real fast. You'll start to see your guests get more comfortable, be more open, and that means you're going to get, you know, better interview, a better discussion out of that.
I just went to Disneyland with my little toddler nephews, and I saw, you know, that when a 2-year-old falls over and then they look at their mom to be like, are you scared? Are you mad? And
Should I
then,
cry?
yeah, and then if mom is like, then they start crying. That's how the audience is, right? If you look like you're scared and you're not going to take care of them, then the audience is going to freak out and they're going to be scared.
Right.
And so you got
That's
to,
great.
if you don't feel confident, fake it.
Yes.
Just pretend.
I want to also add to be confident on and off screen. If shit's going down, I'm sure everyone's aware of it, the production, the people that are running the show, but showing that you're confident and willing to work with them will last with them
Great point.
forever.
Yeah, Kelly brings up a great point. It's not only confidence on the you know, in front of the camera, but it is confident with the production team that you're working with, and we'll talk a lot about that a little bit later. But the audience needs to feel like you'll take care of them, just like Anna said. When they fall over, don't show that they want to cry. This is something Kelly will probably talk about a little bit, but there is no such thing as being overprepared.
No
But
such
man,
thing.
is there such a thing as being underprepared. Being overprepared will only make you feel great that you put a lot more work into something that you needed to. And that's never a bad thing. In fact, that's a great quality to have, I think. So just keep that in mind, is that if you're just like, oh, I could probably back up. Nope. There's literally no such thing as being overprepared. The more that you can be ready for something, the better off you're going to be. Ego is your enemy. And, you know, if there's something to talk about early on, especially as you know, some of you are kind of in various aspects of like where you want to be with hosting, or where you hope to be. And one thing to keep in mind is to keep that ego in check. And I'll tell you what, it's not easy, right? Because other folks as well, like, I mean, how do I go with this? Worked in esports for a lot of time. I'm going to be totally blunt and honest with you guys. Like, there's a lot of egos in esports. And I, you know, frankly, I try to kind of like stay out of that game because I don't think it's good for business. I think that for me, I would like to say that the best thing you could be as a host is you can be the diplomat. And a lot of people will be like, you're being safe being the diplomat, But let me tell you, from an opportunity perspective, it is the way to go. But ego will always be your enemy, and getting involved in ego checks, and I'm sure even as Twitch broadcasters, maybe you've experienced this a little bit. Hopefully you won't have to as a host. But just like keep it in mind. You do a great job, you pat yourself on the back, but you then set your goals for like what is next. And you don't just be satisfied with what you got and just let that fuel you. Just keep it in mind.
I want to say too that this is not us being like, ego's bad, so let's all be good people and not have egos. That's not what this is about. Ego will get in the way of the things you want. Like, I selfishly do not want my ego to get in the way. This is about me. It's not about being altruistic, right? Because when I have problems with feeling like, oh gosh, they might not be liking me, or I need them to think that I'm perfect, or all of those things, they get in the way of me learning and improving. They get in the way of me connecting with other people on a level that they feel connected to. They get in the way of me enjoying my job, so I get more burnt out. So recognize we all have egos. That's a normal human thing to have, but we have to learn how to kind of take that and say, okay, you go sit over there for a second, and now this is me learning and benefiting without my ego getting in the way.
Yeah. The other thing, just kind of from a different perspective on ego, is that, like, imagine this. You do this event. It's got television-esque production. They are taking care of you like nobody's business. And you have, like, the greatest and easiest job ever, right? Then your next one might be a smaller production where not everything goes right. And, like, that's another place to keep your ego in check, right? Like, the best host or interviewer or whatever commentator you can be is the one that can be flexible. That can be like, yep, I can do this television stuff where everything's laid out for me and it's all picture perfect and it's point to point. Or I can also be over here where, hey, if things go a little crazy, that's cool. I've got it under control. I can work with production. Like, that's another aspect to just keep in mind. And finally, for this slide, energy is your currency. This is, and we're going to go a little bit more into it in the next one, but, like, this is so important overall, right? Like, energy is how you are going to communicate with the audience, how you're going to communicate with your guests. And if you use it all up in that first hour and you don't have any left in hours, 2 through 7, that can be a bad time for you. Could be a bad time for the audience, production, overall. Kelly, you look like
I've had like production be concerned about me because I thought I wasn't well when I'm off camera, but I go into like a comatose state on purpose to conserve my energy. Like, as long as if it's off camera, it's kind of okay to be to yourself and be like, as long as if you're ready to like jump up as soon as they need you. But like,
yes,
if you catch me behind stage, I almost look like I'm like asleep. But I am conserving that energy because a 7-hour day can easily turn into a 12-hour day.
Oh yeah. And we're talking about physical energy, but we're also talking about mental and emotional and social energy as well. And I think for me, one of the best things I've learned in recent years is being able to communicate about my emotional and social energy needs, where if I'm backstage and someone constantly wants to talk to me or constantly wants something from me or wants to practice something with me, being able to say, hey, you know what, I need to save a little energy to do my job. I need to kind of just be alone for 10 minutes. And so can you just let me sit over here like a weirdo and be alone, has been a really valuable tool for me, because otherwise I do get to a point where there's so much swimming around in my head that I'm unable to utilize the skills that I have.
And help each other as well, right? Help identify other people's energy and where they're at. Like our team specifically, there's a guy back there, his name is James. There was a PAX event where this guy was literally like, he would have been on the ground not breathing before he stopped doing his job. And we had to go like, James, it's time to like give up the reins to someone else and just go take care of yourself. But like, that's important, right? Because if you have that motivation we talked about, you will be like James and you'll be like, nope, show must go on, let's do it. Sometimes you just have to say, I need to take a back seat, I need this time, and don't feel afraid to do that.
I know you said to keep your ego in check too, but there are times where if something obviously is going wrong, don't be afraid to like voice your concerns, as long as if you do it in a constructive way. A lot of the time, if there is like a lot of things going on with production, they know something's wrong, but they will sometimes just not even realize that you are alive or existing because they're trying to put out a million other fires. Voice your concerns. Hopefully they have a stage manager or someone that handles you. Let it be known. It's okay for there to be a problem as long as if you're willing to work on it. Don't just complain.
And I'm talking about taking breaks, and we're talking about stepping back because that's a lot of our personalities. But also that can go the opposite way too. If getting you energy means you need like a stage manager to be like, hey, can you just like jump up and down with me for a minute, or like, can we have a conversation so I can warm up my voice? Those work too. This is just from our perspective.
So continuing on with mind a little bit. Your body feeds your mind, obviously, so the rest we were talking about, feeding yourself, drinking water. I know it seems really obvious, but like as someone who's been doing it for 15 years, I'm still reminded all the time, like, hey, stop drinking those Red Bulls and drink a water every once in a while. And thank you to those people who say that to me, because it saves me, right? And just, you know, I'd rather you be more aware than I am now. Realistic expectations lead to solid gains, right? Like, and I think most everyone here probably is very much aware of this, but like, don't set your expectation that you want to, right? Like in 6 months you want to be hosting a show on Fox, right? I think that's pretty self-explanatory, right? It's okay to take these steps to make it to where you want to be, and just setting the goals in the first place is a great thing to start working towards.
And that can even be on a smaller scale too, that if you have that show on Fox, or you are hosting a small tournament in your hometown, either one, having realistic expectations about how you want to perform at that event. I think that sometimes we walk in saying, I'm going to do everything perfect, and they're going to hire me back immediately at the end of the show, and all of these things that maybe set the bar beyond what we need. Whereas instead, we should be focusing on, oh, I did 3 interviews that I felt amazing about, and I made 2 mistakes, and that was pretty good. You know,
Right.
setting those kind of realistic expectations for ourselves as humans is important for making sure that we make real steps forward.
Right. So this one is one of my favorites, because I think one of the most common questions that probably every host as well gets asked is like, how do I get started? You know, like what do I do?
Or how to get to the next level.
Or right. Or how do I get to the next level? And, you know, I mean, the success is up to you. It seems like such a simple statement, but in practice, it is so important. And I want to personally share a story about a company called MLG. And back in 2009, they got into what are you snickering about over there?
They're snickering about
They
MLG.
got into StarCraft 2. And at the time, I was like really into StarCraft 2. I had been commentating various esports for like almost about 10 years at that point. So I was like, I have the utmost confidence that I could go to MLG and I could do the best job that they could possibly ask for as a commentator in StarCraft 2. And an event went by. I didn't get hired. Didn't feel good, but you know, I was like, well, there's a couple things I can do. I can just sort of wait for an email to come to get hired, or I can just take this into my own hands. And so I reached out to him. I said, listen, I just want to pay my way to come out, put me on the desk, and I guarantee you that you'll be happy with what you get. And they said, great, because most people aren't going to say no to something like that. And at least, obviously, I wasn't like just some guy, like I was sending him reels and giving him examples, etc. And that landed me like almost a 3-year sort of ongoing contract with them. And I don't know that enough people just talk about that like that's okay, right? Or not necessarily saying like, hey, just go out and do everything for free. But like, if you think that can unlock an opportunity, or if there's something that you just want so bad, then try to go for it, right? Like the worst they could have said is like, nah. And I probably would have tried to go as a guest and try to get on anyway, right? Like there is something to that persistence, but a lot of times people think like their success is in a lot of other people's hands, and in some cases it is. There's elements that you just like you can't take out of other people's hands, but there's so much that you can control that you may not realize you can, and I can't sort of impart that wisdom enough.
I think there's kind of this myth of like getting discovered that we get fed somehow, where we think we're going to be walking in a mall someday and someone's going to be like, you're perfect, I need you for this thing, and then that's how you get hired. I've never seen that actually happen.
Actually, no.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. No, I think that not waiting for your big break is a really, really important lesson to learn, and not waiting for someone to hand you what you want, not waiting for someone to open the gate for you, but instead, like Marcus said, figuring out how to slam the gate down, or instead of going through that gate, going through across the fence over there. You know, thinking about ways to make your own success and kind of do what you love without anybody's permission.
You definitely won't be working the gigs that you want to work right away. Like, and I, when I first started as a freelancer, followed the rule of just never say no. I have done every kind of show and event that you could think of, from good to bad, and every single event I've done has been a learning experience, and it can be a learning experience for all of you. This is all building. Anything that like happens at these events, you can just take from it.
Yeah, don't say no. That's good.
I
like
don't.
that. Also, expect ebb and flow. What does that mean? It means that when it comes to events, when it comes to conventions, when it comes to esports events, it's seasonal in a way, right? Like, you'll have 4 events in a month, and then there'll be a break of a month and a half. So just be aware that, like, that is there. I mean, you're probably most familiar with this as streamers as well, right? Because there's absolutely an ebb and flow to streaming, and when you take breaks, and or when you go to conventions as well. Same thing can be for this work. Like, if you're not working or doing something like this like every other month, like, don't feel bad about that. Maybe identify where you could hit pockets where you know there's going to be downtime.
Yeah, I think pockets. This is one of the areas for me that was one of the hardest to, when we're talking about tools of the mind. This is one of the hardest things for me to get over, because I would go on this big, peak where I was doing a whole bunch of events, and suddenly there would be a valley where I have no events planned, and it's been 2 months, and I'm not working, and I'm starting to think my career is over. I did something wrong at the last event. No one wants to hire me. I'm never going to get hired again. I should change my career path. Just the total freak out. But then learning how to see those peaks as the moments before, or see the valleys as the moments before the peaks, learning how to see those as necessary parts of my job and take advantage of them as rest and as times when I could practice. That's been one of the hardest and most valuable things that I've learned.
I'm just reiterating that. In March, I was gone for like 23 out of the 30 days, and then April, I did nothing. I sat at home and played video games all day. So, like, I've been doing this for 5 years, and that still happens to me. If it happens to you, do not feel bad.
Yeah, don't let it affect your work, what you do, your passion, your motivation, etc. Comparison doesn't help, but genuinely supporting others does, right? Like, every one of you probably has a different skill set and different levels of skill set, and that's okay, right? We can work together, and it's one of the reasons why working with other people is so great, because they might excel in an area where you don't, and there's, and you might excel in an area where they need to improve on. I think I just said the same thing twice, but you don't understand what I'm saying.
I'm just super excited. Like, I've always loved Zeke's improbability, and when we talked about this event, I was like, I want to be in that segment. I want to work it. Like, I don't want to watch it. I want to be a part of it. Learn from like what the benefits are, and definitely take anything you can from anyone. Everyone's hosting ability is different. No one's the best. Everyone just does really well at something that they do, and you can learn from any of it, even if it's someone that you hate working with. And I've worked with a lot of challenging people. They almost always offer something, though, that you can learn from.
Yep.
I think the subtext under comparison doesn't help as well, is this thought of when you are working with a lot of people who want to host, and there's only a few jobs out there, perceptibly, you perceive that there are only a few jobs out there, it can be easy to kind of feel like you're in competition with all of the people that you could be learning from and working with. And I don't think there's any way to get over that other than just experiencing for yourself that that's not necessary. But I will say, from as many years as I've been doing this, that instead of feeling sad when someone gets a job that I wanted, instead congratulating them and then watching and learning from them has made me so much happier and made me such a better host. So I think that I don't know how I can just say do that, but but try to not let yourself get bogged down in that comparison with other people.
Last but not least, for mine, perfection is literally unattainable, right? Focus on growth, not being perfect. In fact, I personally feel like imperfections is charm in a lot of ways.
It's
and
genuine.
Again, like I would say maybe a lot worse or bad about a mistake if, say, it's in front of a live audience of 50,000 people, that's different. But like, keep in mind too, a lot of the audiences, especially in the online world that we deal with, they're generally like, ha, you know, we'd flub that one for sure. And then they're okay to laugh at, you know, together with that sort of thing. So we're never going to be perfect. It's actually probably worse for your mind to try to strive for perfection rather than here's my milestones for growth. I want to hit those instead. So that's motivation, and mine. Talk about probably one of the most obvious things, which would be voice. And one thing I want to say is, as a disclaimer, your voice is your brand, right? So you are actually the expert. What you've already done up to this point has already it's worked for you, right, in some way, shape, or form. So we might suggest a few things, but if your brand building has been like the exact opposite of what we suggest, that's cool too, because your voice is literally your brand. So taking care of your instrument, which I don't think anyone can argue with this stuff. Breathing from the diaphragm. Anna could probably talk for an hour on this. I'll give you like 30 seconds to a minute.
30 seconds is go on YouTube, Google how to breathe from the diaphragm, and then practice that. Because breathing from the diaphragm is not taking a deep breath and then speaking. That's not what it is. It's specifically using your breath in a different way that's lower, that allows you to use your voice in a way that's less strenuous and more powerful. End of 30 seconds.
Do you have anything to
No,
add
that
to
sounds
the
right.
diaphragm? It's really important. Vocal rest is necessary, not only for each job, but this is super important for your career, right? I'll talk a little bit more about this later, but like, keep in mind that like vocal damage is actually a real thing, and if you can't use your voice, then you know that's a tough spot to be in. So we're going to talk a little bit more about this and some specifics on it, but it's always necessary, and we'll talk more about that and why. So be aware of your intake, right? This is where I kind of want to bring it all together. As someone who smoked for 16 years, I did not take very good care of my voice. I would come back from every event, I would come back from every convention, and I wouldn't be able to talk for 2 days. Not only was that really bad for like things like, oh, I can't host the show this week because I went too hard over the weekend. But you know, like if I would have gotten a call like, hey, the most important job of your lifetime is here, and they need you tomorrow, and it's like, oh, I can't do it. Sorry, you know, like worst position you could possibly be in. So, you know, drinking water and not too much sugar, caffeine, alcohol, any acidic things is super important. And did you know that, especially for your pipes, cold water is actually the worst for you? You want to stick to lukewarm, and you want to stick to room temperature. That's obviously why
Honey and tea if you
honey
can.
and tea, yeah, and lemon is really important. So, and don't be afraid, as Anna mentioned, don't be afraid to ask, like, for what you need. You're starting to feel a little tickle in your throat, ask for a cough drop, for real. Just don't be like, it'll get better, I'll get one later. Just ask for it. Typically, there'll be someone there on the production that is going to be there to help you out, or, you know, someone, you know, if you're working with us, you better be asking, right? In fact, we'll be angry if you don't ask. But then the other thing to go back to, and I'd love for you guys to chime in because it's probably one of the hardest pills to swallow, is especially for like conventions. A lot of you guys I know have already done work at conventions. What's one of the greatest things to do at conventions?
After party.
After parties, social gatherings, etc. I mean, I've been doing this for 15 years, and it's still one of the reasons why I love to go to the events that I go to. But can't stress enough, you have to know when to turn your off switch off. And like, as someone who has also been kind of like on the boss of a lot of these productions, I'll give you a second chance, but I will never forget. And like, it's just something, you know, something to keep in mind. I want you to have fun. I want you to experience the industry and the world that is all there, but I also want you to get hired again. I want you to not make the mistake that many folks do, which is like, I went out, got totally wasted, and then like couldn't work the next day.
Some people can do it though. I've seen people go party and
Don't
like
try to be that
I just,
person.
No, but know yourself. What I want to say is know yourself. Know what your
yourself.
weaknesses are. And if
Kelly's
you
totally
party
right.
out and everything till 2 a.m. and you can wake up at 8 a.m. and make that 8:30 call time, then go for it, man. But just be aware of who you are and what you need.
Exactly.
Be strategic about it, because I understand that going to an after party actually sometimes has business implications, right? You want to go and you want to network with people, but think about strategies that can help you. Like, one of my favorites is I get one drink of water, I chug it, then I have an empty glass, and I walk around. I'm like, oh my gosh, so good to see you. I'm just going to get a refill. I'm so glad we got to connect. I touched your shoulder, and we've had a connection now. And then I go and I do that all around the room, and then I leave. And then I get to see everybody, but I am not straining my voice. That's one of my favorite techniques. I'm sorry if I do that to you.
You're giving like
I
the
always
underground
knew there
tips
was
away.
Something weird. Yeah, I know all your strats
But
now.
that's the thing is, right, I know myself. I know that I actually am still recovering from an injury where I spent too long at an after party and I drank margaritas and I talked too loud, and my voice has been in pain and hard to use for months now. And I have an instrument in here. I have to take care of it. And so if it means I have to try and make people feel comfortable in a way that is a little bit less genuine, I hope it's genuine. I don't know. I really am going to get another drink.
It's a very Anna way.
I don't know.
That's
my technique. I'm just giving you the strats.
Are you in preparation? Are you talking about anything specific to this in your?
Oh,
session,
yeah, I
Anna?
totally have
Great.
that in there,
Okay,
too.
Great. So more from Kelly on that later. So your sound, and admittedly, like I said, I will get up there and get to those damaging decibel levels and whatnot. But it is important though. Let them hear it, right? There's nothing worse than just to be in like what? Yeah, exactly, right? So let them hear it, right? Project, get it out there. That is your sound, but avoid vocal burn as well.
Vocal burn, if you've never heard that term before, it's when you're talking in here and your voice has this kind of quality where it's back in your throat. That's vocal burn. It's really damaging to your voice. It doesn't sound nice, and it's hard to hear.
Yeah, and you can actually put yourself into vocal burn by just pushing your voice too far, and then you're kind of like forcing it out, and that's even worse. It's just like it's kind of like
it's a very
reopening
LA
wound
thing too.
over-
It's very
yeah.
easy to slip into when you're in LA and you just talk like this a lot. It's really hard to avoid sometimes. So just be aware of it.
I've noticed that in Andrew actually. Remember that your sound is your own. And I feel like I can speak really good to this because I'm super nasally. Like, there are people that just fucking hate my voice. They hate it. They're like, who is it that's grating on it? Like, right? And I'm okay with that, right? Because this is the voice that I was given. Thanks, Mom and Dad. And I'm okay with that. Like, embrace it. There was a moment where I'm like, man, I wish my voice was deeper. I wish I could like do this. I wish I could like blow up there. It's like, but my voice does what it needs to do, and I'm cool with that. And like, you know, the haters, man, they love to get on Twitter and be like, man, your voice, it's like a cat getting run over while being encased in cement, and then a guy kicking it while also punching a puppy. And I'm like, cool, thanks for the feedback. I'll just keep. Anyway, it's your own sound, right? Maybe it's your cadence. Maybe it's your voice. Maybe you're nasally like me. That's okay. There's a reason why you're all here. There's a reason why you're doing what you're doing. And just embrace that and don't try to be anything else.
I have like ADHD, have my entire life, like actual ADHD. I talk really quickly and can ramble a bunch. And a lot of the times when I used to do patch notes, I would get really excited and I wouldn't learn what the devs had. And I would be really excited, cheering, like happy like you would as a fan, and everyone thought it was so fake. Everyone thought that I obviously knew what I was like already talking about, and like that excitement in my like the tone of my voice. Everyone like, or not everyone, but a lot of people would come and comment on me saying that it's not genuine. And then when I started to change myself, people were upset. They were wondering why I wasn't happy anymore. Why am I not excited? Why am I not cheering? It's people will just have anything to say about who you are, why you do what you do. Just keep doing it, man. Because not everyone's going to be happy, like you said.
Yeah, and I think that it goes without saying, too, that it's okay to improve and change your sound if you are not happy with your sound. I've certainly made a lot of changes to my vocal tone over the years, and I use a voice that I feel expresses me. So if you feel like you want to edit your tone, don't feel like we're saying, use only what you've got.
Right, of course, of course. Yeah, thank you for reiterating that. I don't want to suggest.
Not all
Don't
of us can
improve
have.
on your sound.
Not all of us can have a Marcus voice.
Thank God not everyone has a Marcus voice, because the cats, they wouldn't be good. So enunciation and speed, another important thing when it comes to voice. Enunciation feels weird, but do it anyway. It helps to communication. It helps in comfort level of your guests. It helps in audience clearly understanding what you're saying. And use your silence intentionally. I'm probably super bad about this. In like coming from a talk show and a radio background, like there was this sort of thing instilled in me that's like, sure, there's such thing as dramatic pauses, but like on the radio, that the longer your pause is, the more likely someone is to just like tune out. And so I came from like, and I still have all this terrible programming in my head where it's like, I will want to fill every second of every moment that I possibly can. Be aware. Use your silence intentionally. And as we were kind of putting it together, and I think like every host can relate to this, a lot of times silence can be sort of a dramatic, it can help prove a point. It can help drive something home. So think about how you might use silence or where you might be able to use silence to better yourself.
Silence is power. That's when you can hold an audience in silence. Those are some of the most powerful moments you can have as a host. And they're difficult and they're scary, but learning how to do that is really cool. And using silence in ways to denote that you're changing. For example, we'll talk about throws and intros and outros later. Being able to say, now it's time for the next thing. You know, being able to use those pauses to communicate is really important too.
So as we mentioned before, remember that your sound is your own. And your vocal energy sends different messages. So another thing to really think about, and this is something that's super easy to practice anytime you just take a phrase and then you can do exactly this. Excitement. So, for example, if I take the sort of the line like "Welcome to Twitch Weekly," the show where we talk about Twitch. If I'm going to be excited, I'm going to probably have a higher pitch, maybe a little faster pace. It'd be like, "Welcome to Twitch Weekly, the show where we talk about Twitch." And then there is intensity. That might be a lower pitch with more pauses, right? If you almost imagine a golf-esque, like, and now he's walking up to the 9th tee. But I would say, like, not quite that sort of pause-wise. So it could be like, welcome to Twitch Weekly. I don't know what happened. I'm just going to redo this. I think I hit a button on the thing that I wasn't supposed to. Welcome to Twitch Weekly, the show where we talk about Twitch, right? Slowing it down a little bit, a little more pause in the cadence. And then warmth, emphasizing certain words to bring warmth. Welcome to Twitch Weekly, the show where we talk about Twitch. That sends a different message. I just connected with the audience by emphasizing on a 2-letter word. And it's amazing how if you just take something, maybe you have a show, and you want to like write out your intro, and then you can sort of see the different ways that you're presenting it, and then maybe change that to better fit what you're trying to do. Something to always think about, and it is important because you can take that same line, read it 5 or 6 different times, and have different meaning behind all of it. So your words are really important when it comes to that. And in that context, just make sure that you're utilizing that vocal variety. Anything on sort of the enunciation and specifically like the vocal energy that?
This is also just kind of like an esports, or I guess not even esports, but if you're dealing with anyone that has foreign names, ask them how to pronounce their name beforehand. It's always the worst situation when you get up there and then you're like, oh no. Like it's always just communicate with the people that you're talking to beforehand. It usually helps with any kind of enunciation or games. I used to work on a game that was based off of mythological gods, and they all have different pronunciations depending on where you're from.
I would add, this goes for energy in general, but also specifically for voice. The camera and the mic will take away 10% from you. They'll take away 10% energy. They will take away 10% understandability. And even if you feel like you're at 100%, I am at my top energy and I'm speaking so clearly, add 10% on top of that, because I remember a specific time at San Diego Comic-Con when I was doing reporting and I was like, I am giving everything I have. And my director's like, come on, Anna, I need more energy from you. It's like, it's always going to feel like you're giving way more and going over the top than the camera and the mic are going to read.
So really quickly, because again, I think this is something that everyone's familiar with. Negative pause, filler, crutch words, literally, we all kind of do it. We all have them. But also thinking about laughter. When is it appropriate? How sometimes we can use laughter to kind of like fall back on. And again, being aware is just as important. You can also, again, listen back and kind of really identify these things as you review, and we'll talk more about that. Overuse of affirmatives. I also do this a lot. right? Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Totally,
Totally.
awesome.
Mhm. Yeah.
Right? And
Great.
it's sometimes it's good to use affirmatives to be like, hey, I'm engaged in this, right? But if it is literally just awesome, awesome, awesome,
Totally.
right?
Totally. Yeah. Mhm.
Then it seems like you're actually being sort of you're not genuine anymore, and you're just kind of like waiting for the next thing to happen.
If you're not solo hosting, I always find it, this is maybe a preference, but I like a conversation more than I like interviewing. I think it's better if you're conversing with a
Exactly.
developer and it goes just the flow of the conversation. It's almost like you're not even asking questions, you're just talking about the game. There's a lot of, it's very obvious when you ask a question, you listen to what they're saying, and then in your head you're thinking, okay, what's my next question? What's it going to be? You're not actually listening to what they're saying. Listen to what they're saying. If you don't hit the questions that you wanted to, it almost always is better to have a conversation with a dev instead.
Right. And then also know your audience. And again, this is, I think, a pretty straightforward one, but think about it. In everything you do, maybe different types of events want different things out of you. Where are they? How are they watching? Are you on a stage in front of 25,000 live people? Is it no one in the audience, but everyone is online? Those are all going to need different things from you. And so keep that in mind with everything that you're going to be doing, whether that is like, hey, I'm just doing some like sort of local stuff at the booth, or there is a live stream involved, or this is on television. All of them have factors that play into them. And what do they want, right? Probably they all want to be entertained. Probably they want to be educated or informed, but you should, you know, at least keep that in check when you're doing whatever you're doing to prepare for your next gig. How do you want them to feel? Is this a moment like PJ Salton where we want you to feel excited and entertained and we want you to laugh? Or is it something like Twitch Yearly where we want you to reflect and we want you to feel like a part of what's being presented? That's, again, something to think about. And finally, what can you communicate to the stage on their behalf? Right, like one of my favorite things to do is to have a developer up there and be sort of in the know with what people are like asking. So it can be like, hey, I know Twitch chat is going to want me to ask this question, but you mentioned in this last update you were going to add farming. Like, did you add farming? And they're like, yeah, we did add farming. Awesome. And that suddenly the chat's like, yeah, we were asking that. Like, good. And that gives some reinforcement and it makes you look awesome as a host. So we need to kind of. I'm going to speed up just a tad here. So we want to get through really quickly body. This is our fourth host tool. Your nonverbal communication, it's just as important as what you say, how you move your arms, how you're positioned in the camera, how you talk with the other hosts. This communicates both positive and negative sentiment depending on what you're doing. Staying open to the camera. Anna's awesome at this. I have really crappy posture, so I'll do all sorts of like weird open things. But generally, you just don't want to like look awkward, right? I would never want to do a full turn. You look great.
Exactly.
You're open to the
This
camera,
is like a
right?
really simple thing, but it's really hard to remember, especially if you're doing interviews. My natural inclination is to talk to Marcus like this. I should be talking to Marcus like this.
Right.
It's just.
The chair actually just keeps rotating.
Yeah.
And that's something that you will deal with, right? On different shows, different events. Posture and walking. So be aware. The way you move and hold yourself, it also communicates. We talked about confidence earlier. You can come out with, swagger, or you can kind of come off like slouching or not really excited to be there. Like that is communicating the moment that ends up happening.
I want to add something that's just real quickly.
Yeah.
Be aware of how you look even when you think you're off camera. I thought I was off camera for the Rocket League Championships finals, and I was really happy and upset, and I have this weird that like is on, like I walk right in front of the camera, and that's what everyone posts to me from Rocket League. So just even if you think you're off camera, guys, just keep that face
And
going.
know where you can be where you're not on camera. Right, because obviously you're going to want that. I just need to make sure that I'm in like the clear zone. So know where you can go, and you can do that as well. And use your posture intentionally, which maybe it is you want to make a point, or you want to add drama to something. Maybe I would like lean in to get more personal, or to create a connection with who you're talking with, etc. Maybe like lean back to create tension or drama. Like these are all very subtle things, but they come through as forms of communication when you're up on stage. Also with body. So unconscious motions and some of the common pitfalls. Things like keeping your mark, right? Where it might be like, here's your tee, you need to stand there. We got Sully, who has been helping us out. We had this hilarious thing where, like, for whatever reason at E3, I kept on, like, drifting to the right. So they were like, you're going to stand on the left now. And then I was just being, like, a pain in the ass. So I was like, no, I kind of want to sit over here so I can, like, make sure I'm not doing it. And it's something like keep aware, keep your mark, because you'll make production mad.
This is another place where communication science really comes in, because we learn social norms of, like, when I'm actually standing and talking to someone, this is probably about a comfortable distance. When you're hosting something, you are going to be at an uncomfortable distance, and you have to get used to that, and you have to force other people to get used to it and not let them run away from you.
Don't rock. Don't do this or that, or, you know, that's obvious.
We all do it.
Or anything over and over, which is like, maybe it's just like always some like, it's like that. And then, you know, something like that. Keep that in mind. Be aware of it.
First question.
Yes.
Yay!
So the question was, if you didn't hear it, you know, he feels like you've never seen anyone cough or have the sniffles or whatever. So there's a couple different ways, and I think Adam might talk about it a little bit, but in a lot of cases, a cough box is going to be, have you ever heard of cough box before? It typically hooks up to a microphone, and then it's literally like an oh shit button you press if you're about to like, So, right, the interesting thing is like, well, what if I'm at a tournament where there's not a cough box or something like that? You know, again, you could think of it in two different ways. Oh, my God, I need to cough really bad now, right? How could this go down? I could just be like, well, I don't want to break my posture or anything, so I'm going to cough into the mic. Nah. You know what's better is to, like, it's okay if you need to lean kind of off to the side. You need to move your mic boom up. You need to even take your headset off to then, you know, to then cough. But I would say that it's more important to not disrupt the stream. So in some cases, you will be given the tools and equipment, and that's a lot of times what's happening. It's like, yeah, you don't, because everyone's just hitting that button, which is like the super mute. And then, you know, like, and that's probably what you're, like, never hearing. If you don't have that, you know, just know, like, when you're sitting down there, like, okay, what is my plan B here if I need to, like, cough, if I am sniffly, if that day I've got a runny nose or whatever. It's a great question, and it's just like, what I would say is when you sit down for that first time at that desk, know what your plan is, right?
I would add, I'm not usually at a desk, and I have to do a lot of preemptive. I have pretty bad allergies, and I work a lot in smoke machines, so my eyes will run and my nose will run a lot, and that will cause me to cough and have a sore throat. So preemptively, I always bring allergy meds with me. I have a lot of, like, elixirs. I'll make a apple cider vinegar and honey warm water mix, which sounds disgusting, but it fixes anything that's wrong with your voice. A lot of these kind of, like, preemptive substance intakes for me is what does it. And also, when my nose and eyes are running, I just always have a tissue on me even when I'm hosting, and I'll just try to daintily dab even during an interview.
Keep it something like in your pocket. No, I'm serious. Even cough drops. I've been able to find a way to hold a cough drop in my mouth and still be able to commentate and host. All right, like find what works for you, man. I've had the issue where during a recording I had to cough and I did not have a cough box and we had to redo the whole take. So it's a bad situation you don't want to be in because something so small and silly can reset everyone 30 minutes.
Yeah, we're humans.
So be aware of your hand language. We could probably spend a whole day just talking about this, but again, like we want to raise awareness. And if you find yourself even today, like when you look through your footage, like I'm doing all this crazy like foot kicking into the like we can start to see that and identify.
That's
it.
what I do.
We are over time, so I'm gonna go a little bit.
This one's really important though. I want to. Hand language I think is something that's really important for working with multiple hosts, and we'll probably talk about that with interviewing. But it's not just about not doing something weird with your hands. It's also about using your hands to speak to your other hosts when they are speaking. You'll probably see me do this with Marcus a lot because both of us could fill hours and hours talking, and if the other one wants to interject, I'll kind of raise a hand like this or use my hands in ways that are not distracting to other people but that have specific communications to Marcus. So think about how you're using your hands intentionally too.
Great point. So the art of hype, using all of your tools. this whole seminar is kind of boiled down to learning to hype appropriately, and I think I take it back to context of what Kelly said, where like there's totally a difference between passion and hype. Like someone might be hired just to be that individual comes out before the crowd to announce the teams and it's TSM, and that might be one thing. When we think about it from like a host perspective, you know, hype is definitely something that you just want to use the right amount of, not too little and not too much, because that is where also, as Kelly said, like people will start to identify like, okay, that seems a little disingenuous, that seems right on. And then also most often you're going to see kind of that hype in intro, but it's also okay to be hype about an outro. If you feel like you just had the greatest interview with a dev or whatever, then that's okay. Like, like Bob, that was so great. Like, I can't believe you brought all this stuff into the stage, or we had a chance to talk about it. Like, that's okay to be hype about that as well. But one thing I just want to like quickly go over is that I guarantee you, let's say we're at PAX, we're up on the main stage, and it's like, welcome to PAX West, it's time for day 2, we're kicking things off, we've got Microsoft up on stage, followed by Ubisoft. Like, that is going to set the tone for the audience much better than, all right, welcome back to PAX, it's day 2 here, on the and right, like, then suddenly it's like, oh, you want my energy level to be here, and not like here, and that, like, you dictate that. So anything about hype, Kelly, that you want to add to that?
I mean, just what I said before, that a hype is different and appropriate for different situations. A fighting game community is not going to have the same hype as a Hearthstone event, right? It's going to just know what your audience is, know what they want, and be willing to be flexible with it.
So as we wrap up this first seminar, we'll shift off here. So watch yourself. It's like, or listen to yourself. I know it's weird. I mean, like, be totally honest with you. How many people here have like spent this month 2 hours watching anything they've made? All right, I'm actually really surprised. That's great. I would not raise my hand, right? But like when I was starting, I would have been like, oh yeah, 10. Right, because that was really important. I felt like it was the only way. I wanted to be so actively involved in what I was doing that I didn't want to necessarily be thinking about where I could be in that exact moment, improving or whatever. So it was really important for me to watch, and like it's the one thing. It's super good. So if you're not already, do more of it, and we'll talk a little bit more about how you can watch and what you can really identify from some of those things. Repeating words. This is like one of my favorite easiest tip, and especially for commentators, this is going to be big for you. If you find yourself having that one word that you can't get away from, you know, that's so beautiful. Like, that was beautiful. His strats are beautiful. His moves are beautiful, right? Like, how do you stop just saying beautiful? So one thing that we would suggest is like just take an index card, write beautiful on it, and then write like 10 other words that you could replace with beautiful. And in like, I guarantee you, in an hour, you will suddenly have like 4 new words that you're just putting in there during that time. And you just take any word that you identify using a lot of, and then you write it down, and your brain becomes really conscious. You're sort of training yourself to be like, I'm identifying a word I use a lot. What are the replacements? And then it becomes second nature. You had a question?
Yeah, about the word you just said, I commentate a lot of Smash Bros, and I kind of got attached to a word I use a lot, sensational, but like I kind of branded it to the point where I only use it in certain situations.
Sure.
And like for me, like the hyper moments.
That is good, and that's okay. Not suggesting, right? Like there's catchphrases. There are certain words that you might use for specific situations, and that's cool. This is really more like the, you know, if I start off every sentence I say with basically, you know, which I hear a lot of commentators do even today, then that's like, how can I eliminate that word? Or how can I eliminate this one, you know, that was intense. How do I add to my thesaurus inside?
And that's oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine.
That's a really good strategy if you do find that you said something over and over that maybe a chat latched onto or something like that. I've seen people kind of claim those words and make them their own brand, which is, I always think, genius.
And if someone points it out to you that you do say basically a bunch at the show, and then you're like, oh no, I got to make sure that I'm paying attention to that word now, it will actually screw up your speech. A lot of the time, just be aware of it, work on it later. But if it's something that you fall back on, it is way worse for you to be like, so, instead of saying basically, if that's what your comfort zone is. And I know you're saying to steer away from it, but I would say work on it after the event.
Exactly, and that's why you should watch and listen to yourself for sure. And so really quickly, so practice speaking through sound. Essentially saying like, hey, if you know you're going to be doing this event, right? I'm doing this charity event for Brawlhalla, and it's 2 days long. Then you can start to say like, hey, welcome to the Brawlhalla charity event brought to you by Tiltify. We're here, you know, like you can start to practice that way before you're even at or going to your event. And it's the sort of thing that it should basically get to the point where you could just like, I could hand you 3 points and then it's like, boom, you are manufacturing sort of like the verbiage that you need to be aware of. And then you know, just do it, right? Just you want to get better in this area? Cool. Practice. Just do it. You want to go pursue this? Cool. Start sending emails. Just do it. You want to like try a different style of interview that you've never done before? Cool. Like do it. The only way you're going to learn to find out, can I do it? What do I need to do to get better? Simple but effective. Last but not least, ask for feedback. People are always happy to tell you what you might be doing right and might be doing wrong, especially your peers, right? If you're working with other hosts, I don't think there's been an event the last 2 years where there hasn't been a discussion like back in the prep room where we're like, hey, how could I like do this? Or how do you prepare your notes, etc.?
It's actually a habit of mine to go up to people and be like, so how am I doing? And almost all of them be like, oh, you're fine. You're okay. Don't ask them how you're doing. Go up to them and be like, what can I be doing better? What can I be doing differently? A lot of the times people are okay with what you're doing, but they won't say anything constructive to make you feel better. Ask them, how can I make this better for you?
Yeah, and following up after the fact is a good way too, because a lot of times people won't want to mess you up while you're on
Right.
stage or something, but following up and saying, hey, I really wanted to do a good job for you and I want to continue to do a good job for you. What can you suggest for me to get better in the future?
So we are a little bit over on time, and we do need to get started. But if there are any questions, we can maybe take 1 or 2. Otherwise, we can write them down now, and we could still do them at the offline Q&A. Kind of like generally leave it up, right?
When I'm doing a lot of hosting stuff where there's no audience, you're in front of the camera, you're online, what's your best practices to know when to look in the camera, what direction to look when you're speaking to a host that's with you that's not there?
That's in the next.
Yeah, I think we're going to talk about that. So good thinking. We'll talk about that later. And I think it's okay if we go over with question time. I'll just shorten up the interview section because I think questions are really important.
Cool.
Yeah.
You're driving that, so that's.
I'll
There's a
shorten it up.
slide
I'll
about
shorten it up.
timing in there, Anna, that I'm recalling. But
I
just
know.
like-
I'm giving you a gimme.
Can you repeat the question
Yeah.
too?
Oh, the question was, when you are hitting those valleys and peaks, but the valleys more so, what do you do to fill your time to make sure that it's the most efficient use of your time? And I think that depends on just what you want to do on your off time. I did gardening, and it felt great. Some people want to start streaming. I know that this is kind of a crappy thing to say, but a lot of people focus on social media and how many followers you have. Work on that. Work on just trying to gain a following. Show that you're constantly active. A lot of developers will look at your social media and see if you are like up to date, if you do have a good, strong following. So be consistent. Don't ever allow a lull in your work to be a lull in your personality.
I think for me, what helps me mentally during the peaks is to reach out for feedback, like we said, because if I'm starting to think, why am I not getting hired, reaching out to the people that have hired me or that might hire me and say, hey, I really want to keep working for you, and just putting that intention out there and then asking for their advice helps me feel better. And then I think producing content, like you said, is a really good use of your time because that's practice. It also has a product that you can put out there that helps build your following. It also is part of what we just talked about with just doing it and getting better and improving. And if you can show people what you've been working on throughout that month, then that's always a really valuable thing. So I think you're on the right track.
I don't have anything to add.
Other questions?
Cool.
Do you think there's you touched on this a little bit, is there such a thing as maybe being too like overly eager or aggressive when trying to pursue an opportunity?
That's a good question. The question is it possible to be too overly eager or aggressive when pursuing an opportunity?
I would say absolutely. But I don't want to say persistence is bad, right? There's difference between being persistent and professional, and I think that's where it's kind of the line, right? Like, I respect persistence professionally. I probably would say I don't have time for I'm going to email you every hour or for the next 10 weeks, because you also have to be respectful of that person's time, what they're working on, the fact that you are potentially one element of maybe a larger thing that they are working on. And so I think it's important to respect that, but at the same time, persistence is absolutely key, right? But again, there's a difference between how you're presenting yourself versus the yo, man, I've been waiting for days. What's going on? We're going to get an answer anytime. There's certainly an art. And that might be another great thing to ask the business panel as well, because you've got some folks who have probably dealt with every side of that spectrum. So
I would think about the method you're using to communicate as well. Think about the asynchronousness of your communication. There's a difference between phoning someone up versus sending them a DM versus sending them an email. What do those things communicate? How personal are you getting with that person, and how much of their personal time versus their professional time are you taking? So I think I would agree with Marcus that I love when people will reach out periodically and say, hey, just so you know, I've been working on these things. I got your feedback. I'm really excited. I hope that I get to work with you at this event. That's great. I think the times when it can feel, I don't know, overly persistent, maybe when it's less intentional and more urgent, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense.
I'd say leave your ego out of it. A lot of the times you'll think why am I not getting this? Why? I'm obviously good enough. Just keep your positivity up, keep that confidence up. Don't ever act like you deserve this spot, I should be the one having it. Just show them that you're eager and show them that you're willing.
Other ones? Cool.
All right. Why don't we take a 5-minute break at 11:20? We'll come back here and we'll kick things off with the interviewing seminar. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So, hope you guys have been enjoying this the workshop. Swedish fish flavored pre-workout. Interesting. Actually, what is up with the new Swedish fish craze? I thought I saw something else about Swedish fish. It's Dairy Queen or something. Somebody's got Swedish fish. I saw a Swedish fish something. It was Dairy Queen, McDonald's, McFlurry, or something. But you want the BCAAs too. Feels bad. Oh man, so I appreciate you guys hanging out for this host and interview workshop. This is pretty much the first time I think Twitch has done something like this. Thanks to Twitch for naming me as an official co-streamer of this event. It's been super fun. Learning a lot of new stuff. And some stuff that I already knew and stuff that I can work on. You've always loved Swedish fish. So everything's coming through, guys. You guys are hearing the stream fine. Audio's good. Video's been good, right? So if you guys have any questions for the Twitch staff that's there, they will be doing a Q&A section. And they will be taking questions from the audience and from the chat. And actually have the program manager's email. Sounds and looks great. Awesome. So I actually do have the email, email address of the program manager who I've been contacting back and forth with. Hence why I'm able to be an official co-streamer. So if you guys have any questions you'd like to ask specifically, if you're looking to get into streaming or hosting or just being comfortable in front of the camera, talking to people, interviewing, shoot me a DM or a whisper, and I will get that question to them. They'll be able to answer it during the Q&A stream, the Q&A portion of the stream. Sounds and looks great. Good. Gaming Cutie, what's going on? What are some of the takeaways? Well, I've been taking some notes myself because you could always get better. I have gone to school for a lot of this. I went to the Atlanta Broadcast Institute. So, let's see. Some of the takeaways I got. Well, you know, a lot of the stuff, like I said, I kind of know, but your nonverbal communication, I think some people forget about that as well. You know, making sure your body speaks volumes just as much as your voice does. You know, making sure you have good posture, speaking from the diaphragm. A lot of that stuff, like, you know, that's always good stuff. Make sure you have the energy, feeding yourself. You know, and like they say, your voice is your instrument. Taking care of your voice. Sometimes you need to just relax, take a step back, especially if you're out doing something. As much as you want to talk to people, maybe socializing, as much as if you're networking at a live event, you know, you do want to rest your voice and your vocal cords. You always want to make sure you're taking care of your voice, because this is your instrument. This is what's going to pay your bills or whatnot, or get you noticed. So you always want to make sure you're taking care of your voice, because it is your instrument, just like a singer or anything like that. You know, this is your money maker, so you want to make sure you take care of it. You know, talk about drinking the tea, staying away from the energy drinks and stuff like that, drinking and just trying to be healthy with the things you put in your body that'll take care of and sustain your voice. Keeping your mark and don't rocking and stuff like that. That's stuff that I'm not totally familiar with just yet, because I haven't done a whole lot of where I've had to sit on a mark. And basically what a mark is where they have it on stage. They'll have a piece of tape or something. They'll have an X. And that's pretty much where you need to be positioned. That's for the cameraman and stagehands and everything else like that. That's your mark. This is where you stand. This is where you stay to be in shot and stuff like that. So I don't have a whole lot of experience with that, because I haven't had to use that type of experience or knowledge, because I haven't done a whole lot of on-camera work, you know, besides the streaming and making videos for YouTube and everything else, but nothing to professional grade where, you know, you have all these different production aspects going on around you where you have to stay, hey, this is your mark, stay there in your mark. So that's always something good to keep in mind. You hope Reaper gets the red death skin. Has that been rumored? You also just got Milos Hippone's book and read 3 chapters. Nice. I don't know who that is, but very cool. Reading's always good. What's that? Like watching yourself too. I do watch myself. Cow paws. But no. Like as far as watching old broadcasts of yourself or videos, clips, I do that a good bit myself, because you're always trying to hone your craft. So I do that a good bit. I try to. I mean, I do like 2 hours like he said, but I do try to watch my archived videos, archive streams, see what I can work on, whether it's me speaking, enunciating. If I'm watching me play Street Fighter, I analyze my own matches, like, oh, I shouldn't have done that there. But as far as this pertains to, is about, you know, making your skills better. You know, speaking in front of the camera, being comfortable, making sure you watch yourself. I do watch myself, but probably not as much as I probably could or should. Repeating words. That's an interesting tip or trick. You know, if you find yourself stumbling upon the same word over and over again to describe something, try to find some synonyms for that. Some synonyms for the word that you may use. I don't think I have that issue. I could be wrong. You guys will have to let me know about that one. I have to watch myself more. I don't know if I have the tendency to repeat the same word over and over again. He trolls. The skin was in the new comic. Oh. You like that one too? What about watching yourself? Yeah, I've been trying to do that ever since my YouTube days. You know, I always watch my uploads or whatnot, kind of critique myself. Of course, I'll be critiquing myself through the editing process, because you get that last look at it before you actually make it live or make it an actual video. It's a lot different, of course, when you're live streaming, because there are no cuts, you know, there's no edits. It's live. You're on the cuff, or off the cuff rather. You're off the cuff, and it's just you're out there and you just go. It's not like YouTube where you make a video, you can edit it and fix it and do retakes. No, the card for repeat words. Oh, okay, yeah, that was a good tip. I like that one. That was a good one. I made sure I wrote that one down. But I don't think I have that issue. I could be wrong. But it's either way, it's a good. You always want to expand your vocabulary anyway. I mean, you always want to learn. Some people have those word-a-day calendars. But that word card idea was really cool. I like that idea. I haven't read the Overwatch comic. Font lie. You know you want yourself because you like your content. I do like my content. If I like it, then I hope you like it. Because if I don't like what I'm making, it's a slim chance that anyone else is going to like it. I have to like what I'm doing first before I can expect someone else to like it. That's just my thought. I try to look at whenever I'm making a video or creating a stream or coming up with a stream beforehand, I have to think, would I like this? If I think I would like it, then I would hope someone else would like it. That's kind of the way I go about it. Put myself in the viewer's shoes. But yeah, thanks again to Twitch for letting me be an official co-streamer of this event. Twitch Studios mentioned me in the tweet, if anybody has Twitter. And actually the main official Twitch account itself retweeted the tweet. So thanks to Twitch Studios and Twitch for the promotion of my channel and giving me this opportunity to be an official co-streamer. It's been freaking awesome sauce. This year overall has been freaking great, dude. And giving Nico treats. You love the stream? What, this one in general, or all of my streams? Not all, most of them. I appreciate that, Shogun, because you've been awesome. You haven't been a follower that long, but you already subbed, and you know you've been a great supporter, and I appreciate that. I do appreciate the support, man. So, you know, the channel's constantly growing and changing. You know, I'm looking to officially start doing. I'm trying to do more of the fitness streams, improving those. You missed a 12-hour. I'm sorry. It should be archived though. Actually, it's gonna be archived in 2 points because the stream dropped at one point. So it'll be 2 separate streams for that 12-hour stream. Oh, I think they're about to come back. All right, guys. I think they're lowering the music, so they might be getting ready to come back. I'll be here with you guys.
Really appreciate you guys working with us. Like we said, we were trying to brain dump on you in this morning, and then we'll be working on all of this practice later. But right now, we're going to get into talking about the art of the interview, something that we all up here feel very passionately about. And we have Zeke here with us. Zeke, in case people don't know you, tell them about your background and your hosting.
Okay. I've been around this streaming thing. Can I mention the old website? Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. I've been around since the Justin.tv days. And I started doing that, and obviously a lot of you know that I'm BFFs with Man vs. Game, and I started doing co-host, or not co-hosting, but casting with him, playing, you know, whatever, co-op or versus games and stuff like that. And then this thing started blowing up, and I went to my first convention, which was PAX South, the first or the second year, maybe first or second year. And I saw you guys up on stage, and I said... Or actually, I saw you before I ever went to PAX South. I saw the E3 before that, and I went, "This is something I can do. This is something I'm good at. I know how to work a microphone. I know how to work a crowd. I know how to do all this kind of stuff. I have an improv background, so I'm good at thinking on my feet, coming up with topics and whatever. So I actually introduced myself to John Carnage actually introduced himself to me because I knew him by name, but I didn't know him by face. So he came up to me. And he was like, Zeke, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, man, what's up? And he's like,
it's a good John Carnage.
You fucking know who I am, man? Come on. And I was like, no. He's like, I'm John Carnage. I went, oh my God, dude, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And, yes, of course I know who you are. And so I talked to him, and then I actually said, hey, can you get me some FaceTime with Wheat? And I said, because I want to do this. And I remember, you probably don't even remember it, but I brought you aside and I said those exact things. I was like, dude, listen. give me a chance. I want to do this. I'm good at it. I will never let you down. I have talent, and I have something to offer that I don't think you have on the stage yet. And he said, all right, tell you what, PAX East coming up, we might give you a shot then. Contacts me, and he goes, all right, you're in for PAX East. Now, I didn't know that I was going to be doing, I thought I was going to be doing 1-2 segments. He's like, no, I was there the whole thing. They just booted me out into the shark-infested water.
We love trial by fire.
Sink or swim. And apparently I swam pretty good, so that's my story.
And why did you want to talk about interviews specifically?
Interviews specifically because I feel like that's a strength for me. It's something that I can do well. I have trouble. That's why I'm here to learn as well. I want to learn about commenting on esports and stuff like that. Stuff I have no idea how to do. I want to learn about that. But something that I feel very strongly that I am talented at is conversing with other people and making the guest feel like a star, or making them feel very comfortable, allowing them to laugh and to goof off a little bit and stuff like that. I feel like I'm a very welcoming person, and my energy lends itself to that.
I would just back that up for Zeke. Some of my favorite segments from Zeke are actually from the Comic-Con events, where it's people who are typically not super used to being on live streams. And if you watch those interviews, you'll kind of see exactly what Zeke is talking about. Let me bring you into my comfort bubble, and then you'll totally like it here and you'll enjoy it. I'll be honest with you, when I first met this guy, I'm like, there's no way he can do that, right? This super intense rabid guy, but you see him on stage and he knows how to match and how to navigate the way into their comfort level. And so it's great to have you on here. Anyway.
Yeah, and also I want to say Kelly and Rachel's interviews are some of the best in the world as well. Rachel's back here, and she should chime in if she has anything to add to this presentation. But also as a reminder, I think Kelly will be back soon. But as a reminder, if you guys want to ask them questions even during this, if you want to get up, walk over, chat with them, totally feel free to do that.
Yeah, we're available this whole time. So if you have anything to ask, come on up.
All right, so let's get into this. We have actually less than half of the time we planned for this particular portion. So I'm going to buzz through pieces of it. And don't worry, we will send you this presentation later if you want to check it over. And also remember, we have plenty of time to chat about this during our workshops later. And you are going to have studio time where you practice a lot of this style of thing. So I want to get into first talking about the purpose of an interview. We have this awesome picture of Rachel in an interview that has become legendary with Lil Wayne on our stage. The purpose of an interview is not simply to fill time. It's not simply to ask questions. The purpose is to help another person express themselves in a way that is interesting, in a way that is comfortable, and in an informative way. So this is just not about the interviewer. It's about the interviewee. It's about somebody else. And that's, I think, what I like about interview is that it's really helping someone else showcase themselves or their message. Also, again, we harken back to what we talked about with being a host, that especially in an interview, you are more a translator than anything. You're kind of trying to figure out what this person wants to say, and you're helping draw it out of them, and you're helping tell this story and guide them through a narrative. You're kind of the messenger between them and the audience. And we use the word to serve a lot here at Twitch. I think that really resonates with me. The reason that I like to be an interviewer is because I like to serve the messages of others and the messages of myself. When I find commonalities in a person that I'm interviewing, I want to help them elevate that message because I believe in that message and because I think that the audience will want to hear those things as well. Anything to add on the purpose of an interview?
I just want to bring attention to the fact that this image is, so I got the pleasure of building this deck, and I'm like, this image is actually super meta in a lot of ways, because we all acknowledge that this is probably the hardest interview that's ever been up on our stage. It is it kind of encompasses everything you would ever need to exercise, from controlling the interview, having a guest who's not familiar with the audience you're broadcasting to.
And a squad of 9 people they brought up with them.
Right. Thinking you're interviewing one person when you're actually interviewing 8. How do you include all of those? And so, to help another person express themselves in the most interesting and informative way possible, this is our sort of poster interview when it comes to this. Is that here is how you can take what looks impossible. And Rachel will tell you the story too, is that this was offered to 4 different hosts, and Rachel was the one that was like, I will do it. And I mean,
No, hey, listen.
And she did a great job.
Yeah.
But she made it look easy and fun,
Exactly.
and it was fantastic. Intros, outros, and throws are some of the most important pieces of what we look for in hosts, and as a result, we wanted to spend a lot of time talking about them. Unfortunately, this is probably the part of the presentation that's going to have to go, so I'm going to buzz through it very quickly.
But during the other workshops this afternoon, we'll be expanding a lot
Right.
more into these areas.
So because some of the people joining us online are not going to be there for the practical portion and the studio portion where we're going to explore that a lot more in depth, I do want to go over it and show it to you. So please do take notes if you need to, if you're watching from home. But we're going to go through this fairly quickly. So in intros, outros, and throws, thinking about the purpose of these, it's not just because that's tradition, it's not just to fill time again. This is how you communicate with your team, which is the other hosts, it's the production staff, it's the audience. When we talk about being a guide and a translator, these are your signposts. It's how you communicate to everyone what's about to happen, what's coming next, and what needs to happen in the production. So, I just said all that, talking to all of those people. Awesome. Let's get into introductions. Now, introductions are the way that you communicate to the audience what the pace and what the feeling and what the energy of this segment is going to be, or this event, or whatever it is. It has special rules because of that. A lot of times when we go into an event that we're hosting, we have a specific tone in mind. We want to stay conversational. We want to stay casual. We want to be ourselves. Those are important things. Intros have special rules on top of those things.
I would add that the way I figure out how to intro a scene or intro a segment and how to proceed with the segment is I take aside the person I'm going to be on stage with, and I ask them. I gauge their interest. I gauge their excitement. I ask them to their face, what would you like this interview to become? What word would you like to get out? And I will try and steer the conversation that way. If someone is very casual, then I will be very casual with them. If someone is like, we need to hit these points, I will write those points down, have a cue card, and make sure that I hit each one of those points, and it'll be a little bit more a little bit more clinical. It'll be step by step by step, rather than like loosey-goosey. Because sometimes loosey-goosey, they love it, like the guys from Devolver. They love loosey-goosey shit. But there's certain people who like, we need to do this, and then this, and then this. We need to hit those points. I gauge it from the person I'm with.
Totally. So when we think about how do we perform a good introduction, this should be rote. When I say rote, it means it should fall out of your mouth easily. It should be something that you could say in your sleep. Exactly. Like Dead Flip just bit. Bleh. That's how an interview should be. Welcome to PAX West Day 2, where we are about to talk to the developers of such and such game, right? It should just fall out of your mouth. It should also not be surprised, self-focused, confused, too chill, or too loud. Meaning it shouldn't be like, hey, yeah, we're on stage at PAX, and
yeah.
I'm the host, and it shouldn't be like that, right? It should be something that you've practiced and you've said a million times over. When we say that this can be rote, that means that an interview an intro can be totally formulaic. It can be perfect even if it's just who, what, where, when, why, done. You can add skill on top of that. You can make it a little more fancy if you've got it. But a good introduction has a welcome. Hey, we're glad you're here. It has a where are we? We are at Twitch HQ. What is this? This is the hosting and interview workshop from Twitch Studios. Who are we? This is Anna, Zeke, and Marcus. What's next? We're about to talk about interviews. Done. Intro checked off. Moving on. Let's talk about outros.
I view an intro, kind of just real quick, I view an intro like a Mad Libs. It's like there are certain points you have to hit, and then put your own words in between those points.
Yes. I'm playing with the clicker. This is, okay.
What is this? Where are we? What's next?
They're
Oh my
outros.
God, what's going on?
Outros. All right. An outro places a bow on the entire thing. It says, we're done. I'm wrapping it up for you. It's a pretty little package. You can keep it forever if you like it. There you go. For performing an outro, you need to respect the momentum of the outro once it starts. What that means is once you're getting ready to end the interview or whatever it is you're doing, don't stop ending it. You've committed. Mostly. There are certain exceptions to this, but just respect the momentum. If you have to change the momentum, do it thoughtfully. Reconnect solidly with the audience, meaning the outro is for them. You've been with them. then you were with this person, you were interviewing them, and now you're with them again, and you'll be with them again soon. That's the outro. An outro can also have a formulaic style to it. It needs to review and put a cap on everything you've discussed. That was an interview with Zeke and Marcus about interview, and it was really fun. You want to thank the people involved. Thank you guys for spending the time with me to do this, and thank all of you for hanging out and watching. Allow the time for any guests to message what they want. Zeke, where can people follow along with your interview adventures?
At Ezekiel_II on Twitter.
That's great. And then say what's next. As soon as we're done with this commercial break, we'll be back with more about outros, right? So giving them a signpost for where you're going next.
I'm super bad at that. I'm super bad. Every once in a while, I remember like, oh, I should check out what's after my segment so I can say stick around for this. I'm bad at that. I'm going to try and get better. But it's a good idea to know what's coming next. So you can say like, hey, we're going to have Pow talking about public masturbation or whatever.
Probably not.
Not that you would ever do that.
Thank you, Zeke. Moving on to throws. I was going to say something else about outros, and then yeah. I can't remember. All right, let's talk about throws. So intros at the beginning, outros at the end. Throws are not that. What's the button that I hit? What do I undo? All right.
There is a button. It's like the emergency.
Okay. Great. Throws. Throws happen in between and everywhere. A throw is a cue. So you're giving that cue to your other co-hosts, you're giving it to the audience, especially you're giving it to production. In performing a throw, you need to use a specific indicative tone, meaning it's not a questioning tone, it's not a bored tone, it's not a conversational chill tone. Now we're ready to do this thing, and I am throwing to it now. End, right? That's my indicative.
Without using the word throw.
Right. This is an example. You got to make your cue clear and then stop. This is specifically coming from our production team. One of their biggest requests is, hey, when you're about to throw to a video, let's say, we're going to play a clip on Twitch Weekly, giving them something to the effect of, yeah, now we're going to watch our top clip of the week. It's going to be super cool. I really love clips, and we're going to show it to you now. So stay tuned, right? When there is the production crew going to initiate the video, they don't know. So it's important to say, it's time to watch our top clip of the week right now. Stare, dead stare, keep staring, don't say anything, keep staring into the camera. That's your job.
They'll figure it out. Trust them to figure it out. Yeah. They're like, oh, now, okay.
Yeah. And allow time for the production or the listener or your crew to know your intention. So another pitfall is if I want to introduce that clip, I'm talking to Zeke, we're chatting, and now time for the clip. Right? Not going to give them enough time.
They love it.
No, don't do that.
Keep them on their toes.
Give them a little spin-up time. And now we're going to take a look at the top clip of the week. Let's do that right now. Right? Gives them a little time to know to push the button.
Can I just really quickly say about throws, like, if you've ever watched television or something and you've, like, you don't see very often, but there's like, oh, there was definitely something that went wrong there. It is typically happening around a throw, right? You have to imagine that, like, one entity here is being communicated and directed by another entity that is production and is going to another person, right? And there is a lot of potential breakdown in all that. So it is important to not only keep your cool, but to, master this art, because if you've seen it on television, you're like, oh man, like someone messed up there, like someone wasn't told that they were on air or whatever, and you just have to kind of know it's your job. This is what you do. You kind of roll with the punches a little bit, but it is the place where if you make mistakes, they're probably the most noticeable. So it's important to be aware.
And this is one of the things I make sure to do before each segment. I'm not 100% on it every time, but I really probably like 90% every segment I do. I speak with the production manager and I say, what do we have? What kind of assets do we have? Do we have B-roll? Do we have our live gameplay? What are we doing? Are we throwing to like a ad for this game or whatever? And they'll tell me, it's like, all right, we're going to come to you, intro you, we're going to go blah, 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 and then you're going to throw to the ad, we're going to come back to you, and then we have B-roll underneath. So I know the order in my head, and they know that I know. So I know exactly the order. We're on the same page. We're syncing up. It's important. Production is so important to communicate with.
And when we talk about throws, we're talking mostly about throwing to pieces of content, talking to production. It's also important when talking to each other. If I want Zeke to answer, who his favorite Care Bear is. I shouldn't just say, yeah, now we're going to talk about another thing. Who's your favorite Care Bear? Right? I should be giving him that same kind of spin-up time. You know, I would
Sunshine
like
Bear.
to learn more about Care Bears, and it's really important to me to know the opinions of my host. So Zeke, if you had to pick a favorite Care, right? So I'm giving him a throw as well.
Well, and also gives me time not to lie, because Sunshine Bear is not my favorite.
All right, so now
It's Lionheart. He's not a Care Bear. He's Care Cousin, though.
I couldn't even name a Care Bear. I'm really impressed. All right, anyways, we're supposed to be moving through this quickly,
Sorry.
so let's go to receiving a throw. We've talked a lot about giving a throw. What about receiving it? If Zeke has thrown to me, you know, now it's time to go over to Anna at the commentator desk, right? I need to comment or react if it's applicable. I shouldn't just launch into what I'm saying. I should say, hey, thanks, Zeke. That was a great segment you just did on Care Bears. I learned a lot, right? Thanks, Zeke, if it's applicable. Thanks. It's been a pleasure working with you today. And take it from there. Very simple. A lot less formulaic, a lot less pieces than an intro. Just, hey, thanks. That was awesome. Now I'm going to tell you about this. All right. That's intros, outros, and throws. I'm going to sign them off. Anything else we want to say about intros, outros, and
Nope,
throws?
that was good.
I just, communication is key. Communicate with your co-host, communicate with production. Whoever's in charge of your liaison between them, make sure you're talking to them at all times.
Any questions on those beyond what we might want to get into in depth later? Okay, cool. So with interview, I think Marcus and I spent the most time preparing to talk about how do you get the best information out of a person in an interview. And as we figured that out, we realized that the best technique for us was going at it backwards. How do you answer an interview question in the best way? Because if we can learn how to answer an interview question in the best way, we can learn how to get someone to answer in the best way, and we can get the best answer out of them. So I'm going to start by giving you guys kind of a breakdown of what we think is what we call our perfect answer. Disclaimer, there's no such thing as a perfect answer. There's no such thing as a perfect anything. But when we talk about the perfect answer, it's kind of an ideal that we strive for and a structure that we use to look for when we ask someone a question. And I'm actually going to draw this out for you because it can be part of a list, but it can also be shown graphically in a way that can really help. And I don't know if you can even, oh, nice. James following me with the camera, so on point. All right.
Did you tell him you were going to move this time?
Well, he set up the whiteboard for me, so
So he
probably
didn't know. Okay.
predicted it.
There was communication.
So these are the pieces, right? The perfect answer has an answer. You'd be surprised how often people forget this. You really do have to actually answer the question. What's your favorite color? I like the ocean. You didn't answer the question. It's blue because I like the ocean, okay? There also needs to be a why. You need to defend or explain why that's your answer. There also should be some sort of connection. I call this an anecdote. You could also call it an example. You could call it a story. It's something that helps you connect and visualize what it is you're talking about. And then finally, a meaning. Usually this is a characteristic, it's a cause, it's a piece of information, it's a concept, it's some underlying theme that the person who's answering the question wants to get across. If this is an interview about yourself, this is usually a quality of yourself. You know, it's really important to me to constantly be growing. So my favorite color is green, answer, because green symbolizes growth. I used to grow plants in my grandma's kitchen window box, and I don't know, this is a bad example, but you get what I'm saying, right? There's a connection between all of these things. So let me show you how we visualize this. The meaning is at the center, because that's really the core of what you're getting at. Any interview question, even if I'm talking to a game developer, I'm talking to someone who made Horizon Zero Dawn. We're interested in the mechanics of the game, we're interested in the protagonist, but really the reason we're interested in this game is because it has meaning to us. We love playing with our friends. It's important to us to have a red-headed protagonist. We like shooting machines. There's some sort of meaning there, right? The answer, the why, and the anecdote can happen in any order. And they can all also happen in any order to the meaning. So, Marcus, ask me any question.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks. Anna, do you like Hamilton? I'm going to see it tomorrow.
Okay, the question is, do I like Hamilton? I'm going to pick where I'm going to start. I'm going to start with meaning. Marcus, musicals are so important to me because they connect fine art with stories, and that thrills me. When I was young, my dad and I used to go to musicals and act in musicals together, and it was one of the coolest ways that I connected with him and expressed myself. Hamilton is a musical that I feel like really expresses an important moment in our fine art history. And so, yes, you should absolutely go to Hamilton because it's really good, right? So any way that I go around this, I can get the perfect answer. Why this is important is because as interviewers, we should be looking for each of those aspects. We want to pursue each part of this. So usually when I ask a question, if Marcus asks me, hey, should I go see Hamilton? Yeah. I gave him the answer.
Why?
But he probably wants the why. He probably wants to know not only why, but why do I particularly want him to go to Hamilton, right? Some tools that we can use to get these are some important key phrases. So he told me an answer, but I want to know, tell me more. Tell me more about that. Or is there a story that you can tell me about a time that you did that? Or, you know, why do you say that?
This is so funny because, like, I was writing my notes the past week about things improv has taught me, and those exact things are in my notes right now. It's like, instead of asking a yes or no question, say, tell me more about this. It gives them a chance to expound rather than, like, was it hard to make this game? Tell me how hard it was to make this game.
And thinking about key phrases that, like, what does that mean to you? Why is that important to you? Tell me about a time that you, but what you're really saying is concise answer, right? So think about getting each piece of that answer, and that's going to help you be a really good interviewer. It's also important as you're pursuing each of those things to know the interviewee. If there's someone who's going to get really shy, if there's someone who has a message you know about, you can use that in order to find these perfect answers and help them express themselves. It's also important to have done your research about them and about the topic, because if you don't know a possible meaning and you don't know a possible why, you could be kind of leading them down a path that's going to make you look uneducated. You also want to accommodate for their strengths and weaknesses. So if you know, again, that maybe they're really shy, or you know that they tend to talk a lot, I'm going to ask them an answer. Let's say Marcus talks for 15 minutes every time I ask him a question. I'm going to be really specific with him. I'm going to say, Marcus, do you like cats? And if so, tell me a specific time that your cat was really important to you, right? I'm going to give him guidance. Whereas if the person's really shy, I may give them, do you like cats? Yeah? Awesome. What was one time that you and a cat had a special moment? Give them each piece, right? And that also reminds us that we need to often give encouragement as interviewers. I think that's something you're really good at, Zeke, that a lot of people will come off stage and be like, oh, next time we really want to have Zeke. We feel good about what we said up there. How do you do that?
Well, it's actually like the final thing, my little improv spiel. How do I do that? I honestly I bring joy to the stage. I bring joy to the job. I try and fill myself with as much enjoyment as I possibly can, and try to exude that to anybody I'm around. So whether it's a game that I'm a big fan of, or it's something like, I don't know, NBA 2K, blah, 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 I have to remember that these guys are here to do something, and I'm here to be excited with them and for them. So I will let them know, hey, I am really excited about talking about your game. It comes across, I don't know much about it, but I want to learn. And there are people out there who will appreciate that as well, because not everybody knows about every single game, and sometimes you can turn them on to those games. And I have been turned on to games that I would normally have chucked aside because someone showed me more about them in depth, and I went, wow, this is great. So I'm excited not only to engage them, but to learn, and it comes across.
Absolutely. And I know, Kelly and Rachel, if you have anything to throw in from back there, let us know.
Letting them know what questions you want to ask them. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of times before we hop on the Twitch stage, I'll say, you know, what do you want to cover? Okay, I'm probably going to ask you this, this, and this. This is something I'm really interested in. Can you talk about this? You know, kind of letting everybody know what's coming a little bit ahead of time is good. And then that's something that you're going to evolve on, because some people will fire all their bullets when you're talking to them backstage. You'll bring them out on stage, and they'll be like, we already talked about this. And I'm like, the cameras weren't there. Keep going. So it's a fine line, but it's a helpful skill to kind of let people know what's coming up.
As an opposing view, for esports events, I actually find it better to not ask the players the questions beforehand, because I feel like they always give a genuine answer the first time, and then they try and think about what they said the first time when you actually ask them the question.
Yep.
But for hosting and talking to the devs beforehand, what they want to talk about is definitely important. But for esports, I've actually found that the best answers come from spontaneousness.
Right.
That's really good to know.
I think the last piece here about kind of getting the perfect answer, getting someone to be comfortable, is again, think about how you're non-verbally communicating almost more than about what you're saying with your words in an interview. Because if I'm sitting like this, so what did you want to talk about? That communicates something other than, so what did you want to talk about?
I'm
right?
extremely guilty of close talking. Like I will get up and because I just want to know what they're I want them to know that I am interested and I am ready to listen.
Well, and think about how when you talk to a friend and you want to encourage them to keep speaking, that's how you're speaking to someone you're interviewing, and that can feel weird, right? Because maybe I don't know this person, maybe I have no idea who they are, but on stage we are BFFs.
Hell
we have
yes,
known
we
each
are.
other forever, and I'm so stoked to hear. And really, do you think that that kind of feeling? So
She actually hates me.
not that much.
You could never tell on stage though.
All right. Now, this is getting a little bit into the science, and we've talked a little bit about this, but something that I think I admire in all of these hosts is phrasing. So if you're looking for the perfect answer, we talked about how to get all of the pieces of it, but how to ask those things in a way that will get you the pieces you want. Phrasing, when we talk about that, it's kind of learning how to speak PR. If Zeke, the PR manager for X game, has these certain talking points in mind that they're supposed to say, and then other ones that they're not supposed to say, if I ask him, why didn't you put Bob the Bunny into your game? Everybody wanted Bob the Bunny, and you didn't put it in there. And he's not supposed to talk about Bob the Bunny, that makes us both look super bad, right? But if I phrase it in a way that's, there were lots of characters that many people were looking for in your game, and they were surprised to see some and not others. Do you have anything to tell them? That gives him an opening, right? Why didn't you put Bob Bunny in the game?
Because Bob the Bunny actually, it was a likeness rights thing.
Oh,
there was
yeah.
an actual bunny that sued us.
Right, so phrasing is everything. Don't actually ask about Bob the Bunny directly, maybe. Also, blame sharing is one of my favorites. That sounds more nefarious than it is, but if I want to ask a question that I'm not positive that I know the answer to, I'm not positive that it's going to make them feel comfortable, I want to throw the blame on someone else. Like, we saw in Twitch chat earlier that people were really looking for Bob the Bunny. Do you have anything to say to them? I didn't say it. Twitch chat said it. Right?
Twitter said it.
Yeah. And also, same with esports.
I read somewhere is a good one for me.
With esports, the casters said during the match that they thought you looked a little sluggish today. Is that true? I didn't say it. The casters said it. That helps you kind of look a little more capable if you're worried about making sure that you don't kind of step in it. And then just right. Absolutely, yeah. Rachel was saying that it also brings more people than just you into the conversation. That's a more positive spin than I was putting on it, which is better. And then disclaimers are really helpful as well if you kind of don't want to be on the spot, being able to say, I don't know too much about Bob the Bunny, but I've heard he's a main point of contention on your game. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Or
Absolutely, I'd love to.
Yeah. Or saying, just giving kind of the first thing that comes to my mind when I talk about your game, or it's hard for me to pick a favorite feature, but if I had to think of one right off the bat, giving some disclaimers gives yourself a little walking room. Do you ever use any of those techniques? Phrasing, blame sharing, any of that?
I'm sure I do when I have to like there are times when you have to avoid certain things. Like I've been on stage with someone, and it was a game that was a remake, but they didn't want to mention the first game at all. So and everybody knew it was a remake. So you kind of have to step around. It's like, this is a new IP, right? And they're like, yeah, because it's kind of a wink and a nod kind of a thing where you know there's something you're not supposed to say, but I kind of let the audience know, like, we know, but we're not talking about it.
Right. All right. And finally, just don't be afraid to re-engage on a question. If they give you an answer that's not quite complete, don't be afraid to keep going in. Don't be afraid to keep asking until you get the answer you want. Most importantly, a lot of this is kind of defensive, a lot of this is kind of aggressive. Catch them if they fall is the most important on an interview. If my interviewee looks uncomfortable, I look bad. So if they're struggling, jump in, help them, encourage them, give them some possible answers, help them get out of it and be the translator and messenger that you are. We only have a few more minutes. I want to give time for questions, but I think the most important other thing in this presentation is talking about interview structure. I think most of the time when people approach an interview for the first time, they're thinking about how many questions do I have, and will that fill the time I have? Those are really basic interview pieces, but the best kind of interviews are conversational. The best kind of interviews are ones that don't move through a list, but instead revolve around an idea. When we talk about linear versus collaborative types of conversation, if I'm doing an interview and it's, let me ask you question 1. Let me ask you question 2. Let me ask you question 3. There's no actual collaboration or working together. Sorry, James. I was moving. And
she was moving forward. Sorry. She didn't tell production.
It's fine. It's fine. I didn't give a throw there. But the interviewee doesn't feel like you're listening because you're just reciting at them something you prepared. But if I have a main idea, right? And I'm sorry, James, I'm moving again. It's okay, though. I'm out of focus. I'm sorry. There's a central theme. I'm going to start there. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ideas that I want to get at. Which way should we go, interviewee? Oh, you want to talk about over here? Oh, that's great. I love that. And that actually kind of reminds me of this other point that we were talking about over here. Awesome. Oh, yeah, and that reminds me, I think that once you told me this, moving around and then finally coming back to that central idea, that feels more like a conversation. Although I still have the same amount of questions, I still have the same main points that I'm trying to get to, but I'm skillfully trying to move with them as opposed to forcing them into a structure.
There's actually a technique that I use, and I'm actually going to talk about it later a little bit more in depth. But if you are on stage interviewing someone and you are actually listening, and you don't have like a list of questions to go over, you will find words like a good thing for me that I do is I'm having a conversation, we're talking about a game, and then one word will pique my interest. I'll lock that word in, and once they're done with their thought, that word will come out, and I'll say, I heard you say this, and then I'll listen to them again and pick out another word and something like that. It keeps the conversation moving, and it feels organic because it is organic, because you are going off of what they said rather than a list of questions that you already prepared. Prepare questions. Don't get me wrong. Prepare questions is good, but if you can manage to keep it feeling like you're listening to what they say and expounding upon it, it's better that way.
Rachel. This might be a little more relevant for esports, but I find it really useful too, is if you think of where you want to start and where you want to end, and you just sort of always are moving towards that end. So a lot of times, esports players, you just want a giant tournament. What was practice like before this? What did you do during the event? What came up during the event? And you can kind of just go down this timeline list. You naturally have it, because I know when you start out, the biggest panic is, I don't want to forget my questions. I don't want to lose the thread. I don't want to space out up there. So instead of kind of structuring each question out, just know where you're going and have a plan.
Mm-hmm. Good advice. We've talked about all of these pieces, but just to review, the interviewee should choose the route. Like Rachel said, you know where you start, you know where you end. Like Zeke said, you're listening, you're hearing what they're saying, and you're helping guide them through. Like I said, you have ideas of where you want to go, but you don't know what order. They're the guide. You're just kind of moving through with them. How to have enough questions is by listening to what they're saying and asking lots of questions around one question and one answer. And This takes a lot of practice, but being able to listen and plan questions at the same time is one of the best skills you can develop. So being able to genuinely be listening to what someone's saying and still have a list of ideas and concepts in your brain at the same time, it's not something that we can help you do except with practice. The timing of an interview is really important. You can't add or subtract time from what you're doing, like me doing right now, going 2 minutes over my piece. Listen to cues and stay aware of your time and divide your time thoughtfully. We are behind here. And, you know, at that point, I think we're going to go through these because I want to make sure you guys have time for questions. But just make sure, never ask a yes or no question if you can avoid it. That gives them too easy of an out. It wastes a question on your behalf, and it doesn't give lots of information. Give them options for their responses. If they're shy, suggest answers that they might have. Give them lots of ways in or out of a question. And make sure to be general. Give them lots of room. We said that we were going to talk about camera, so we will talk about that really briefly. Do you want to add anything here? I'm kind of buzzing through these.
I mean, we talked a little bit about it earlier, but, you know, and we'll talk a little bit about it, I think, as we go further on in the seminars, but it's just to be aware that the camera is sort of a part of the audience, right? Especially in the interactive sort of Twitch live streaming where there's chat and there's, like, right, that chat is right there. It is sort of a physical manifestation in that camera, so it's something to keep in mind of, but don't let that overpower the fact that you've got a guest here, you've got another co-host here, and you need to sort of treat it appropriately.
What I always say to people when they ask me, a lot of times that's a question an interviewee has, is what do I do with that camera? I say treat it like a third person in our conversation. It's a friend that's standing there and listening in. We shouldn't ignore them, but they're not going to respond. So, you know, if you have something to say to them, sure, say it to them, but then come back into the conversation. When in doubt, just look at the person you're talking to, right?
Yeah, you can never go wrong with that.
If, you know, the question was thinking about how to use a camera if you're at home streaming and you're hosting versus if you're hosting a live event with a giant crowd and there's also a camera. Again, think about who you're assigning to that camera. Who is that person? What do they want? How are they listening? How are they experiencing it? So if you're speaking to a stream viewer, you're speaking to someone who's in a room by themselves, and you're speaking to each of them individually. If you're speaking to a large crowd, then you're speaking to the person at home who wants to feel like they're in a large crowd, right? So assign a person, a friend, an idea to that camera, and then talk to them as though they were that entity is my best advice.
Yeah, like a podcast situation where it's 4 different people in 4 different areas of the world or whatever. I always treat the camera when I'm doing like a podcast situation. I treat the camera as the person I'm talking to. Right. So if I'm talking to Co or JP or something, I'm looking at the camera, talking to them like that's them. I don't know. It seems more personable. It seems like I'm actually talking to them.
Right. And we're going to go deeper into production technology later today to talk about how to actually use a camera, how to look at it, how to face it, and all of that. I'm so glad that we already touched on this a little bit thanks to our ambassadors, but do be sure to connect to your interviewee beforehand, create a personal rapport, ask if there are things you should never talk about, things you should talk about. That's going to help you make sure that you move through your interview flawlessly. And then also make sure that you know what kind of assets are going to be used during your interview. If you're interviewing someone and it's just you and them on camera, great. But in our case, a lot of times maybe we're playing a game at the same time, or maybe we have a video to show. And knowing those things and communicating with your interviewee about that is really important.
And for those of you who might not know what B-roll is, it's just stock footage of the game, like, or of like stuff you can talk over. B-roll is like picture, and you're in a little picture, and you're possibly looking at it or possibly not talking about it, but it's just footage they have, like, usually it's between 5 and 20 minutes, so that you can just talk over it for the entire interview.
Right.
Adam will be going over some of that stuff during the production.
Oh, good. Okay, cool.
Right.
Cool.
And we've talked we've talked a lot about group settings already, but just as a reminder, group interviews are very unique. You've got to use a lot different communication to make sure that if you're asking questions and someone else is also supposed to be asking questions and you have multiple guests, you've got to make sure you're dividing your time very well. You've got to make sure that you're positioned correctly and that you're communicating non-verbally to make sure that everyone's sharing the time. All right. That was the quickest I could possibly do that. And I'm sorry if it kind of skimmed the surface. But again, we do have Q&A coming up for you at home watching live on the stream, so you guys can send us questions via chat if we didn't cover something you wanted to hear. And you guys here in the room, we're going to be diving really deep into this in the afternoon, so if you have more questions or want to chat more about it, we will have that time. But are there any group questions on specifically what we talked about now, on kind of the perfect answer format, anything like that? I don't know whose hand was first. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's going to give you the microphone.
I don't know if this works, but in terms of when you're interviewing someone and there's, like, let's say a troll, like I had one time a player start roasting somebody in the crowd or another player. How, as a host, is the best way to do it? Do you laugh and go along with it, or do you try and cut and switch subject? Do you avoid that person completely? Like,
that's a really good question. So in case it didn't come through at the beginning there, how do you deal with a troll or someone unruly in an interview that's saying things you don't want to have in your interview?
Oh, saying things you physically don't want to have in your interview? Because I let the interviewee lead the charge. I let them like break the seal on swearing. Like if they haven't sworn up to then, I will not swear until they break that seal. Like I will let them go, but go ahead.
I mean, it depends probably on the severity, right? Because someone might be like, oh, I have like a couple minutes to do something. Maybe it is more in a jokingly fashion. I would say that if you feel like you are on a plane that is suddenly going down, the best thing to do would be to take a step one way and just say, thank you, Bob, and then just like move on, and production would identify like that is this needs to stop now type of a thing. But the worst thing that you can do is not have control. So whatever you need to do to have control. Now, if this is a recurring problem, you should probably like talk to production to be like, this is going to be my nonverbal cue for like escaping this interview. I have personally only ever had it happen to me one time. Same kind of a thing where it was like someone just wanted to get a little too rowdy on another player on the other team, and that's exactly what I did. The end result was the damage was done, like it stopped, but at that point I suffered maybe a few extra seconds on camera, like as production was realizing like, oh, he needed to stop that. Okay, let's move on. Because you have to remember, you are a piece of that puzzle, right? Like you might be doing that interview so that the next segment can be ready. There's a lot of other things that production could possibly do, but whatever you do, don't let them have the microphone. That is why you as an interviewer, if you're in a situation and he's a player, he never touches that microphone. This is all.
Don't let go.
Right? Like the worst thing you could do is if that player grabs that microphone, you hold on like it is your firstborn child.
They can try to take it, but you do not let them.
That is, yeah. You are essentially giving them the key to the as long as you have control here. You can step one, and then if they decide I'm going to pursue this, they look like the assholes, and you look like the professional. They handled it appropriately.
That I think is a really nuanced part of this question, which is if someone in an interview says something that you don't really want to commit to either way, like Marcus, how do you feel about Zeke? Oh, I think he's a total jerk. I don't really I don't want to engage with that at all. I don't want to jump in and be the one who's defending Zeke against Marcus. I don't want to be the one who's laughing at Zeke's expense, right? I use the almighty, right? I like to go, well, let's talk about something else, right? Like, not something else, but I'll just non-committally react, accept it, and then direct us all together to move into something differently. That's my technique. But of course, it depends on the circumstances.
Yeah, I think we all have our little little things. Mine is all right. So it's not really agreeing. It's not
Matthew
disagreeing.
McConaughey
It's just
approach, or
no,
what?
no, it's not all right. It's just all right.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, and I think the important part of that is the knowing where you want to go next, taking control and pushing them that direction. So if it's an unruly player, like you said, saying, okay, what I'd like to talk about now is your performance in that match. Taking them in a totally different direction and forcing them into it.
Yeah, you're the Sherpa in the interview. Like, it's their adventure, but if they choose to ignore all the shit, let them fall.
That was a long answer, but thank you. Good question.
Doing the interview, how do you break that feeling of a person in the chat saying, "Oh, that person's not really giving much insight. They look bored." How do you include everyone if you're leading as a host?
So the question, just in case it didn't come through, is how do you include everyone in a group interview setting and make sure that one person isn't excluded or that they might look bored? How do you make sure they don't look bored? Do either of you guys want to jump in?
I don't know even if I can say this is the exact method in which it is to do it, other than just like being aware of it, right? Because if you are aware, like, okay, we've got a couch filled with 4 people here, and I'm specifically thinking about E3 where we do these rap shows. It's like, okay, we got 4 people here, got John Carnage and 2 guests over there. We've got like a special guest on each stage too. So like this is as dynamic it can get in terms of like making sure that everyone sort of has their say. You know, you can't sit there and be like, okay, you get 30 seconds and you get 90 seconds. You just sort of have to be able to take that mental checklist and be like, okay, we've been engaging with this couch for like 2 minutes. Let's bring them into the conversation. Okay, let's like focus on them. Let's bring it back. And then like after you've done that first pass, typically I would be like, okay, like Zeke actually didn't say much. I know he was super geeking out about this game back here. Zeke, I saw you super excited about that RTS game. Like, you know, tell us a little bit about that.
Oh my God, RTS.
That like brought Zeke into the conversation, right? So like as the host, you're taking that mental checklist, and it's not easy, and it's something that you get better at over time. And obviously the more people you add, the more difficult it gets. But I would also say that every host up there knows that there is a short amount of time and a lot of things that could be discussed. So I think that it's a higher priority when you've got guests and maybe a mid-level priority when you have hosts. You want all the hosts to be involved, but right, like Zeke knows the job that I have as sitting up here and trying to include everyone and time everyone. So he's going to be a little bit more lenient if he only got a chance to talk for 20 seconds during that segment. But generally, I do try to bring everyone in because you don't want to just have someone on the couch like, you know, chilling, right? And it's partially they need to engage too, right? That's the other thing is like, feel free to jump in. I feel like a lot of what we've done in the past is like, it would be more like we are friends having a conversation. And just like you want everyone to be a part of that conversation, it's very similar to that.
Yeah, and also like I deal with this all the time. As far as 3 people are talking about something and you're sitting back like, because you got nothing to say. That shit's just gonna happen, and you gotta just be aware. Like, I don't know shit about StarCraft, but if 3 people are talking about it, I'm gonna do my best to look interested, but I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I will chime in if it's like, hey, I got that reference. You know, I'll chime in and give my support. But it's going to happen. Like, you're not going to know everything.
And real quickly, just to Zeke's point, like, one of my favorite strategies is that if I don't know anything, then I will just play the role of, like, I will be, like, I imagine the person in chat that doesn't know anything about anything, and what do I think they would ask?
Play the straight man.
That's always going to be beneficial to the guest, to the host, to get more information as well. So even if you're like, I'm stripping this down, like, you know, it's a good way to get there.
I think if you're asking too about interviews where you have multiple guests as opposed to multiple hosts, some really important key phrases are, do you agree with that? Or, you know, what do you have to say about that? And I think sometimes I feel like maybe, I don't know, we're a special breed of psycho-observant people who notice faces, but I think most of us here, if we notice someone looks bored, we will know right away, or if we notice that they're not engaged as much. And so picking out that person and being ready as soon as Zeke finishes talking, Marcus, did you agree with what Zeke just said?
Exactly.
Being able to pull them in ways that aren't putting them on the spot, like, do you agree, or do you have something to add? You know, that can really help.
With all the experience that you guys have, sometimes have you ever found yourself in a situation where you've lost complete control and you've just got to wrap it up? Like, how have you figured out a way to just insert yourself in the broadcast and say, all right, guys, we have to shut this down. We got to move on.
Right.
I think Rachel wants to answer
was
this
if we
one.
ever found ourselves in one of those moments where we have completely lost control, had to shut it down, Rachel immediately was like, oh yeah, let me give you my list here.
This is a very timely question. We just recently came from an event where we were on stage in front of about 20,000 people. And so we were doing a live show as well as the stream show. And the live show is doing stuff. And so we went out and we still tried to have the stream show, and the live show was not having it. They were overpowering us with their audio, actually. I couldn't hear Kelly Link sitting 2 seats down from me in my headset or in person. Yeah. Not us, at a concept behind us. But you just have to shut it down. And sometimes, I mean, this was a situation where even production was maybe not ready for us to shut it down. It doesn't matter. You guys are the show, and it's better for them to go to a blank screen or something else than anything that's extremely negative. When somebody's saying something awful, when something, God forbid, awful is happening around you, behind you, there's always a static screen slate that is better than anything negative. So.
Yeah, no light is better than bad light.
I mean, if it is like super out of control, like, again, this comes also like knowing the production, the crew you're working with. You can have that conversation ahead of time. Hey, if anything crazy happens, or if I just need to hit the jettison button, right? Like I will say, hey, we're just gonna hit a quick commercial break. We'll be right back, right? Like that's a very simple out. Then production knows, okay, that's my cue to do something. And again, you being the one in control. Like Kelly said, if you need to make that call, then you should make it, because that is like seeing a schedule screen or something or rolling a commercial is better than like the disaster that could be happening behind it.
Yeah, no one will fault you for that, because if it gets to that point, it's fucking obvious to everybody.
I think the final thing, this is important for lots of applications, but this one especially, is committing to your sanctity as the host is really important. Being able to say, like, now we're going to go to a break. And just being confident and standing there and waiting until production catches up with you is important in so many different ways, and it makes you look really good. Not kind of begging or asking or anything like that. Like, you are, even if the production team is screaming and everything, if you are connected there with the audience and you're like, I've got you, we're okay. I'm going to stand here in silence and I'm going to stare at you and you're going to believe that we're okay. That's important. I think this should be the last question, because we do need to do our chat Q&A, but we'll have lots more question time for us later.
Yeah.
One of my biggest challenges as an interviewer is literally the length of my question and maybe overstating things or ruining or guiding an answer too much. Do you guys have any tips on that when you formulate them?
I mean, I will gladly say we share that weakness, if you want to call it that. In some cases, I think I find it is helpful because that might be what I need to get someone comfort. Like they kind of need me to take them and be like, I'm gonna hold your hand and guide you. And in other cases, I mean, I do this all the time, where it's like I could have probably turned this question into 7 words, and I have somehow made it 35. And a lot of it is just like keeping it in check. What I've done personally after the fact, and again, this is a sort of can't fix on the spot, is that I would go through it and be like, this interview in particular, I had a couple, like we were all over the place. So like I went back, I wrote down the question, and then I just rewrote how I would ask it a second time if I was given a second chance. And that way, at least when I'm going in, I'm like, oh, I'm asking like the same question I asked here. And I remember I revised it to this like perfect 8 words. And then that helped me a lot. I still tend to do it. And a lot of times I just feel like that's my passion driving it a little bit. But, overall, I think that that's one good practice to do. And I found a lot of benefit from that.
I have a thing on that. It's not every time, but sometimes when people ask really, really long leading questions, what's going on is they want to make a point rather than ask somebody what they think about something. And if you are interviewing somebody, say, about their game or something like that, it can be helpful to remind yourself either before you go live or afterwards when you're analyzing things, did I really just want to, like, present a thesis there, or was I asking them for information? And if you find that you're often trying to make a point of your own, that's not that there's anything necessarily wrong with that in certain contexts. If you find that you're sometimes making a point of your own rather than asking them, figure out ways you can actually return to getting information from them rather than just trying to present stuff of your own or ideas of your own.
A good cue that I use along those lines, 'cause that's exactly how I try to think about it, is I look for nonverbal cues that the person is ready to talk. And if I see that they're ready to talk before I'm done talking, I remind myself, oh, that's too long. and I'll cut myself off, because I think as an interviewer, that's an okay thing to do, is to, I'm speaking, but it looks like you have something to say about that. Throw it back to them,
And the longer you do it, the more you'll be cued in on verbal cues when they want to speak. You'll just know by a look, by a little motion, anything. It's just these little nonverbal things. You'll get to understand like when they want to go.
So now, for you guys watching at home, it's our turn to kind of run to the studio and do some Q&A with you guys, and it's your turn to eat. So, yay, lunchtime. Thank you so much for that. Sorry we had to rush through it, and we will see you guys back after lunch. Thank you.
So, hope you guys have been enjoying this seminar. They've been running a little bit behind. They've been getting a little long-winded and not managing their time, which they're trying to give us tips about doing. they're teaching by what not to do. But it happens sometimes, as you see. They have a lot of information going on that they want to share, and sometimes you can run out of time. Completely understandable, or you can go a little long. But like I said, I think pretty much this is their first time doing the workshop, so let me turn the music down. So this is the first time they're doing the workshop, so this is kind of like a trial by fire for them. But I have heard that they are going to do more in the future. So this is kind of like their first foray into the whole online type of workshop thing. Why are you so tired? I don't know, Shogun. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're here, though. Thanks for coming by. Sorry you missed the 12-hour stream, but you could always check the archive. And I may or may not upload that to YouTube. But, yeah, so that was pretty much the interviewing section, which could be beneficial to you guys and gals. Definitely the hosting part. I think the hosting in general, just like for anybody out there that's looking to start streaming is, I think, similar, and they kind of coincides a lot with hosting because, you know, you're hosting your own stream. You know, you're just hosting an event. Well, you kind of are. The stream itself can be an event in itself. So a lot of those tools and stuff that you're talking about during the hosting section, I think, can be pertained a lot closely to streaming in general. You too. Yeah, it's all good. It happens. That's what archives are for. So basically, it was a 12-hour stream celebrating the sub goal, which you are one of those awesome subscribers. I appreciate it. So it was a 12-hour stream, played a lot of different games, and there were a lot of costume changes. So you definitely want to check it out. I'm sure you'll get a couple of laughs. I don't know if there were clips made from it. There probably are. You have to check my channel in the clips tab, and you should be able to see clips that other people have taken pertaining to my channel. There were like 7 or 8 costume changes that day. Had Bill Cosby, had Buzz Lightyear, Spider-Man, Batman, Deckman, McCree. It's a lot. Neckbeard. A lot of characters showed up. You will? Awesome. Yeah, but I know about the oversleeping thing, man. Sometimes you be so tired, can't wait to go to sleep. Then you go to sleep, get rest, you wake up, you're still tired. Hopefully your ankle turns out to be okay. I know it's been a long, arduous recovery process. Hopefully that camping didn't make it worse. Or the camp, rather, not camping. The camp. Football camp. You was here for like 2 minutes and saw a buzz, but had to go. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you stopping by for that whole 120 seconds. It's all good. No worries. So yeah, thanks to everybody who's hosting. Thanks to everybody who tweeted out the stream. Thanks to Twitch itself for tweeting out. And Twitch Studios tweeting out the stream. Me and the clean math. Clean. Yes, I'm learning numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it over? Oh, no. See, this is the schedule right here. So all these times are Pacific. So if you're on the West Coast, these are actually your times. I'm on the East Coast. So they're running, so it's actually like 3:30 here. So it's 12:30. So they're a little behind. They're trying to get into the chat Q&A next, which they may be going into because I hear the music going down. So this is where you can ask questions. So you can if you have any questions, you can whisper them to me, because I have the program manager's email address, or you can post it in Twitch's chat saying you're from Kalamity stream. So if you have any questions, anybody watching about hosting or interviewing, let me know or let Twitch know.
As many of them as we can during lunch until we have to get back for the rest of the workshop.
Yeah. We didn't eat yet. We'll eat later.
Yeah.
This is more important. As the slate it said in interview, like timing is everything. Sometimes the first time you do something, you need to sort of just do it so that you can figure out, okay, we know where we need to add some extra timing. So, but we're happy to be here answering some questions. It looks like we already have some good ones. I don't know if the first question, where's Bob the Bunny? So I'm glad to know if people were listening.
Where's Bob?
Attention overall. Also, just want to say thanks to the broadcasters who've been co-streaming it, and other broadcasters who either planned to watch it or sort of discovered it through the other streamers. We want to make this a valuable resource to everyone, and we think even sort of, again, we talked a lot about awareness and sort of like thinking about these things, and that is a great place to start, like even before you take action. So just thrilled to see a lot of people like, hey, I'm watching this. I've already picked up a few great things, and that is already, like, that makes us feel great. So.
Yeah, and I want to say a thank you, too, to everyone who's tweeted encouraging messages as well. This is something that really is close to our hearts, and we're working really hard on it, and we know we have a long way to go, but when you say that it's valuable to you, it means a lot. So thank you very much. Let's get into questions now, and I think that we have a really good one on Twitter if we want to start with that while chat gets warmed up.
Sure.
This one is from Sargasm Gaming, and they ask, when working with a new co-host you've never worked with, what advice would you give to create good synergy out of the gate? And I thought that was a really good question because I think that's really hard.
It is really hard, and it's probably one of those things, Anna, where it's like, if there's one thing that brings more anxiety, even as an experienced host, right? The one thing that brings the most anxiety is either, probably number one is like doing something when you don't have the knowledge. But the second one is definitely like how you find how you gel with a certain like other hosts, talent, commentators, etc. And I would like to personally feel like this is something that you really learn to adapt with over time. And the more eclectic mix of people you can work with, the easier it is for you to, I hate to generalize this, but in a lot of ways I would say that a lot of hosts fall into like certain buckets. And you're like, oh, I'll give an example. There's two commentators, Tasteless and Artosis, right? They have a very unique style of commentating with one another that is like, it's so conversational. So when you team up with them and you don't immediately adapt to that style, it is like insta awkward, right? So that was one of those things where it's like, well, hey, I'd watched enough of them. I know that I needed to kind of adapt myself to fit their regular style in order for that to be successful. But I don't know there's a right answer other than like, what do you feel the other host, the other talent, the other commentator is like really strong in? And like, where will you complement that? And you think you find that and you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, and as I'm answering this question, also remember, go ahead and put any questions you have in chat. We'll try to catch them here on our monitor.
Use the @Twitch. That will help too.
But I would add to that, I think doing your research beforehand and knowing what you can about the host you're going to work with, talking to them and building a rapport as much as you can before you go live, just to get some interpersonal communication going. And then third, that I would add that you didn't touch on, which I think has helped me, is be firm in your style. and let them adapt to you as well. I think the awkwardness comes from two people trying to kind of feel each other out and not getting a strong sense of who the other is. So be sure that you're exactly yourself as well, and that'll help them adapt to you.
The one last thing I'll add is if you are sort of the experienced driver in that situation, have that conversation. Say like, hey, I'll drive and I will never let you fall, right? Like no matter what, I will make sure that we're gonna keep this rolling. So if you are sort of sitting in the chair and you are the more experienced one, that's gonna kind of be your responsibility. Like just know that can make finding that chemistry easier. So.
I like this question from Ace of Ransom, who asks, what is a good resource to find hosting jobs in your local market? Which I think can be really hard, and I would extrapolate that to just how do you find your starting jobs when you want to be a host, or even how do you find your next job when you want to be a host?
Yeah, I mean, that's also like one of the hardest, right? Because if you live in Los Angeles, there's a lot different answer list than if you live in Omaha, Nebraska, right? I think first and foremost, you need to ask yourself, do I live in a place where there are local opportunities? If you don't know, then that's when you need to like, okay, well, let's do that research and find out. If not, thankfully, we have this thing called the internet that allows you to sort of like take some of that into your own hands, right? Even if that's like, well, I can't necessarily get this hosting job I want, so I'm going to actually host a show that is kind of about that, and that will help me get one step closer. But do you have any local, like I never really grew up in a place where I had local opportunities, so I kind of had to do the, well, let me start on the internet, and like that will allow me to reach all of the other markets. So
you're talking to two people whose entire hosting work has been mostly through online work. I've done some local stuff. I did a lot of local things in Portland and throughout kind of my travels with pageantry, but usually that was through personal connections. I know there are better ways. Almost every city has kind of a casting board that you could get online. So check out those resources, but as far as the best advice we can give you, I would say it's identify the type of events you'd like to work with and then create networking opportunities for yourself with those people and make sure you get your work in front of them.
Yep. And it is a hard question, and I know it's probably not, that wasn't the most satisfying thing, but you know, that's a really hard one because there's so much variety depending on where you are too. But know that, you know, the internet does give you the biggest possible bubble and network in order to play in. So I kind of scrolled up here a little bit. Dibs asked a good question that I'm not necessarily going to answer in full. But you know, we'll kind of, so the importance of a pre-stage routine, what are yours, what are things that you do or you found that work and don't work for you? And again, like depending, am I a commentator? That's going to be a different prep set than if I am being a host and interviewer. One thing I can say in general, I think, is that when we're doing, say, something like, we're going to go to an event like PAX and we know there'll be 50 different games that are covered. Do you expect to know all 50 of those games? Like, absolutely not. And in some cases, it might be like, Anna, you know, someone didn't get a break for 4 hours. They need to go get lunch. Can you hop on this game? And so a lot of that, like, individual segment, it might have some, like, immediate pre-prep, right? Like, I can learn about a game and be well-versed enough to go up and do an interview in about 5 minutes, but I can't do that for an esports event. I can't do that for 9 teams or 10 teams that might be, you know, featured at a tournament. So if I'm going into something that doesn't give me the luxury of prepping at the event, I'm going to work on it well ahead of time. But, you know, quickly some of the other things like, you know, understanding the production team you're working with. What tools do you have around you as a producer? We talked about the cough box earlier. Like, do you have one or do you not? I've been at tons of places where they have a cough box, but they don't actually work, right? Asking those questions and just understanding the environment that you're about to work in is probably one of the most important things you can do to prep it at any event, regardless of what it is.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people who have really cool pre-performance rituals that have to do with exercise and have to do with breathing. I think I admire those a lot. I think those are really helpful. They are similar to mine. I've never even told you this, actually. My pre-stage rituals are what I call the eat a banana principle that my dad actually taught me. when I was younger, I was really into school, and I really wanted to do well and be a high achiever, and so I would constantly worry about tests, and I would study until like the very, very last second. And what my dad taught me is once you wake up the morning of the test, there's nothing more you can do to learn more. There's only things you can do to perform better. So for me, my pre-stage ritual is put all of my preparation behind me, recognize that I've done a good job preparing, and then think about how my body feels, think about how my mind is. Eat something. A banana is really good for your brain. It'll help you kind of think. Do the things that are, like, who knows if a banana is actually brain food? My dad just told me that a banana was brain food, and then I would eat it and I would do good on a test. Right? So, but do the things that make you feel like I am empowered, I am ready, I am capable, aside from just the prep. And I think for me, taking those moments to just be like centered, ready, prepare myself for performance, not just for knowledge.
Right.
That's important for me.
Real quick question, would these techniques that we've talked about today apply to esports casters? The answer is absolutely. In fact, you know, hosts have different skill sets than esports casters, but when you work and gain experience in both of those areas, you will actually be learning things that will help you out in the other area, right? So like casting will teach you a lot of like, you know, when production things go wrong, because, right, like every game a player dropped, a PC died, right? There's going to be moments where that producer's going to be in your ear and say, you need to talk for 10 minutes, right, and cannot take a break. And then suddenly you have to do that. So I think absolutely a lot of these things will help build that foundation. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into casting techniques and cadence, but enunciation, tone, cadence, building drama, storytelling. We talked about all those things today, and those are all aspects of esports casting. Like the one thing I would say is like if you're an esports caster, think about playing the role of host sometime, and if you're a host or an interviewer, find out how you might be able to get involved in an esports event, because you can learn so much from both of those different areas.
And learn what you like. I think both of us come from esports, so we're going to talk about esports a lot inherently. But I came in as a host. There was a lot of interest for me in trying out casting. I tried it out. It was fun, but I like hosting better. So I do hosting. And, you know, you might like casting better, or you might like interviewing better. You know, figure out what you like best and do that in the arena you like best.
Thank you, Caster Samurai, for the question. Should we look at Twitter here? Thank you again for some of the...
I can ask one. This one actually, I think, is Twitch specific, which could be interesting for people to hear. BeebTube or David ask, how does hosting work with Twitch? Do you host for Twitch the company, or host as a streamer, or do they mesh as one? I think it's interesting to talk about how Twitch works with hosts.
Sure.
And I think we're going to talk about this a lot more in depth during the seminar about getting hired. We have people from Twitch to talk about that. But on Marcus and my behalf, we're full-time employees of Twitch, and we have behind-the-scenes jobs, and then we also host for Twitch. But then our Twitch Studios ambassadors, who you saw, are full-time streamers, full-time hosts, and they're freelancers that work with Twitch. And then we also often work with partners or streamers to bring them on for specific hosting or performing type gigs as well.
Yeah.
Is there more to say about that?
I mean, not particularly.
Cool.
I think that's all said.
And then there's another really good question that I think I saw similar ones in chat as well, but this is from Jack Lifier or Kevin White on Twitter, who asked, what's some of your best tactics to direct and maintain control with a guest who monologues after the interview has started? So interrupting your guests in an interview is really hard. That's a good question.
Yeah. Of course, there's a lot of different like small strats you can do. You can use like production and time sort of, I don't want to say against them, but to help you regain control. So for example, if we're now on a 5-minute monologue about, right, like why they chose the art style of a game, it might be time for me to say, like, I love that you are so passionate about the art of the game because I love it too. However, because we only have a few moments and a lot of people want to hear about the new fighting mechanics that you added, let's shift over to that. They might choose to monologue for the rest of the time about that, but at least you are in that moment taking back control and then redirecting them. And that's like the most important thing to do. So you can use, you know, and it is, Anna's right, like interrupting is one of the hardest things because you don't want to be disrespectful. You want them to walk away from the stage or the whatever, the interview going like, I felt like that was a good interview. I had a good time. I felt like my voice was heard. And if you're cutting someone off, then they might say, oh, I have a negative sentiment about that. So like consider that. I don't know, any other like thoughts and tips for that?
This is where I get super geeky because there's a lot of really good interpersonal communication theory, academic science around communication that deals with this specific issue. Specifically, I would look up face saving and the ways that you can use certain actions, certain nonverbals, certain words to help someone save face even when you are cutting them off. Marcus does this very well naturally, actually. He has a certain hand motion that he does. If you notice it, he'll go, I'm gonna let you finish, kind of thing, right? But he does it in a way that lets someone know what you're saying is actually super interesting, but there's something even more interesting that I think you could be saying right now. So it's that positive feeling, it's that I wanna hear what you have to say, but I have to ask you another question on top of that, as opposed to, I need you to stop because I have control and I need to move on to the next thing. It's elevating as opposed to downplaying what they're saying, I would say.
I love it. The Unibro, Drew, I think has a good question that doesn't necessarily pertain exactly to some of the things we're talking about, but I feel like this is a Q&A, like chat's interested. I'm happy that you're learning and want to know more. So the question is I'm going to be producing and hosting my own talk show stream soon. Any tricks, or tips to get the ball moving? And I think that first off, everything that we've discussed today is totally applicable. But when it comes to producing and hosting, there's one thing that I think is important for everyone who's like, I'm going to start a talk show stream. And since we did talk about just do it, and we mentioned, you know, create your own show, this, I feel like we have an obligation to say this, but plan out and ask yourself the following questions. What will my content be on show number 39? Like, choose a random episode 39 from the first one, because the most important thing about starting a show is that a lot of people start out of excitement, motivation, passion, but then don't realize what actually goes into when you're in episode 39. And you're like, wow, we used a lot of our good stuff in episodes 1 through 10, and now we're like stretching, right? This is really important to think about so that you can be confident saying like, oh yeah, I totally have enough that I'll be able to talk about and discuss when we're on episode 39. The other thing too is don't expect to have your first good show until like episode 10.
Exactly.
Use those first 10 episodes to get out all the bugs, production, hosting, chemistry between people. One of my longest running shows is Live on 3, and when you go back and watch the first 10 episodes, it is laughable. I mean, it is a totally different show. I mean, even Twitch Weekly, even some of the other shows that we've been doing, those are great representations of like, the first 10 episodes are for you to take this piece of clay and mold it and make it what you want it to be. Because if you're like upset that you didn't hit your expectations on episode 1, it doesn't get better from there. You have to kind of like be ready, take that plunge. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but.
On the same vein, if you wait until you have everything perfectly ready, you'll never do it. So I think it relates to what you said. It even relates to this workshop. I mean, we chose a date. We said we're going to be as ready as we possibly can, and we're going to do everything as perfect as we possibly can on that date, and we're going to do it on that date. Because I can't tell you how many talk shows I've been a part of the pre-production process for that never materialized.
Yeah, it's totally a thing. Hyper RPG and the channel, obviously partner organization that does lots of different content on Twitch, and said, we consider first 2 months of a show a pilot run. And like, yeah, we will occasionally call things pilots, but we even refer to it as like pilot seasons, right? Like, we're always expecting that we can improve, and we never want to like lock ourselves in too early.
Right.
So, and I think this is an important question because we've talked about this and had our own debates about it. But Dare Futare says, how important is visual appearance? Should the host strive to match the wardrobe of the environment or stick with something consistent like business casual? That is a great question.
It's a really good question.
Yeah.
And I think how important is appearance and wardrobe are kind of two separate things. So let's unpack wardrobe first,
Sure.
because we've talked about that the most. Marcus and I are wearing what we call the esports uniform right now, which is jeans, crew neck graphic tee, and jacket or blazer.
Yep.
We're wearing that because we want to communicate a certain thing about the content that we are making right now, which is that it's in a specific genre. It's that geek and gamer online culture, and that we're affiliated with Twitch. I personally have my own problems with the esports uniform. It doesn't specifically express what I like to express out of fashion, but I make my own edits to it, right? I'm wearing some high-waisted jeans. I'm wearing a bomber instead of a you know. So I passionately do think it's important to communicate with your wardrobe intentionally, and that you must do that within the confines of what an event asks of you, because I'm almost always asked to wear this in a lot of circumstances. But then beyond that, I would say communicate intentionally for the event, and then communicate intentionally for you and your brand as well. I think those are more important than matching a certain ideal or anything like that. Of course, visually you want to wear usually not white, because white is hard to balance on a camera. If you have a black background, not black. Not fine stripes, because they'll cause weird effects with the camera. So certain techniques of things you shouldn't wear, but then beyond that, I think it's, again, under that same menu of these are nonverbal communication pieces that you need to think about.
Yeah, and really quickly about appearance, like just imagine, right? Like if you haven't shaved and you haven't showered in like 3 days, what impression are you going to give someone when you sit down to, you know, host an interview? So like, I mean, obviously that's like simplifying it to a maximum level, but the point being is that like a part of your appearance is also going to play into the comfort level, how open people might be with you, and that changes for everyone, right? Like even this appearance might not work, or people might get the wrong impression, but that's why we encourage you to interact with an interviewee beforehand, so that they aren't using your appearance as like what they're gonna judge or dictate that by. But it is important, and good that someone's thinking about it.
And I think I want to make the distinction when we talk about appearance between professional appearance and perceived attractiveness. Because I think when we talk about appearance, a lot of times people think as a host you have to look a certain way, or you have to fit a certain fit in a certain box of the way you look. I vehemently believe that's not true, but I also vehemently believe that it's important to respect production with how you curate your appearance. For example, you wear makeup on camera, not because you need to hide your face, but because the way that light reflects off your face can be distracting in a certain way on camera if you don't wear the right kind of makeup on your face. Or for example, you use certain products on your hair to make sure that light isn't glinting off of pieces of flyaway hair, simply because that causes a distraction which takes away from the content, not because you need to look pretty necessarily.
All right, let's try to do some like quick questions, because we already are down to like 11 minutes. It's Taylor Renee. How do you handle and recover from flubs when you're live and hosting? Personally, I like to own them. I feel like, you know, we talked about perfection and you're never going to be able to achieve it, right? Like, if you own your mistakes, first off, the audience will forgive you. You can turn something that could be seen as like, oh man, they messed up, to like, hey, let's laugh about it. If you want to see some examples, you can see about 5 every week during Twitch Weekly, where it's just like, you know, it's a fun show. It's okay to make mistakes. I might read a name wrong. I might like read a date wrong. I might say 2004 when I mean 2017. Own it, right? Like, especially I love the space we live in, where it's like, I feel like that sort of stuff is forgiven if you own it, right? It's not like television where it's like a one-way street. Someone took that thing, they made their own context around what you did or did not do right, and then they went there. You get to make the context if you own it.
I think also when we talk about recovering from flubs, you're thinking about mental energy as well, because I tend to obsess about, oh no, I said that, I called them the wrong name, and now I can't think about anything for the rest of the interview. Some of the mental gymnastics I like to do are think about, we talked about assigning the camera a person and talking to them as though they're a person. I sometimes, when I know I'm in a high-stress environment, like to assign the camera a personality that is my best friend in the whole world, that thinks everything I do is adorable and forgives everything and loves me more than anyone in the whole world. And then that allows me to, if I made a mistake, go like, oh my gosh, and I'm looking at the camera and communicating to the camera that you already forgive me, you already love me, we're okay, wasn't that silly, I'll do better next time, and then move on. And then that mental work allows me to kind of move on and let the camera forgive me, and the camera is representing, of course, the audience, and hopefully they do as well.
Black Robe with a great question. When interviewing someone whose English is not their first language or is having trouble understanding you, do you just act normally or do you change something about how you speak? It's pretty simple. A lot of times in our environment, they will be upfront about like, hey, we do have a translator here. Doesn't speak English but does understand, so if you want to like tone it down, like slow down a little bit, that would be really helpful. In which case it's like, great, that's exactly what I do. And in some cases you won't be told that, and you know, you have to sort of adjust. But I don't just act normally, right? That is, that you do not get a good segment and or interview if you decide to act normally and they understand 30% of what you're saying. So it is your job suddenly as the host, right? We talked about the translator, the storyteller. This is where that comes in. And sure, it might slow down the interview a little bit. And that is the case when you also have a translator. But don't think about it in that context. Think about the idea that you're still trying to achieve that answer. And it might mean that we slow it down. It might mean that you repeat a question. That's okay, because you're still trying to get sort of the meat and potatoes of that answer.
The TLDR, if you're talking to someone using a translator who doesn't have the same first language as you, less questions asked in more concise, simpler formats. So don't dumb it down, but ask the same question in a very clear, simple way.
Yep. All right. I kind of like this one from Sarg, again, another question. Everyone has things going on outside of their careers. How do you as a host put those emotions aside to host effectively? And this is a hard one to answer because obviously we're all different sort of human machines and we all work in different ways, but like that is one thing that is real, right? Like I've had situations where I'm about to go on stage and I get a phone call and they're like, your kid broke his arm, and I am freaking out, right? Like, and as the old saying goes, in a lot of cases, the show must go on. What I think about is like, okay, first off, is this something I need to take care of right this moment? Yes. All right, I will take the necessary actions. And that has happened to me before where a family member's gotten sick and I've had to leave, and everyone was very understanding of that. If it's a situation of like, no, things will be fine, I'm going to get an update in a little bit, it is a lot about putting myself in a mental spot where I'm like, hey, this will get resolved. I'm obviously very worried about my son and his arm. I can sort of flip the switch when this moment starts, and then once it's over, I can sort of turn myself back on. And I know, like, literally you almost have to become emotionless to it, but I would just say for me personally, once that camera starts rolling, that's when it's easier for me to disconnect. Like, I might be freaking out literally up until the point where they're like 5, 4, 3, but then the moment it's like, I know what I'm here to do. I know what my job is. I can handle this in 15 minutes. Let's do this.
It is hard to describe the how of that because I have experienced that exact same thing. I guess if I try to explain the how for me, a good example is when I hosted Heroes of the Dorm this year, my grandparents-in-law were in a horrible car accident right before I had to go on. And the quandary that I had was, of course, I'm torn up. I also have this feeling of needing to respect my own experience, and how do I translate that into I need to go on stage and be so excited and so happy and smiling, and how is that a disrespect to my own feelings, a disrespect to my grandparents? You know, how does that translate? And what I have come to is kind of this this place of sanctity in my mind almost, where my job is to, this audience and these viewers, these are my responsibility. And it's my job to kind of like step into that room, shut the door behind me. That's where I live. That's all of my stuff is back there, and it has its respect and it has its place and it is important, but I have to step out of it and I have to step into this other role where my most important job is to take care of those people. And being those two separate entities can maybe be a little confusing, but I really believe in the power of a host. I really believe in the importance of being someone who creates those shared experiences for people. I think there's always one person out there who probably is having a life-changing moment if you do your job right.
Right.
And so I try to separate those two places in my brain and recognize that I'm in that role now, and I can go back to that one as soon as the camera turns off.
And it's hard to be like, don't worry, you'll get better at this through experience, because I hope that is not the case. But, you know, again, we thinking about it now, right? You ask the question because maybe this has happened to you, or maybe it's something you've always been concerned about. Just knowing how you might react or thinking about what you might do is half the battle. So.
And I think just recognizing that you ultimately have control over your body. I can make my face move any way I want to. So even if I'm crying 1 second, I can force my face to stop crying. I can force my face to smile. That has a lot of power for me.
All right. Well, I think we are about down to what, 5 minutes or so.
I think we're getting the 2-minute signal.
Okay, 2 minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's a good question from Halsty. How do you handle your own opinion in an interview? If you don't like a person's views during the interview, do you still? And I think the tweet was going to continue and say, do you still inject that opinion? What are your thoughts on this one, Anna?
That is a tough one, because it totally depends on the context. If I'm interviewing someone and my input is wanted and my opinion is part of the broadcast, then certainly adding my opinion and discussing with them can be important to making good content. But if the only purpose of your being there is to guide them in expressing their opinion, I think it's important and possible to not compromise your own opinion. You don't have to agree with them. You don't have to emphasize an opinion that's not your own, but being able to allow them to say their own without contradicting them, I think, is an important interviewer skill.
Yeah, and it also kind of depends on the opinion, right? So an example would be like, if I'm interviewing a StarCraft 2 dev, and I'm like, I think Age of Empires is better, that's probably an opinion you leave in the back, you know, in the green room. If you are talking to the God of War creator and you're like, oh, I'm so excited for this game. Personally, I love God of War 2 because it, you know, it introduced all this stuff and it really defined Kratos as a character for me. Like, that's an okay opinion because it matches, obviously, the content in context. So thinking a little bit about that, there have been plenty of times where I have wanted to bite my tongue, or rather I have had to bite my tongue, and I've wanted to let it all out, but that is a part of being a professional host. And you know what? There's a time and a place for that. It's like afterwards when all the hosts are, we're talking with production, and you're like, so-and-so said this today, and I so wanted to just like give them my thoughts and opinions, or I read this article, I really... And that wasn't the place to do it. But you still have that outlet, you know, through other people. You can still talk about it. But a great question as well. There are still a lot of great questions coming in. Hopefully we might be able to snapshot some of these and potentially go back. I mean, there might be some stuff that even we would personally add to the things we do, and we do plan to do more of these, but just maybe based off of the responses, there might even be an intermediate, like, let's just sit down and have more Q&A and chat, because I'd like to...
And we can try to answer questions in Twitter always as well. You know, we're there for you guys. So thank you for spending the time with us to have this Q&A chat. We really, really appreciate it. We're going to continue throughout.
Yeah, we've got, we're probably going to take a quick break. Then we've got Getting Hired, our business experts panel. We've got Adam Contini who's going to be doing a production interview. And I think at that point we'll be saying goodbye to the streamers. And then we've got a few things that we're doing here. But really thank you for tuning in, for asking questions. I also am loving the amount of check marks in the chat. A lot of partners, a lot of affiliates, just a lot of generally interested folks. So thank you for tuning in, and we'll hope to get your feedback once everything's all done.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. We'll see you very soon.
So that was pretty much their Q&A section, which they got to a little bit late because the other segments have ran a little bit longer than they anticipated, but it's all good. Still some good questions asked and answered via the chat and on Twitter. So you could always at Twitch. And I guess you could at Twitch Studios too. It's probably easier to do at Twitch though. At Twitch or at Twitch Studios. Any more questions? Well, actually, that's the end of it. I don't know if they're going to do another one. But the next section they'll be talking about is getting hired. So that could be very beneficial. The do's and don'ts, whether it's the screening process, interviewing, setting up your reel, you know, as far as getting your reel, your roll of all your... It's almost like the same thing as radio. We call it a air check, where you basically get your best footage, your best clips, have it together as a culmination and a little best of your work to send out to potential hires. So really curious to find out what kind of tips and tricks, what can they suggest on that part of the this whole seminar. What did you think about of the questions that were asked? What did you think about? I thought there were some good ones there. Especially, I mean, the one they were talking about forming your own opinions, but forming your own opinions, definitely you don't want to come across, I don't know. And I think she explained it well. It depends on the context and depends on how you're there and how you're supposed to facilitate the interview or whatnot. And, you know, if you're just there to get the interviewee's point across, then you kind of just there to just keep them going. You don't necessarily have to form your own opinions unless that person specifically asks you what your point of view is or whatnot. You know, the whole thing about you there, you're there to make the other person shine or whatnot, or get the information out, not necessarily to form opinions. Unless it, I mean, like I said, it depends on the context. Like if you're doing your own show and you're getting someone on, then it may be something where you form your opinion, you get their opinion or whatnot. But if you're there as a contractor, you're a hirer for like Evo or something like that, you're doing something live event, and then you're just there to facilitate the conversation between the other person and get the information out to the masses. May not be in your best interest to form an opinion, and it's not even if it's negative or not, negative or positive. I think you're just there to keep the conversation going, get the information out there. People aren't there to necessarily get your personal input on what your thoughts are, because your thoughts may not be very favorable and may not be popular. And then, like I said, that's not the purpose of an interview for the most part. If you're doing like a panel, that'd be something more different. If you're doing like a panel, discussion panel, then you might have a lot more personal and independent conversation and thoughts, trains of thought. Depends you are representing. Depends who you're representing. Yeah, that too, I guess. Depending on who you're hired by. But even then, I don't know. It's a really fine line between forming an opinion, depending on who you're interviewing as well. Like if you're interviewing someone, like they're talking about the Bob the Bunny or whatever. If you're interviewing a game developer and they had to take Bob the Bunny out the game, the community wanted Bob the Bunny in the game. And like, oh man, I wanted Bob the Bunny. Why'd y'all pull Bob the Bunny out the game? And you might have to tread lightly. Excuse me. Don't ask questions about Bob the Bunny. Tread lightly. So the getting hired and then the production overview. So we've been chugging right along today. Do you think that your opinion and showcasing your personality can be confused? Showcasing. Well, we get too intertwined. Well, I mean, they can be. I think it comes down to you have to choose your words. Choose your words carefully. Like, you don't want to have to say "I feel" or "I believe." Like, try to use words that aren't going to directly tie it, or that aren't going to tie the question directly to you. Like, I've heard the community state this, or there's a lot of uproar in the community about this, that, and the third, where you're still getting the question that you want answered without specifically putting yourself directly into the question that you're asking. Like, I don't like this, why did you do this? Or you just say, you know, I've heard, or there's a lot of uproar. Word on the street is such and such, you know, where you're still getting your answers. And it may have to do with, it may be your personal opinion or your personal question, but using the specific different words will help you still get the answer that you want if it's without tying yourself to it. If that makes sense, or if I'm explaining that correctly. Some think your opinion is who they are, and they feel that they have to stand out to be. Some think your opinion, like your opinion is who, like your opinion defines you, is who they are. I mean, like I said before, you can't please everybody. Like, not everyone's gonna like you as a host or interviewer or anything like that. Everybody's different. You're always gonna have some people that like something or something that you do or don't do. Like, whether it's your voice, like he was talking about earlier. You just can't be too worried about what the people think. Too professional. I don't know if you can be too professional. I don't know. Just like I said, you can't over prepare. I mean, that too I don't know. I guess that would have probably been a good question for the Q&A. If you can be too professional, maybe too clinical. Well, that's what I said. You definitely want to build a rapport, especially when it comes to interviewing. You definitely want to make sure you build a relationship with the person if you can beforehand. Make them feel comfortable in a way you don't feel like it's so, like I was saying, like it's so linear. Just like question 1, question 2, question 3. Make it like a conversation. Better word. Yeah, it's a fine line. All right, I'm posting chat I'm chatting in the Twitch channel myself. Oh, I think they're getting ready to come back. Next part of the seminar, which we'll be talking about getting hired. I heard the music's fade. Yep, there we go. So here we go for the next part. Like how she's got the Pokemon shirt, Team R.
A really good lunch. Awesome.
Here we go, guys.
I am here with some esteemed experts in our industry, people who have really valuable insight on what it takes to get hired as a host, because you can be the best host in the world, but if you don't have your stuff to put out there, if you don't know who to talk to get hired, it's not going to be any good to you. So these fine people are going to help you do that. You guys know who I am, but Andrew, who are you?
Yeah, so my name is Andrew Tomlinson. I'm the owner and founder of kind of a boutique talent agency that specializes in gaming and esports called CSA. Been running it around 4.5 years now. And just year over year, we've kind of expanded our talent roster, and now we represent around 30 plus talent in the space.
And And I think, I don't know, I think you have another intro slide there. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, my next. Hi.
Yeah.
I'm Erin Wayne, also known as Aurelian. I work for Twitch. I've been here for 3.5 years, and I'm the community manager. And I think I'm here to talk about brand safety and aligning your brand with other brands, specifically with Twitch. And I'll pass it, because you're here for the same reason, kind of.
Yes. Hi, I'm Stephanie Kwan, or Squan. I work in Twitch sales as a program activation supervisor. I've been here just short of 2 years, and sorry, this is my first time in front of the camera, so please be kind.
What's a program? Squan, what's a program activation supervisor?
Oh, fantastic question, Bob. What that means is we produce custom content for brands. So brands come to us wanting to do something on Twitch. We have a whole dedicated team within the sales team itself that brainstorms and comes up with custom ideas of how to speak to the community and kind of marry them with brands really well. And then once the seller takes that out into the world and sells it, it comes back, and then I go out and execute it and make it happen and come to life and hopefully make it awesome for you guys.
And I'm Rachel, I'm an esports host, interviewer, general gaming host. I've done a lot of stuff with Twitch. And actually, like, when I tell the story of how I got to be here and what esports hosting even is, Twitch is such a huge part of that because it sort of totally transformed the esports space. So I've been in it since the very beginning. Andrew down there is my manager since the very beginning. And it's a journey. So I'm glad you guys are all really interested in potentially joining us.
I think Rachel is going to take the reins on leading us through the presentation. Is that right?
Sure. Yeah. Let's.
This is a lesson in improv.
It's a test.
Yeah, it's a test.
So yeah, this is going to be a test of my improv for sure. This is the roadmap to sort of figuring out the journey you want to take while hosting. So there's some check marks along the way that we're going to want to hit. But let's talk about before you even really put all your energy and your resources into becoming a host, you really want to consider what you're getting into here. It's a lifestyle. You're on the road. I think I've spent maybe like 6 days at home in the last month. Barely, if that. I mean, I have cats. You got to think of those things. You know. The flexibility, the expectations. I mean, you guys can read the screen. I trust you here, but I kind of want to go through this with you as well, especially starting with Andrew. You've had to manage about 30 talent, and when we get stressed doing any of these things, living our life or being flexible about the things we need to do, usually Andrew hears about it.
Sure. So, like the slide says, you know what you're getting into, know what you're signing up for. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be emotional roller coasters. There's going to be highs. There's going to be lows, and there's going to be stagnation. And you need to learn how to deal with these things as they progress. And it becomes not only your career, it's a lifestyle, and everybody has to learn the adaptations they have to make to their life in order to be successful at this. You know, we talk about lifestyle, and like Rachel just mentioned, you're always on the road, and I cannot emphasize this enough, but learn to handle the responsibilities you have at home, paying your bills, taking care of your animals. You know, I'm sure Rachel's got a herd of, or like a stable of pet watchers at this point, and lean on your friends in those times, and don't be afraid to take opportunities. You know, make the preparations, and that will put you on the right path. Erin, do you want to talk about any of these, or?
I have a question, actually.
Shoot.
So there are potential for talent, right? So it's true of like hosting or any type of talent, which is what I've spoken to, and you've had experience in that as well. But for hosting specifically, I know there are people like Anna who have a full-time job and manage to balance that and hosting. Is it possible for people who are watching or people that are here that they can get into it and part-time or like dabble in specific hosting things that they're interested in? Like, how does that work? Can they do that? Is there a balance that they can find that doesn't have to be on the road 24 days out of the month? Like, is that possible?
So, you know, Anna's can talk about this as well, and we're actually currently working on that as we speak with a gig that she's probably leaving for this weekend. So, flexibility, you know, has a lot to do with it, and communicating that with your boss. So, like, if it's okay, I'll use an example. Like, being on the same page with your superior and them understanding that it's important to you and what benefits it can bring to maybe that regular job. And you know, the more that you're out there doing your thing and growing, it can actually reciprocate for that parent company or whoever your full-time job is. And if they're not related, you know, this comes back to taking care of those things at home, taking care of business. And say you leave on like a Thursday night or a Friday, and you get back Sunday night, or you're tired, and you're like, oh, I'm not going to get up and go to the office. No, get up, get your butt in the office, and get back to work. Because if you lag behind and let those things affect your work, your work at, you know, regular work, then you're not going to be able to balance both. And know your limits. Like, don't sign up for too much. Like, if you know, like, okay, I'm going to go out of town on Thursday, I've got a presentation due on Monday, you know, this is what the gig's paying, here's the, you know, what's the risk reward, and being able to kind of look at those from a top-down perspective and know that, okay, I need to jump on this gig because it could lead to other opportunities, or no, I should stay home, or this could you know, I could get fired from my job. And you've got to, you know, I hate to say this, but you've got to live and learn and know what you're capable of.
Yeah, and I know that, again, from not necessarily from a hosting standpoint, but from general talent stuff as well. Like, I'm a single mom, and I own a house, and I have all these responsibilities, and I have, like, had gigs where they call me and say, I have to do this, and you have to turn it down. And you say, like, I can't. I don't have anyone to watch my kid. I don't have anyone to check in on my pets. I have an obligation that I have to do. And the feeling of having to turn down a job, especially if you're really excited about it, can be a giant bummer, right? And so learning to manage expectations and going into it in the right mindset and being able to say, there are things that I'm going to have to turn down, but there are other opportunities that are going to come up that are equally as good. And I can tell you also, having been someone who travels on the road all the time and having a kid, when you take the job, even when you're on the job, it doesn't always mean that you're going to be like super pumped about it, because you're at home going like, yeah, but I had to give up days with my kid, or I had to give up some obligation, or I let something fall behind because I opted to do that. The grass is always greener. And so there are certain things when you're weighing the risks and the rewards that is a very important step and a very important skill you have to learn, because if you don't, you're going to end up in a very bad situation where you do regret choices that you've made, or you regret taking a job that you may not have needed, or it may not have been as good, or you may have not taken it and been like, man, it sucks. Like, I'm seeing somebody else do the job I really wanted to do, and I probably could have done it if I had just rearranged and been a little bit more responsible.
Yeah, Anna and Marcus, you guys talked about this a little bit in context of an event and energy management at the event. You know, Kelly said she conserves her energy when she goes off stage. This continues on throughout your entire life. Like, you need to just manage your energy day to day, week to week, month to month. So it's an important part of the calculation. It's something you need to keep in mind. And remember, when you go on and do your presentation, you want to be 100%. It serves everybody if you can give it the most energy possible. That's why when you ask for compensation, your compensation should represent what it costs for you to do that job, the food, the energy, all that goes into it, the time off work. You need to make sure you're making enough to justify it. And also, when you go on camera, as we know now with the internet, it's forever. So you want to make sure you're putting all your energy in your best presentation, because if you sell yourself 100% to a company and you show up and you give 60%, they know, you know, and the internet knows that this might not be a good choice to hire again in the future. So it's not just being bummed and turning down some stuff. It's calculating and conserving your energy. And if you think of it that way, it's always a positive and it's always a benefit to you, even when you do have to turn stuff down.
It begs the question, too, that I get asked a lot, which is, when is the time to make the jump to being a full-time contractor, or should I have a full-time job and try to do hosting at the same time? And there's no right answer to that. I think it's different for every person. I do have a full-time job. Rachel does full-time contracting, and I think that boils down to kind of the lifestyle and expectations thing. What kind of lifestyle do you want to have? What kind of stability do you want to have? What kind of travel do you want to do? And building your expectations around that is really important, because I can't expect to do as many events in a month as Rachel can. You know, it just depends on what you want from your lifestyle.
Where you get insurance from.
Exactly.
Yeah, and to add on to that, brands might not necessarily know this, but transparency is so awesome for the people that you're working with. So the Twitch sales team, I can just speak on behalf of them, is we're kind of your first line of defense when it comes to brand activations. So we're not going to tell the brand anything before we've got you locked in. We're not going to say, oh yeah, Rachel's completely 110% in before talking to Rachel. And so if we do talk to Rachel and she says, I really, really want that 7th day off, there is no harm, no foul with saying that and being upfront with it, because as she was also saying, it's like if you do say yes to it and then you do come to the actual program and you're just like beaten down because you've been on the road all month, that is something that is more detrimental than just saying no in the first place.
Thank you. That's a good insight too. I do want to continue to get hired. Let's talk about our first steps now. So you've decided this is something you want to get into. You've made the brave choice to become an on-camera host for video games. Now you need to do some housekeeping, and this is where you really need to put the thought into who you want to be, who you want to put your energy into being, what story you want to tell over the course of your career. I know working with Anna and myself personally, we love positivity, we love creativity, we love bringing out the best in people. Other talent choose, a more, the Joe Rogan path, or, maybe a more, totally separate and removed from opinions, like a Ryan Seacrest thing. He is just a mirror that shows whatever is reflected his way. And it's great. There's lots of different ways to be a host. Put time into thinking about how you want to do that. Find a brand with great search engine optimization. Seltzer was pretty tough. I hope you choose wiser. But you want to think about what your brand says. The reason I did pick Seltzer though is because it's got a lot of room for me to put my own meaning into it. It's bubbly, it's flavorless water, and other than that, I can do whatever I want with it. I didn't choose Honda and then have to fight against a car company and a Street Fighter character. You want to think about these things, and you want to make sure that you can be found by the people that you're trying to be found by. And when you do that, when they do find you, you want to make sure that you impress them. So this is a great place. Maybe make a website. I know AnnaProsser.com is a bumpin' site. And it's got all your great stuff on it. It's got your reels. It's got great photos of you, your headshots. It's got links to the great articles that have been written about you and interviews that you've done. I should really do what Anna does because it looks awesome. But this is stuff you want to do. You want to put your best foot forward. So when they find you, what do people see? And then you want people to know where you're going as well. So you want to say, this is my identity. I like stuff that's positive. I like stuff that's children friendly. I like stuff that's super complex. I like stuff that's, community oriented. Whatever you are, think about that and put that forward. That doesn't mean you have to be that forever. That doesn't mean that doesn't change as you grow as a personality. But it's a good starting point for people to find you and to decide in those first couple seconds, is this a person we want to go with? Do we want to keep looking? You want to make that strong first impression. So I know Andrew manages a website where all our profiles live as CSA talent, and that's how we put a small foot forward with buyers. But what do you guys look for, Stephanie, when you are trying to connect talent or host with a brand?
Yeah, sure. I think the social thing is definitely kind of the first barrier to entry, because a lot of brands, they're newcomers to Twitch. Twitch is constantly growing. It's still kind of new in a lot of people's minds. So they're still familiarizing themselves, and they're also already nervous because they're entering this live environment. It's scary. It's totally different than what they do. They're usually doing, pre-recorded content. So there's a lot of just anxieties with brands just broaching that gap to Twitch. So brands themselves specifically will kind of start with your social, because that is the thing that they kind of understand. They know what Twitter is. They know what YouTube is. They know what all those things are. So they're going to kind of go with what they're comfortable with and how they can evaluate you. From the sales perspective, we like to think we have a little bit more knowledge on the community. So we will talk to people that have worked with you in the past. If there's like a niche thing that we're looking for, of course, we'll kind of try to target people that have more knowledge in those areas. But we really do also like building talent within sales. We want to get you to the point where you can do this for a living if that is your goal, or part-time if that's your goal. So we are constantly trying to also foster that. But demo reels, anything that you can send us in addition to all of your lovely social that is out there is always helpful for us, so that we can send something to a brand to say, this person is great, we highly trust them and highly recommend them.
You can also do that with your Twitch page itself. So I think a lot of people will think about what they're posting on their social media sites, whether it's Instagram or Twitter, and they'll make sure that, and we'll talk about this I think in a few minutes, but like talking about making sure your social is clean and what does brand friendly mean and what does all that mean. But if a brand is brand new to Twitch and they say like, hey, we're gonna just like browse streamers, and I know that I see this from charities often do that, where they're trying to recruit broadcasters to work on a charity activation, which can also be very valuable promotion for your channel. And so they'll go and they'll look at your Twitch page, and if your top clip is like you cussing out a controller and throwing it on the ground, is that okay for your brands? Like, is that okay, something that you want? Is it not? You have the control over your channel and the content that's on your channel the exact same way that you do over your social media. So what do your clips look like? What do your past broadcasts look like? What are your titles on your past broadcasts? Like, a lot of things that we think are really funny, a brand's gonna look at that and go, nope, and then like, peace out. So there's a lot of thinking that you have to do, not just for your brand and like what you want to be known for, but how you want your brand to be known within other brands. Like, you are a brand, but what about the brands you potentially want to work with? Specifically for hosting, I know that Anna and I had an interesting conversation about one brand that like will go through, and if you have a picture of something 10 years ago on your Twitter or however long you've been on Twitter, they'll be like, we want you to remove this.
They go
like,
deep.
They will go really, really far back. And so the same way with your Twitch channel is making sure that the titles that you have, the clips that are on your channel, the things that you promoted, the thumbnails that you use, all of those things are an opportunity for you to promote yourself, but also to raise questions. So think about the ways that you're doing those and how do they impact how somebody might view you, whether it's a viewer, which is great, or is it a brand?
I'd love to chime in too on showing your work. A demo reel can often be a huge barrier to entry. That means you need to have lots of samples of work. You need to have someone who can edit that together for you, or the ability to edit it yourself. Sometimes maybe you're just sending links that are samples of your work. Sometimes maybe you're just sending screenshots from previous work. That's okay. Send whatever you have, but I would say my biggest piece of advice is send only your best, because most of the people who are going to be looking at your samples are not going to spend a long time looking at them. They probably don't have multiple hours per day to look through all of the submissions that they get. They're probably only going to spend about 15 minutes looking at you tops. So remember to put only your very, very best that you want to make sure that they see in those materials.
And I mean, they pretty much have covered all of these topics. The one thing that I'll kind of hit on again is, when define your purpose. When working with somebody like me, that can mean, what is it that you're trying to be? Are you trying to be a desk host? Are you trying to do color commentary? Are you trying to do play-by-play? Are you trying to do announcing? Find out what your strengths are and improve on those. And within that, like, there's competitive gaming, there's casual gaming, there's like being a host for Twitch and interviewing developers and things like that. So there's a lot of different angles you can take, and find something that you can get passionate about, because it will show on camera. If you try faking it in this business, does not work. People can tell when you can maybe get away with it for a little bit, but people are going to pick up on it, and they can tell if you really care about it. And then lastly, I would say, let's see, don't pick a market that's already super saturated. Like, if you see, like, man, I really want to be Alex Machine Richardson, and he's like the best desk host in the world, or whatever, whoever it is. Like, if there's a really saturated market, try to find a different angle that you could see, man, there's an opening here. I'm going to throw one out there right now, and I'm looking for them. Female commentators, shoutcasters for competitive games. I think it's something we need to see more of. So.
And when you do get some of these brand activations, we will always armor you with as much information as possible. We understand too, you can't possibly be an expert at everything or passionate about everything. Like, if you hate cereal and don't know much about cereal, we will still armor you with everything that we will possibly know about that cereal. For instance, I'm seeing cereal in the corner. I'm sorry, guys. That's a terrible example.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Reese's Puff opening show for Twitch.
No.
That was great.
No cereal in particular. But we will armor you and lean into that information. Questions are always welcome. We're always trying to get as much information to you guys so that you are well armored when you are actually representing a brand. So that's just something I want to add.
And to merge those two different ideas as well, there's a lot of times where, again, I'm going to reference not just hosting, because you can host a lot of different. Rachel has, I think you've probably done everything, every type of hosting.
Everything.
So, and that can be what you want to be known for, right? But there are also things where, like, if you're making the bridge, because there's a lot of broadcasters here, right? You guys are going to be in this weird thing where you're going to be broadcasting and hosting at the same time. So do you want something that works organic to what your brand is? If your brand is doing like fighting games, do you want to go into something that's like like a competitive first-person shooter. Maybe that's something you want to do, but maybe you don't. Maybe you want to stick to fighting games because that's what you know, that's what you love. And there will be times where you have to go, am I going to take every gig that comes to me because I want to be a host or because I want to be known for this, or do I want to build myself as a brand and I want to be like the go-to person for, I'll go back to fighting games. I want to be fighting games. So whether it is shoutcasting or commentary or working with brands on something or an activation or an influencer, is it about who you are and what type of content you build, or is it about hosting? And that's something that you will have to at some point figure out what you want to do. And it is very important, and you can probably test this for sales, that if you start to flood what you do with just every paid opportunity that comes, you lose your efficacy as an influencer. You will lose your ability to get more deals because your audience will go, they're just selling me something again. So you have to make really smart choices about the types of things that you choose and think long term. Don't think like, right now I'm gonna get paid $1,000 with this gig, cool, I'm gonna take it. And then tomorrow, right, cool, I'm gonna get paid $500 with this gig, I'm gonna take it. What does long-term strategy, what does that look like within how you're hosting and the brands that you're working with and what kind of host you wanna be? Because it's a very complex thing, but if you sit down and organize it, it will pay off very long term.
Yeah, what Aurelian said is exactly it. This is the importance of building your home and organizing it. You want to play by the rules that you set for yourself in the beginning. You want to say, you know, I need 8 hours of rest. Don't do things that compromise 8 hours of rest. You know, don't stack up your gigs. If you need to spend time at home or do anything, or more abstractly, like, I need all my gigs to be positive. I will not do a gig that is negative or tears anybody down. So when that gig comes to me, it's a reflex to say no. You know, you really want to kind of paint this all out for yourself so you have something to reference as you suddenly, you know, dive into this and have to make a lot of decisions very quickly.
And like you said earlier, if something is not in your wheelhouse, you brought up cereal. Like if you don't know cereal, if I have vehemently been like, I do not like first-person shooter games, I'm not interested in first-person shooter games, and I've told my audience that, and now all of a sudden I'm doing commentary for a first-person shooter game, everyone's gonna see right through that. They're gonna be like, all right, how much are they paying you? So like, you also have to think about the things that you say and how you communicate that. If you're wanting to host and you would be open to doing a first-person shooter and that's not something that you want, or it's a brand that you might want to work with, if you're like, I don't eat dairy, I don't need dairy. If a chocolate milk company came to me and was like, we want to work with you, I would be like, I can't use your product. Like, it would be so silly. It would not make sense. And at that point, again, it's another thing that loses your efficacy to be able to sell something if it's transparent that you are doing something for money. So try to think about that as well. Just because an opportunity comes your way, even if it's a lot of money or it's something that could get you exposure, you might have to say no, because it's long-term better for you to be smart about the choices that you make than to just say, it's an opportunity, I'm gonna take it.
Also, these are not decisions that you have to make alone. There's potential to find, you know, this is something I bounce off Andrew all the time. Do you think this is a good fit for me? You know, what if we ask these couple questions to find this out? And also, this is a great opportunity to use someone like Stephanie. Stephanie is the go-between between the brand and you. Or maybe you're talking directly to the brand. It's still fair to say to them, and they will respect you for this, I'm really interested in this job, but I don't know if I have all the tools. Do you have things that can help me? Or, you know, if you can't find anyone better for this job, if you can't find a more natural fit, what can I do to kind of meet you halfway? Communication is always going to be your best friend.
Absolutely. And just to help maybe, I don't know, organize it too, you can always bucket things too. So going back to the terrible cereal metaphor, if you are doing an activation with one cereal, you want to make sure you're not doing it another one later that week for another brand. So you can kind of categorize different opportunities that you have just to make sure there's not really a conflict of interest, because that will also definitely, your communities will know that your street cred is going to be out the door, because you're going to be like, you just told me the other day you loved X, and now you're doing, you know. So that's just another thing to keep into consideration, is projecting, timing, and kind of bucketing by category and being smart about that, because you want to remain authentic while you're doing all this.
Speaking of timing, let's hop on to the next slide just to make sure we
I think there's a thing about contracts that so there's one about contracts in this slide also. To bounce off of what you said, don't conflict. Read your contracts, because there are like I signed one right now, and there's a product that I am using, and it says I cannot talk about or be in the vicinity of a competing product for 6 months. So for 6 months of my life, I have to completely avoid this very major competing product. And it's like, I had to email them and go like, okay, it's impossible because I use this thing, and how can I do this? And they're like, all right, well, you can do it, but like you can't talk about the fact that you're doing it. And so you have to be very knowledgeable about the contracts that you're signing when there is a potential competing product. And like, even after the thing is over, are you barred from, for X many months, not talking about a competing product? Like, the contracts are going to be a major part of those types of things.
So definitely. We're going to look ahead of ourselves because this is our first step here. How to reach out. You've organized your house. Now you want to go and find your first client. You want to do your first hosting gig. We'll have some insight from Andrew on what, kind of the best ways to reach out and do that are. And then Stephanie, you can back him up or shoot him down.
Yeah, let's do it.
And then we're going to talk about, somebody is interested. How do you know it's official? How many people have, been talking about and promoting a brand only to find out 3 months later that no one's going to pay you for that. No one even realized that you were doing that. Lock it down, make it official, figure out the language, figure out the rules, figure out when you can announce it, when you can go public with things like that. What is involved in going public, exactly like, maybe you have to avoid another product. Maybe you have to say it in a very particular way. And then we'll talk about, turning your first gig into multiple gigs. But let's see how it starts out, Andrew.
Sure. So we talk about best practices. If you're just starting out, like one of the other slides said, high quality photos, links to your work. If you don't have a reel and you don't have the resources to get like a professional reel put together, putting together a library of links of the stuff you can do. Or let's say you're applying to be a Overwatch caster or a host or whatever. Even just getting a camera, turning it on, and candidly filming that, and then just showing that to them. You've got to start somewhere, and you just can't have like a negative mindset about it. Like, well, I don't have anything to show. There's no way I'm going to get into this. You got to try. So, and then when it actually comes to the reaching out point, you have to. There's being persistent is extremely important, but not being overly aggressive. And you see a lot of people that will go after things in this industry, and the way they go about it can either be kind of an honorable way, or you kind of raise an eyebrow and like, well, that's not very ethical. So I would say like being persistent, following up, showing genuine interest, getting involved. The best thing you can do is to leave a footprint before you go to reach out for said gig. So let's say that gig is Quake or whatever the case may be. Tweet about that you're playing the game. Put out some video content that you've made on your own. Get involved in the community. Maybe get involved in Reddit. Get involved with Twitch streamers that are already streaming that game. Leave a footprint behind. It's kind of when a company is making the decision to hire somebody, they're going to go research into that window that we talked about, your social media feeds, your videos that you've been putting out. If when they look through that window, which is your properties, your Instagram, your Twitter, if they don't see anything about Quake, they're not going to hire you for Quake. They're just thinking, oh, this guy's just trying to get into this, or her for the money or whatever. They're going to think there's not a genuine connection there. And then obviously once they peer into that window and they can see, okay, this person has a genuine affiliation with said product, then the next step is skill. Do you actually have the skill set to pull this off? And based off of the materials that you put forward, showing your work, they'll make a decision. And maybe the first time around you don't get it. When I'm approaching a company or a brand or whoever the client is, it's okay to follow up, and it's okay to be a little annoying. It shows genuine interest as long as you're not emailing them every 10 minutes, right? Like, don't annoy them, but be persistent. Let a day or two go by. Follow up. Maybe they got busy and they got 10 other emails and they forgot about you. You can't get upset or take it personal, because at the end of the day, just like you're trying to get a job, they're doing their job. And maybe there's 20 people applying for the same job, and they have to have an evaluation period when they make that decision.
And one quick thing, don't go on Twitter and subtweet them or complain or ever be seen complaining about any other host or talent or anything. There's, it's just not a good look. It's just a business fact. If you're on there like, oh, I can't believe they went with so-and-so, it's going to be a hard time for any company to feel like they want to pick you up because they know that you are also throwing people under the bus. So if you really truly want to be a host and you really truly want to put this foot forward, it is an all the time thing on your social media. It is an all the time thing on your stream with your stream titles and your caps. You are a brand that other people are going to be trusting to be alongside their brand. And there are some very discriminating brands out there that want to make sure that you are positive, that you are, more importantly, never negative, and you know, that's all going to show through in these things.
And we have a slide about that, and we can talk about that a little bit, but there's a difference, and I'll just point it out now because I'll say it 100 times. There's a difference between being negative and being critical. You can be critical of something without being negative. You can say, hey, this game came out, I'm not really a fan of it. If you go on and be like, this game sucks, and insert an expletive, probably not the best look. Probably not a good idea. So you can be critical without being negative. You can have an opinion. You can talk about politics, you can talk about things, but the second that it goes into like disparaging a brand or a product or a person or a group or a sect or whatever, that's when brands start going like, ooh, that's where it gets controversial. So you can be critical, just don't be negative.
I wanted to ask, because we're talking about kind of this they that we're applying to or that we're asking for jobs from, and I know that some people may not know yet who those people are, who they're trying to send their materials to, or how to get in touch with those people. I know that when I started, I was looking for like auditions and casting calls, and there are those in certain industries, but in ours especially, we're talking mostly about gaming, although this isn't just about gaming, but in online industries and in influencer campaigns, a lot of times there's no open call. It's someone submits you, or you are in contact with someone, or they thought of you. So do you guys have recommendations for how people should make the right connections to be able to submit these kind of materials or to be on the top of someone's mind?
It depends. I mean, you can probably talk about from the casting agency. I know from like myself, from like a talent, having an agency is really helpful because I can't tell you the last time that I had to actively seek something out. It's usually like I go to my agency and say, hey, I want to do this, or the agency comes to me and says, hey, we have this opportunity, are you interested? So like the first step is like getting an agency and matching with one. If, for hosting, like finding an agency that can help you specifically with that goal is really important. But a lot of times it's about being honest and like forthright and saying, I'm really interested in participating in this thing. A lot of it too, I will say from like the community manager side, I get a lot of emails from broadcasters, which is great. Like I want to know you guys are passionate about things, but also it's not particularly one person that gates that content. So if you email an agency and say, I'm really interested in this, the person that you email is probably not the only person who makes those decisions. So saying like, hey, I'm really interested in doing this, what's the proper way for me to express my interest? Is there a casting call? Is there a person I need to email? Is there an event that I need to go to? Like, how do I submit that? And a lot of times, in my experience, there's a form, there's an application, there's an actual way to go about that other than just emailing every 3 weeks, being like, I'm interested, I want to get hired, how do I do this, can I do this, right? So come at it from like a questioning angle and not just like, I'm telling you I want to do this. It's, I'm interested, what do I need to do next? How do I go about doing that? And then is there another person that I need to communicate? Or what's the process? What is the selection process? If I apply, what do you look for? How do I make sure that my application gets put to the top? What information and what can I do to propel myself above the other candidates? Those are all questions that I don't get asked a lot. I just get told, I want to do this. Okay, make sure you do this. Make sure you do this. Make sure these are the things we look for. And if people would ask, they would learn 10 times the information than just telling. And I think that that's a key thing that a lot of people don't do, is learning about what they need to do instead of just saying, I'm interested.
Yeah, Andrew, I mean, you are typically the one who, you know, on our behalf interacts with a lot of these companies. I can speak to my experience with some newer brands. They sort of, you know, they see your work, they see what's going on out there, and they reach out, or they hear that, you know, another production company or another game company has worked with you. But we also, sometimes as gamers, I'm a huge fan of something like Pokemon Go. So I, you know, was like, hey, is anything going on over there? Nothing? No? Okay. I knocked on every door, and I got nothing. And then I think it, like, came down the tubes through my agency where, like, you know, someone at, I think, Twitch heard that I might be interested, and they passed it on to someone they knew to be my manager, and my manager knew that of all the talent he had, I was, you know, the biggest fan. And so it makes its way to you. But I had to do a lot of broadcasting of my own passions. So whatever your passions are, make sure that you are broadcasting them out there. And that's the fastest way that some of these guys are going to find you. If there's a game that you think is coming up that you think you can add something to, go to them and tell them and say, you guys are doing developer streams. I think I could add a lot of passion, a lot of excitement. Advocate for yourself and tell everyone what you can do, because people aren't out there picking through us. We have to jump up and down and sort of wave for it. And thankfully I have Andrew doing the jumping up and down and waving. But how do you typically get in contact with these companies?
Sure. So there's a couple different angles that I guess I can talk about. One is there definitely is something to having a collective, group of similar-minded or similar like a talent agency. And I'm not saying that, like, obviously I run a talent agency, so I can just sit up here and say, yeah, everyone needs a talent agency. In fact, as you may not need one, but there definitely is perks to that. And a lot of brands, we've been doing it long enough, and we have enough footprint in the industry and connections where they're reaching. Maybe they're just. I'll tell you, I get so many blind emails every week that they're just like, "Hey, Andrew, we're looking for X, Y, and Z. Who do you have? Send us demo reels, whatever." And then, oh, well, you want someone for Pokemon? Well, I happen to know a huge Pokemon nerd that works for me. So, like there's those instances, and it's like very, very clear and easy for us to just put them forward because we're like Rachel said, you broadcast your passions. I've actually booked talent for gigs by hashtag searching on Twitter for a talent that played a certain game, and ended up reaching out to that talent because I saw they played it. I actually knew of them prior, just saw their stream, in previous weeks or something, and then reached out to them, boom, booked them. So, broadcasting that on your feeds, maybe something like that could happen. Another is, obviously always having allies at these companies. If you're going out to events, and I know not everyone is good at it or knows the proper social etiquettes, but networking at events can be game-changing. Handing out little business cards, and the way you present yourself, the way you dress yourself, the way you act, and not getting angry when those opportunities come in, and not getting angry when you get shut down, but having more of an approach, like Aaron said, about asking questions of how you can put yourself forward. And then in terms of other ways that we source talent for things, like, so say we have a talent we've already been working with, and they contact me and they're like, Andrew, I really want to get into X title. Well, then at that point, I will go, let's just use PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds as an example. It's a new hot title. So we're going to go directly to them, and we're going to talk to them. Or I always tell my talent this, get me a lead, get me an in, get me an email, find me, give me some ammunition to go forward and then try and advocate for you on your behalf. And when someone's advocating, when you're not the one doing the, like, hey, look at me, like, I want to do this. If someone in the position that has some influence over these people, or they might have a little bit more, I don't know if respect is the word, but clout. Like if I help run a talent agency and I represent a bunch of talent, they might actually listen to my opinion because they think, well, he must know what he's talking about because he works with all these different talent that do these different titles or these different positions, and that can also be a benefit. So, basically what I'm trying to say is having a team, or like a home base, or as we like to call it, a family, to help go and find these leads. I'm going to do anything I can, because at the end of the day, if I can book a gig for them, they make money, I make money, and then in a bigger picture, it accomplishes, finding a gig that one of your talent is truly passionate about. There's not really a better feeling from a manager standpoint when you can kind of goal reach together. Yeah.
I wanted to chime in too, in case, because we've talked a lot about kind of having an agency or having a manager. For my first few years of hosting, I didn't have those things, and so I wanted to make sure to touch on something like that as well. In-person networking was the key for me, going to places and saying, hey, I'm really interested in getting involved in what you're doing. May I please have your business card and send you some materials that you can look at in case you're interested in hiring me. Those kinds of conversations were the beginning stages of me getting hired. It took a long time, but being able to then have that one contact, and to have that contact maybe even pass me on to someone else. Like, hey, I'm not the person you need to talk to, but here, email this person instead. Having all of those kinds of conversations was important. And then I think too, when we talk about it's important to have a family or a group of people that you work with, I would love, we talked about how we hope that you guys will be making connections here, regardless of whether that group is an agency or anything like that. Having a group of people that are interested in being successful together has been very key for me. When I can't do a gig, being able to say, hey, I know someone that I trust 100% who's going to be a good substitute for me, and being able to pass that on and having people do the same for me has been huge for me. So if you can have some like-minded hosts that you like working with, that you trust, that you guys can kind of make a tacit agreement to work together and support each other and pass gigs on to each other, or bring each other along if they're like, because a lot of times people will be like, hey, I want to bring another host with you. Do you recommend someone? Having a family like that can be really, really helpful too.
And you can also work with brands directly. So like, having that passion and looking at what your brand is, there are things that I've done that are branded things that never came through an agency at all, but they searched a hashtag on Twitter, or they were like, hey, we noticed that like you're a giant fan of X. We're gonna like send you some stuff and like, are you interested in playing our game? And not, this is also like a thing, like not everything is going to be free. I'm sure Rachel played a lot of Pokemon Go that she paid out of her own pocket for and promoted it without being paid. And then like that was part of what she did, right? So it was a personal investment, but it was also something that she did for fun that ended up leading to a paid gig. So there are opportunities where if you're just a die-hard fan for something, and there are two specific things that I was like super die-hard, and I now work with both of those companies on a regular basis because I was die-hard about it, and I reached out to someone and said like, hey, I really like this thing, and I would like to get involved. And they were like, okay, great. And then through that, like one of my relationships is with Xbox. And so I was a huge Xbox fan. And then they passed me to someone at the Women in Gaming thing. And then I hosted the Women in Gaming event at GDC. So those relationships then that may not come through an agency because they can be helpful, but you don't need them. You can make them on your own, and they can lead to potential other things.
Yeah, that's the perfect segue for keeping your momentum. Once you get one relationship, that's your best opportunity to get your next relationship, and you want to keep rolling it into stuff. And this is where we talk about things like your behavior at an event. You show up, you are an employee of that event. You are not a star. You are a part of production, and you are there to work. You are there on set when they need you. You always tell people where you're going during the day. You never leave set without telling anybody or without getting permission. You are always happy. I mean, I can't tell you how tough it is sometimes at an event when everything is on fire around you and there is a chorus of boos on the other side of the stage and someone has thrown something at you and you still have to smile. You are there for everybody else, and your job is to be that cheerleader. I mean, you got to pat the camera guys on the back. You got to give the thumbs up to the audio guys. I mean, you are not just the energy for the front of the stage, you are in the back of the stage too. And sometimes that's an energy debt, and sometimes you're gonna have to choose between the front of the stage and the back of the stage, in which case you choose the front of the stage, but you do not make things any harder in back of the stage. You always wanna make sure that you are adding, and if you feel like, I mean, that just means don't sit there with, you know, a puss on your face and look cranky. You can't even do that. That's not okay. Because your reputation that you build at one event is going to be the reputation that follows you into the next event. And there's lots of other factors too, as far as performance networking, in-person networking at the event. I don't know if you guys want to speak to any of those. Anna, I'm sure, I mean, you're a snowball, so you're obviously doing something right.
Thank you. Well, I know you guys, your next slide was talking a little bit about whether or not you need management. So I don't want to step too much on that, but I think that. I think this is probably more relevant. Yeah, okay. Totally. I'm reading the slide right now. Sure. Yeah, okay, so I would agree with Rachel. I think a lot of it is, we talked about communicating to the audience that you have control, you're going to take care of them, it's going to be okay. I would echo that that's really important for all aspects of a production, and remembering that it is your job to be easy to work with, to be flexible, and that when you really excel as a host, it's because you are able to completely change what you were planning to do at a moment's notice and make someone look good even when they messed up really, really bad. And that's your job, and it's sometimes unfair, but that's kind of what makes you really good, is being able to deal with those unfair situations.
Yeah, you are owed nothing, you are guaranteed nothing, and you have to provide everything.
And when you do it, and you do it well,
with
it's
smile.
Amazing. Yeah.
Yep, you are the head, shoulders, knees, and toes of the production. I feel like the host is the connective tissue between the front of the house and the back of the house. You're the one with the bug in your ear. The client's often there on site, yammering, being like, oh my gosh, they didn't say it right, they need to do this, they need to do that. And you are the person that we are relying on to steer that ship back in order. So if the rest of the talent is on stage and they are flubbing and they are saying everything incorrectly, we will certainly reach out to the host and be like, can you please correct what they're saying? And if you are saying it right and you're giving all the signals to be like, hey, we need to be leaning more towards this, we need to be hitting more of these talking points, or this is actually how you say the brand name, things like that, we really rely on you to be that person for us, for sure.
I think that what helps with that too, especially, is constant communication and asking what people need, and so that you can give it to them. We've talked about asking for feedback, but real time asking, what is it that you want from me? Is my tone good? Do you want me to make things more exciting? Do you want me to make things more intense? Are you feeling good about the way that I introduce this person? You know, bringing those questions to bear all the time is really important.
And that all-important question before a broadcast starts: is there anything you don't want me to say?
Yeah.
Is there anything
Such a
forbidden?
good question to ask.
Every brand has their own little community hot points and touch
Yes.
points that it's important to be aware of also. And of course on this slide too, we have talking about like niche communities. You want to, maybe you are the premier, Maple Story streamer, and I don't even think you can do that anymore, can you? That game's gone. But you find your niche and find a way to serve them. You want to serve them authentically. You don't want to walk into a room and say like, "Hey, we all love Bulbasaur, right?" And it's like, "It's Pikachu. We like Pikachu. Where did you come from? Who are you? What are you doing here?" You want to make sure you are authentically participating in these niche communities. You are doing right by everyone, and you are coming in with ultimate respect. It might seem more of like a gamer thing to be really cool and negative towards like Call of Duty. No, like you are giving your respect to everyone and everything you see. You are making everyone around you look like a star, even at your own expense sometimes. Sometimes you have to play the person that doesn't know anything. Sometimes you have to play, the heel and the person that gets it wrong. Whoever is next to you, they're the ones that get to shine in the spotlight. And that's kind of the weird thing. People confuse the job of host and influencer a lot too. An influencer is there because they're entertaining. They're the Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey can say whatever she wants, right? Because she's Mariah Carey. But you are Ryan Seacrest. You bring in the show, you close the show, you make Mariah look good, and you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was I won't say names or brands, but there was one specific where the host did the like, "Oh, I'm gonna like make a funny joke and like degrade this person on the thing," and people still talk about it to this day. Like to this day, remember when that like total jerk guy like said that thing? God, wasn't that awkward? Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. Like always, there's a difference between criticism and negativity, whether it's a hosting job or social media or whatever. Like build people up, don't tear them down. Like that's not how you make yourself look good as a host.
When we talk about niche communities, it's important to think about too who you want to make the most happy, because sometimes the production staff or the director will be at odds with the audience. There have been times where the interviews that I'm asked to do are more basic, let's say, than the audience wants them to be. Let's say the audience is a very hardcore gaming audience and they want me to ask hard-hitting questions, but the production team has specifically asked me to interview as though I'm a brand new player to the game. It's more important to me to make the production team happy because I want them to hire me back because I want hosting to be my career. But if it's more important to me to be genuine to that community because I'm a streamer in that community and I want them to trust me as a streamer of that game, maybe I would make a different decision, knowing that I probably won't get hired back again if I don't do what production says. So just thinking about your goals is important.
Well, and I think, we have a lot of great hosts in our team because we've been able to kind of marry that. We are all passionate gamers and we are all being asked to bridge our passion to the mainstream. And so one of the things that I know everyone who's had an opportunity to work on the Twitch stage does is they sort of walk that line. They say, "Tell me a little bit about your game," and then you throw in those one or two questions. Why did you change workers to charges instead of ongoing units and turn-based? All those things. Like there's a time and the place to that, and the art and the thing that you're going to get better and better at is slipping it in there and marrying the two and taking that hard hitting that really micro StarCraft RTS strategy question and making the answer something that will excite even the most basic gaming fan. And that's the fun of our job, right? We work in video games and entertainment. We're not pharmaceutical reps right now. Like we can find real passion and joy in all the things that we do, and that is always there. So if you find yourself kind of going into the negative, if you're doing these things that are really avoidable and really can only end up hurting your brand in the end, or you want to be controversial for just that moment, just always make sure you're measuring that and calculating that.
I guess I just want to tie in kind of what you guys see on the slides here. So I kind of want to define niche community, and that I know we don't have much time, so I'm just going to do this very quickly. But essentially, niche community doesn't mean it's small. It just means that it's particular, and it's a certain flavor. And that could be League of Legends, that can be Pokemon, that can be any kind of specific title or specific genre. And when we say find a home base, like you've got to find an entry point, right? You've got to start somewhere, find something you're passionate about, get out there, leave a footprint, get hired, and then once you get that opportunity, we could talk about being brand safe for an hour, but yes. Be aware of what you're posting, be aware of what you're doing, and then and then we talk about avoiding the avoidable, right? That's overstepping. That's knowing your role when you're at the event. That's knowing the audience that you're talking to, and then you kind of like tie these ingredients together, and now you've kind of built a foundation. You've got your first gig, and now it's like, now that you have that, you've got to hold on, you've got to maintain that, and then start looking for, don't stagnate. Start looking for new communities. Find another niche community, and if you can make one community really happy, and they're always glad to see you when you go host an event for them or you're on camera. Those are the people that are going to come out when you step to a parallel community, that are going to be like, man, I'm so glad she's doing that. I'm so glad he's doing that. They were great in this community. They're going to be the ones that kind of are in your back corner, so to speak. So
I want to make sure that we have time for a few questions, because you guys are valuable resources. Is this a good time?
Yeah, and
Okay.
if there's anything you guys wanted to cap on really quick, but I think we're ready.
Yeah. Cool. I think we have time for just a couple. I will do the Bob Barker thing, please.
To the audience.
Anna White. She's Anna White now.
All right. So you talked about image and stuff like that, and like all of you, you look great. Eyebrows on fleek and all that stuff. But like, if you go to like for instance, like Twitter and stuff like that, like I had an opportunity and I kind of lost out on it because I had like a clip of me talking about like time at a strip club or whatever, and it was awful, by the way. But like my point is, for like a management, like would they like kind of help you, know what to delete and stuff like that? And like another point to that as well. Do you guys take like, this is just a general question, do you like take a cut out of any gigs that they happen to get you?
Good questions.
Well, I can say I've definitely fired off a tweet or two, and then immediately gotten the text from Andrew that goes, delete that. So yeah, yes, so management is very helpful. I mean, I don't want you guys to feel like you have to come up with all these rules and boundaries and stuff on your own. This is the resource of having other people to talk to, having us to talk to, and having a community to bounce ideas off of as well. But Andrew, you can say more.
Sure. So I mean, every company's going to operate a little differently, and if you want to have like a private discussion about it or something, maybe we can. But like typically, if it depends on how it comes in. If I'm like cold turkey getting a new opportunity for someone, the cut's going to be higher, right? The cut's going to probably vary between 10 and 20% based off of how said gig came to be. I always say, a lot of times, like, I can't be everywhere at once, and a lot of these brands are always going to try and go around your filter systems, whether that's an agency or a manager, an agent, whatever, right? And it's important for you, if you're working with those people, to use them as a resource. Hey, I'm busy with other things. Can you vet this? What does the day rate look like? How much time? What kind of time prep am I going to have to do? Flights. Any kind of basically information that's going to. It's good to have a filter to kind of filter out the BS, so to speak, and to know what you're getting into, and to know if it's a good fit for you. Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of communication that can get lost between the talent and the company hiring you, whether it's a brand or whatever. And I think probably Stephanie can talk about this more. But does that answer your question? That you asked about the cut? It probably varies between 10 and 20%. If someone's taking more than 20%, they're probably pretty greedy. So be aware of that. Like, I think 20% is a pretty good standard for industry stuff. Sometimes it'll be lower, sometimes it could be higher, but I would say 20% is around that margin. So
to answer your question about Twitter too, and going back to you can be critical, right? If you want to be able to talk about going out and drinking in strip clubs, that's fine. If that's how you want to build your brand, you should do that. But you should go into it knowing that like the Disney Channel's not going to pick you up, right? Yeah. Bud Light might, right? So like if that's what you want your brand to be, you can just realize that it might limit the types of brands that are willing to like reach out to you, or the hosting opportunities that you may get, because they don't want a demographic that could be potentially negatively influenced by those things. So if you don't have to, like, I think a lot of the feedback that I hear, and it like kills me every time I hear it, someone's like, I have to be fake if I want to do that. Not at all. But you just can't expect everything to come to you if you don't want to be filtered. That's fine. If that's how you want to run your brand, that's great. You can do that. But be realistic with the types of companies that are going to work with you if you choose to do that. And just like if you choose to be super family friendly, kid, whatever, like you're probably also not going to have a Bud Light come to you. So like there's pros and cons on how you want to run that, and that's up to you when you're deciding how you want to build your brand to be able to do that.
Yeah, I just shared it because I thought it was funny. I wasn't.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, it's fine.
You have a question, Marcus?
Go party all day.
Okay, Marcus has a question, and then we'll take two, and then we got to go to the next thing.
I have a comment and a question. As someone who basically went through 99% of my career without a manager, let me be the one who made that mistake for you.
it is like the best thing you can do. And early on for me, especially when it's like every gig made that much of a difference, I'm like, why am I giving someone 10% of what I can do on my own? The time that you save, the energy and the mental capacity that you now reserve as a result of that is worth every damn penny. And like, these people aren't there to just take the money. They're to help you out every step of the way. So like, please do it, because like 15 years of it sucked and it played a major toll on me. So
that's why he's gray now.
Something to consider. It's probably true. The other question I had is, one thing I thank my parents for is I hated it every time, but when I got a gift or I got a present or I got an opportunity, they would be like, yo, it's time to sit down and send your thank you notes. And so this was something that I did very early on in my career, but I don't do so much now. And I'm curious if that is something that you suggest. So for example, I just did this work with, ESL, sending a thank you note after the fact. I really enjoyed working at your event. I hope there might be additional opportunities in the future. What is your thoughts on that, and do you generally suggest a practice?
I'm assuming this is geared at me.
Thank you notes, yay, nay. Well, also, I guess
Stephanie.
Yeah.
I say yay. I mean, it's not mandatory by any means. It's not going to be docked against you if we're like, ooh, no thank you note. How rude. We're not hiring that person again. It's by no means mandatory, but we love knowing that you enjoyed yourself as well. And something that we're actually going to start implementing on our side as well is we're going to start sending out surveys. It's 3 questions, 1 through 5, and with a little comment box if you want to add more detail. But we really, really do want to hear how your experience was, because we're trying to get the best talent, and that's, everyone in this room and out there, and we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can as well. So even you having that initial reach out even opens the door, be like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that you enjoyed yourself. Do you have any feedback for us? How was your experience? What can be better next time? So definitely not mandatory, but always appreciate it.
All right, 2 more speed round questions. Here.
Okay, so I have 2 quick questions, but one I may need to grab you later for. The first question is, how do we go about finding an agent or a talent agent or something along those lines, especially if we're growing and we're not quite to that level? And then the second one kind of ties into something that we had discussed a little bit before on Twitter, which is like determining your value.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we have time for that one.
Yeah.
We can definitely get more in depth onto these later too, but I would say the initial
Value for hosting is probably different than what we were talking about, which is like paying for like social media impressions or like on stream deals. And there's like a formula with like a CPM and your impressions and what an average CPM. So that's a little bit different. We can talk about that later. But yeah.
In terms of the finding an agent or finding management, I mean, what you're doing right now, being here, that's part of it. Networking, asking your friends, or if you have like a streamer friend that has management. There's several people out there. I'm certainly not one of the only ones doing it. Reaching out to them. I mean, if you want to have a private conversation, I can give you a list of 4 or 5. There's a bunch. There's starting to be, as Twitch and this whole space is developing, there's obviously more shops opening up. But you've also got to be careful. Like Marcus just said, he went through most of his career without one. There's probably a good reason for that too, because not all of them are good people. That they can take advantage of you, and you want to make sure that whoever you're getting in cahoots with, so to speak, they are good people. So I think leaning on the relationships you have, word of mouth, extremely important. Always ask 3 people, hey, what do you know about this person? And if you're starting to see a trend, then it's probably true.
And for the early stages, like if you just want somebody that's in it with you, right? That also sees, has a second set of eyeballs on maybe contracts you're reading, what's going on, somebody made me this offer, you want to double check it. Just find a friend, or a lot of people, find your mom or your dad or anyone that you can sort of trust their gut, and have them look at stuff with you. I mean, I've seen a lot of friends come up in this industry, and maybe their cousin becomes their manager, or their mom is doing all their managing stuff. They are a great resource. Anyone that's kind of had experiences in the world different from you can help.
Yeah. All right, one more.
How do you professionally pursue and persist without seeming desperate? Because I know there's that fear of if you're doing too much pursuance, it's going to almost devalue you, that you seem too desperate for it. I know in the field that I worked in before this, that was something that I always felt when someone was too pesky and wanting my business or wanting to work with me. It almost made me think, well, they might not be very good at what they do. So how do you approach it? How do you pursue professionally and persist without seeming like you're just so desperate to do anything?
asking the questions, I think, is, and you can from an agency probably know from the community management side, like from me and the questions that I get from broadcasters all the time. The difference is if you're saying I really want to do this and I give you constructive feedback, or I say you need to fill out this form or you need to do this thing and you don't do it, and then you email me again and say I want to do this thing and you still don't do what I want, then I'm gonna go like, I'm not gonna just hand this to you, right? So the difference between like desperate and willing to work for it is like you take constructive criticism, you take feedback, you follow instructions, you do what you need to do, and then at the bottom line, if someone says like, look, I will be transparent with you. Here's where, you know, the opportunities lie. Here's what I can and can't do. Here's how the process works. Learning how they make those decisions is the difference, right? Because if you're emailing me all the time going like, I need a job, I need a job, I need a job, and I don't have a job, then that's where that line goes. But if I'm actively seeking something and you go, okay, I applied, how does the selection process work? How does this happen? And I explain it to you and there's a clear understanding and you can manage your expectations. That's a huge part of that, is asking the questions, doing what you need to do, and having that follow-up to be able to make sure that it's what it needs to be.
I would jump in too and say the more you can include new information in each communication, the better. Reaching out to say, hey, I hosted an event recently. I'd love to send you a video that I made, and just sending that along. Hey, I just found out I'm going to be at PAX West. I'm going to be available. If you can use me, I'm happy to do that. You know, little pieces of information that are new can really help. Just be like, I'm giving you something, and you can do whatever you need with it, as opposed to like, please give me, please give me, please give me.
By that same token, do not breadcrumb people along. Like, sometimes you want to get them to answer a certain way, and so you try and ask your question that certain way. Just like with interviewing, that doesn't work. Be a demonstration of the efficiency that you could bring to a broadcast in your email. Lay it all out organized, you know, give them all the information you think they could possibly need, ask your really concise questions, and then trust that, you know, these guys are busy, but they can see efficiency, you know.
And I think you can kind of subscribe to the sage-old advice of like putting yourself into other person's shoes, right? Being like, if you, in your gut, you're like, is this annoying? You could probably be like, maybe I'll play it safe and not email them this week, something like that. I think you can really rely on yourself too and just be like, you know, everyone's received an email in this room. And if someone has peppered you one too many times, you know what that frequency is, that sweet spot. So I think that you can really also rely on yourself and your own judgment to be like, let me put myself in the other person's shoes. Maybe I'll just hold off, or I'll send it.
And you can also ping someone. I know that this happens to me all the time, is that someone will email me and I'll go to like email them, and then I get like legit ADD and I like turn around and then I forget, and then it's like 2 days later and someone follows up and says like, hey, like just want to follow up, and I'm like, oh my god, yes, thank you for following up. You're not bothering me. If I didn't respond and you hold me accountable, dude, that's totally my bad. Like, you should be able to respond back, and if it's 15 minutes later and you're like, where's my email, I'll probably be like, whoa, you should probably calm down for a second. But if it's been more than 48 hours and you haven't received a reply, it's okay. Now, if that happens over and over and you're like 10 chains in and it's like 6 weeks, they probably just won't want to talk. But like, there's, you know what I mean? If it's like 1 or 2, like ping, like, hey, I never heard back from you, like, can you please reply? Then that's fine.
Okay, I want to get Adam up here. So thank you guys so much.
Thank
This
you.
has been fantastic.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks
and,
for questions. Thank you, guys.
Also, these guys, I don't know, I think all of you are going to be available this afternoon, right? So please ask them personally any questions to follow up. That would be great. We're going to take a hard 2-minute break, 2 minutes only, and then we'll be right back.
All right, guys, what's going on? Thanks for watching the stream so far. Just an FYI, I may have to bail on the stream prematurely. Actually, my ISP is here. You know, we've been having some ISP issues, so if I do have to wrap up early or bail on the stream, please forgive me. But thank you for coming by. Thanks to everybody who's came by. Thanks for the new follows. Thanks for all the hosts. It's been awesome. Feel free to follow the channel. Also follow me on Twitter at Kalamity _, and that's the I is the number 1. All my links and all my information are on the panels down below, or you can also use the bot commands to pop up any of the social media links. Feel free to join the Discord. Discord is open to everyone. Like I said, Twitter, Instagram, like the Facebook page. Hope you guys have been learning a lot of information here. giving you some tools to work on and some new stuff to think about to put in your repertoire. I've enjoyed it. I've actually been making a good bit of notes myself, and I've been taking screenshots. So, because you can never be too prepared, like they said, and you can never work too hard. You're always gonna have something you can always improve on, whether you're looking to do hosting, interviewing. I think a lot of stuff can pertain to streaming and a lot of other things that you do. I mean, not just in front of the camera, but anywhere, just in life, just about preparing. Always have preparation, and not talking about preparation H. That's what deodorant. It's good. That's good too, though, because you don't want to be smelling. So preparation H. Body odor. Keep it to a minimum. Sponsor. But yeah. But thanks again to Twitch for letting me be an official co-streamer of this event. It's been super awesome. Hope to work more with Twitch in the future. That's hemorrhoid cream. Oh. It may have other uses as well. Actually, I think you put hemorrhoid cream on your eyes. It's supposed to reduce baggy eyes. I think I've heard that somewhere. A lot of women in TV and in actresses use it, I think. So preparation H actually reduces your eye puffiness. Multiple uses. Boom. Knowledge. But thanks to Twitch for letting me be an official co-streamer of this. It's been awesome. Hope to work more with Twitch in the future. I will be going to TwitchCon this year, October 20th to the 22nd in Long Beach, California at the Long Beach Convention Center. So make sure you guys come and check it out. If you haven't bought your tickets, you can buy your tickets still, I believe. You can do !TwitchCon in the chat. It'll pop up the link. Like I said, my ISP is here. Hopefully we'll have better internet in the next coming days. The next official stream will be Sunday morning. Coffee and Calamity. You know the drill. And we'll be back on track with everything else. I'll be able to do workout streams and everything else. Kind of weird this week. We had the 12-hour stream celebration. Actually, when's the first? Pretty soon we'll be going to the 1 year anniversary too. So August is going to be a big month. We got the 1 year anniversary. So next Tuesday is the first. So we got the 1 year anniversary on Twitch. We got the PC build that we're going to do. If you've been following me on Twitter and checking out the Discord, I've been buying a lot of parts. Pretty much everything's just about here. Actually, a mouse pad just came today. I've got my mouse, got my keyboard. I need to find my OS software so I can do my, Windows. I think I have a disk somewhere. But we've got the case, got the GPU, got the CPU, got a solid state drive. Took the i5 back, got an i7, and got a cooling unit, got the power unit. Looks like I'm opening my own electronics store back here. Luckily, nobody knows where I live because they be having a freaking field day right now. But this stuff will be getting put together next month. It's going to be freaking awesome. The streams are going to look so much better. We got the internet's going to sort it out today. We're going to have a gaming PC. Oh, it's going to look so good. The stream's going to be so crisp and moist. It's going to look so good. It's going to be good. Like some Toll House cookies straight out the oven.